Welcome, everybody, to Tuesday night in, well, it's Thursday now. In Punta Arenas is Thursday. I don't know what day it is for you, but here it's Thursday. We've had a busy day again. Even though we came back early from Antarctica, we were busy again today. We sat in this room right here, and 4 or 5 of us, myself, Dave, and Rennie, and we put together some videos and stuff. So you may have seen some of them, and we kind of coordinated leaving them out, or releasing them at approximately the same time. So I hope you enjoyed that. Yes. And then we had a kind of an awards ceremony where Will gave out awards to everybody. And then we went to dinner, and dinner is weird here. Because the restaurant's open at 8, and if you're not there at 8, you might not get to eat at that dinner, because they fill up at 8, and they don't care. They don't want you to sit down at 9, because you should have been here at 8. Anyway, it was really good. We went to the first place. They were full. We walked to another place. They're like, we can't do it, but hold on. Okay, they made it work. It was good in the end. So. And yeah, the question everybody in everybody's mind is, where are the guns, Nathan? Also, what about the press conference that Banjo promised us? And no, there is no press conference. I thought Banjo was on it. And if you don't know, Effie Banjo, not the brightest guy, not bright at all. Anyway, he said that at the press conference afterwards that Austin would do something or whatever. I'm not gonna. Okay. Banjo thought that maybe Austin would Jaren in Antarctica, because Jaren would see through it all, and then Austin would come back and get paid to say things at the press conference. Anyway, there's no press conference. So anyway, we had an award ceremony. We all got a little plaque made by Max Dandry. Thank you very much, Max. And in a little bit, I'll have somebody with me here. You may know, I think I put in the description, so, but he's up getting some stuff ready. So last night there were very few clouds, so we did some star trails. I got some star trails, some really good ones here. My first star trails ever in South America, where I saw the South Celestial Pole. Unfortunately, the star trails I did I couldn't get out the hotel room window, steep enough angle to see them. So, but somebody said, welcome back to the night. And all right. The sun doesn't set. Right? You've heard that. That's the whole point of what we were doing there. But you don't realize what that means until you're there and the sun doesn't set. it's 11 o'clock at night and you're like, oh cool, the sun's up. And then it's 1 o'clock at night and you're like, oh, I the clock says I should go to bed, but the sun's up. And then oh, here comes Dave. And then it's like 3 o'clock at night and you're like, I can barely stay awake, but the sun tells me that I need to be awake still. So anyway, here we go. You might know this guy. Can I help with that?
I'm all right. I'm just going to pop it over here.
All right, in the background. Yeah. All right.
It's for your rifle examination.
That was a no, over this way. Wait, there you go. Nice. I did a lot of work in Antarctica.
Oh yeah. Made a lot of people cry, apparently.
There's some tears flowing right now.
Yeah. Not in Antarctica, but they all froze.
No, they didn't. It wasn't that cold. Tell you, if you've watched like Joe Spins the Globe, have you watched him?
No.
He's in, I don't know what he's doing, but he's in Antarctica at the South Pole Station.
Mm.
And he'll go outside, right, when it's negative infinity degrees, and then show like how incredibly cold it is out there.
Mm.
It wasn't like that.
No. Well, they told us, they'd warned us from the start. The procedure is we get given this big Santa pack full of all their Arctic gear, for us to wear like the mid-layer stuff. And then they said, when we're half an hour out from landing, the captain's going to notify you. They're going to drop the temperature in the cabin. You don all of your Arctic gear stuff on so that you're ready for getting out the plane.
They didn't lower the temperature enough.
They didn't lower the temperature.
No, not nearly enough.
I don't think they lowered the temperature outside either, because I said to you at one point, you dropped that filter and I was trying to help you find it. And then I was like, I'm just going to have to go outside because I'm going to pass out in a minute.
Yeah.
But hence why, like, we got out of the plane, went straight in a truck, went to camp. They dumped, but by the time you got to camp, there's no wind at all.
We're still wearing the coats.
Oh yeah.
We're in this well insulated people hauler that's it's a lifted truck and it's big, and we're all like tight as we can because we're so bulky with our coats and stuff, and we're just I was dying.
I was too.
It was so hot.
No sooner had we arrived in camp, coat was off, so it's just down to t-shirt. I changed the boots from the big winter moon boots to my own walking boots. It was crazy. And then we were playing Ultimate Frisbee.
Yeah. Well, we weren't playing a game. We're just throwing back and forth.
I do feel bad because Will rented all that Arctic gear for me. And
it was necessary. They wouldn't let you go.
Well, yeah, but
I didn't wear the coat except coming in.
No, I only wore the coat and the boots coming in. I wore the windproof trousers.
They were good.
They were good, but it turned out the ones that I'd bought were actually just as good.
Yeah.
And the sleeping bag I used for a total of 7 hours over 3 days.
Did you get in the sleeping bag?
Oh yeah.
That was a serious sleeping bag.
That was a serious sleeping bag in a tent that was constantly.
It was way too hot.
Well, it's bad when you turn up to Antarctica, and the first thing that I'm pretty sure Sharon said, I've had to open the door on the tent because it's roasting in there.
Yeah. Jaren's from California. He was worried because it was going to be too cold.
Yeah.
So yeah, if anybody saw the picture, some decided to not even wear a shirt for the picture.
Some strange, weird idiots. I don't know who would do that. But speaking of pictures and nudity,
that was Will's idea.
This is a rare occurrence.
They don't know this.
What?
That was Will's idea.
It wasn't really Will's idea.
Sort of.
It was half Will's idea.
Oh, there you go.
But this is actually a rare occurrence for me. I don't usually get the chance to be on this side of the stream. But what I would like to know is, why do you have a big picture of McFlatty naked? Or was I not meant to say that? Oh, okay. Sorry. Why do you not have a picture of McFlatty naked?
I don't know.
I thought. I hope he gets back from Antarctica.
I don't know. He's stuck there right now, as far as last I heard. I hope you guys have been following along with that McFlatty's failures in Antarctica.
Yeah, I've heard word from NASA of what he's been up to. They showed us the security footage from Union Glacier, and it's well worth keeping an eye on him.
Yeah. If anybody's unfamiliar, maybe you just want to grab a link. Can somebody just drop a link to McFlatty in there? Somebody knows. That was and it was unusual. That weather was not usual.
Well, I don't know. I've not.
Well, according to the people that live there every day.
Yeah. I mean, the people said that the weather had been pretty bad up until. Well, actually, it wasn't that bad for the couple of days before because the marathon ran.
Yeah.
The marathon ran. They were worried it might not, but it cleared up for the marathon.
That's right. They were in the hotel. They're like, we're gonna leave tomorrow if the weather's good. And I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
Watching that Brazilian guy who's been to Antarctica 14 times, having a chat with Whitsitt in the hotel lobby.
Did you watch that? I walked through, but you left.
No,
you were...
I was I was across the street. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was practicing with that equatorial man.
Oh,
trying to see if I could set it up properly.
So in this marathon, people from all over the world, of course, many people that have been to Antarctica before, they've seen the 24-hour sun before. And of course, you got Whitsitt and others that are like, well, we don't know if it really happens, but they're like, really? There's flat earthers? I want to talk to one of them. So this Brazilian guy had confrontations with the flat earthers before because in Brazil, it's sadly very popular. So he's had some Brazilian interactions with them.
I can't believe how much interest has stirred up because of this. Like there was the moment the marathon runners heard about it, and the more the marathon organizers, you, Will, me, we're all stood talking to them like pretty much interview style.
Well, I did put the interview with the one organizer of the marathon up.
Yeah.
But what was their reaction?
Well,
was it like, oh, I want to?
I would replicate it, but I already have a block nose, and I don't want to punch myself in the face.
It wasn't. Oh, I want to know more about these people that are seeking truth. It was, I can't believe that they really think that in these days.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they were kind of amazed. They were truly amazed because when we first spoke to them, we said we were going to Antarctica to prove that the Earth's not flat. And they kind of thought that was weird until we highlighted to them that actually we had flat earthers going with us, and then they were in disbelief.
Like I need to talk to these people.
They did that. That Indian guy was like, can I sit down and talk to them because I'd love to get. But and this is the really weird thing. Like in Union Glacier, the last night there, the staff actually went and asked Will and said, there's a lot of the staff who've sort of heard about what's going on here, about you guys being here. They'd really like to have a sort of sit down event where they could sort of put questions to the flat earthers. It filled the tent.
Yeah, there was nowhere room.
No, there was no that like the library tent. If you look at pictures of Union Glacier Camp, they've got the big library tent where they do the briefings and stuff. We're at the back of the room. There's people behind us who can't even get chairs. They're all stood up. The meteorologist thought it was quite brilliant when they started questioning why geostationary satellites, or why the weather forecasts are all over the place. And he's just like, I'm the meteorologist for here. I can tell you exactly why.
Yeah, ALE has a professional meteorologist full-time that lives there to look at the weather so that they can, because they're constantly flying planes all over the place. It's not just the 757 that brings us down and back.
No,
they have a cargo plane every week or maybe twice a week.
I think the cargo plane might fly in before new groups, because when I arrived in Punta, which was that 2 days before we flew out, 3 days, when I was when our plane was taxiing, the Illusion plane was actually landing. When we were there, the day before we came back, or 2 days before we were due to come back, one of the ALE guides said, the cargo plane's coming in today. We can take you down there to watch it taking off. So I think the cargo plane goes in sort of every few days, alternating with the passenger plane. Because we saw all them drums and the
when we were going to go see the cargo plane, they were loading up a whole bunch of stuff.
No. When they were packing up, when they were getting us ready to go, they had the two trucks, the two tracked ones that were dragging the trailers.
Yeah.
And they had all of the luggage, but then they also had the empty fuel barrels, Santos's night
special
caps.
brew.
Yeah. They had all of that stuff.
Garbage
was getting taken to the plane as well. So I think they almost alternate between the passenger plane and the cargo plane as to every few days. They've then got 3 Twin Otters and 2 of the DC-3s.
So these are the planes that stay there.
Yeah.
And they take off at the skiway, not at the big ice runway.
Yeah, they stay next to the camp, and they're the ones that will take. We took the little orange Twin Otter on the scenic flight around the mountains, but they fly people off to the various different expeditions.
That'll bring you to the South Pole.
Yeah, they'll take you off to the Emperor Penguins and stuff. Basically, Union Glacier, because of the ice runway, the naturally forming ice, frozen water runway that is anything but flat and level.
That's a trip.
I think
that runway.
The runway is a bit of a trip. I think the ice dunes.
That's even more.
Yeah. If you imagine the Sahara Desert, ice, like sand dunes everywhere, made of ice.
Yeah.
Like nowhere near flat and level. I have a video of Toon disappearing bottom first over the crest of a block of ice.
Water. So the runway, what is it? There's on. Which direction was that?
That was running probably sort of northeast, southwest. Was it on a slight angle? Oh no, it might have been more east-west.
East-west.
I think it was east-west.
Could have been west-east.
No, absolutely not. There's no such thing as west-east.
Whatever. It was that way.
Yeah.
From camp.
No, it was that way.
That way from camp.
And strangely,
and then you could see from camp, you could see this mountain, and on either side of the mountain was an ice flow coming around, right? A glacier from the high area coming around this mountain down into like the valley where we were.
If you want to get a bearing, because our descriptions are probably garbage, if you look at any of the live streams or any of the pictures that have been taken, like look at the picture that I posted on my community page of me with the Union Glacier sign. The mountains in the background of that are the direction of the airfield. Go look at Critical Think's video of the landing. You will see us pass camp and then see how far the plane continues to fly before we touch down.
Yeah, Critical Think had the window facing camp. We were on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we put out a video today of the flight in. So did Critical Think. Critical Think was on the other side, so he got the view. I didn't even, Anyway, so this is what's cool. We're at camp, and we could see the ice flow around the mountains, and kind of just on this side of that is the runway, but you couldn't see it.
You couldn't see the plane until they said it was a 15-minute drive. You couldn't see the plane until 60 seconds before you got there, because you're just driving along this ice road
downhill,
and then it just crests, and there's the plane. Although my particular favorite is the Twin Otter I captured landing from halfway camp. So the site that they placed for us was halfway camp. So you have Union Glacier Camp, then you have the skiway, the runway and the skiway, and then the far side of that is the camp that we were at.
It was still set up from the marathon. They left the stuff from the marathon there. That was like a remote station.
Yeah,
for
hence why it was halfway camp, because it was halfway around the marathon.
Yeah, and it had bathrooms. That's why they left the bathrooms.
But strangely, from Union Glacier Camp, there was no buildings between us.
It's just water.
Yeah.
Frozen water.
And yet, strangely, from Union Glacier Camp, you couldn't see halfway point. And from halfway point, you couldn't see the camp. And then one of the days, part of the trip, we'll go with that. One of the guides said to me, there's one of the Twin Otters going to be landing soon. So I thought, great, I'll get some footage of it coming down sort of onto the runway. I never saw it touch down, because it disappeared
behind the curve.
I can't be behind the curve because it's flat and level, but it disappeared bottom up for some bloody reason.
Of course, this is the thing, right? The ice, it has topography, it's frozen.
Yeah.
But we know that. This is a cool thing. We know that. Nobody questions that the ice, because of however it was happened, it's curved. And it's the same thing that you see when a plane lands on the other side of water. Have you seen the video? It's pretty old, where a plane is coming in sideways and then it lands. Well, you don't know if it lands or not, but it gets obstructed by the curve.
Well, it either lands or they get wet.
Yeah. It's just, it looks the same. So like, there's no curve. Well, there definitely was curve between us and the main camp.
Yeah.
And it was this very same.
I'm looking forward to Austin's explanation of the EQ mount. Because that's going to be fun.
So he's explained the EQ mount to Jaron and to Lisbeth.
Moreover, I explained it to them after they'd watched it track the sun for 24 hours. For anyone wondering, by the way, with Flat Earth Banjo and his, dazzling intellect, the battery on the tracker mount died. That was why the sun appears on the side of it. It had been tracking it round fine, and then it was while I was streaming. I think at one point I actually said to you, "Can you just look after this for a second because I need to go and check on the gear?"
Yeah.
And I walked up to the gear and I was like, "Camera's pointing that way, sun's over there." I was like, "Well, that's that then."
But you already got 24 hours.
I'd got about 25 from the first sort of test shots that I got to the where it disappeared out of frame was about 25 hours. And I think I got about 20 of consistent 1 minute interval shots. So more than enough to settle what we were after settling.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they'd watched me do it. They'd watched me go through the setup process. They'd watch the thing track the sun perfectly, even though the sun was kind of not staying the same height. It was looping through the sun, not looping through the sky, but it was waving through the sky. Still tracked it fine. So I sat down with Jaron. I said to them beforehand, I said, at some point, I would like to sit down with you and just talk you through the setup process for that EQ mount. Because it's not a guided one like Jaron's one. It doesn't know what it's looking for. If you don't set it up, align it properly, it's just going off into no man's land. And I offered it to all three of them to sit down and talk through it all. And I sat down with Jaron and Lisbeth, pretty much one after the other. And I explained to them that with the way they're set up, if you go to the equator on the equinox with one of those, the way you set it up, you'll grab the sun at the horizon at sunrise. It will go straight up and overhead, right behind you, carry on round, and pick the sun up again at sunrise. But in the middle of the night, it's pointing straight down at the ground. But it tracked the sun perfectly for 24 hours in Antarctica, which either means the sun is through the ground, which doesn't work on flat Earth, or the sun has some mad change of heart and disappears.
Yeah.
So before, when Austin went off on another one of his, let's have an argument for the sake of having an argument, I asked him, could I sit down and explain it to him? Clearly him and Jaron had been talking about it because he was like, "Oh, you mean with the sun pointing through the floor?" I said, "Yeah, how would that work on a flat Earth?" He's like, "I've got some ideas."
He said there's many.
Oh yeah, there's many ideas.
There's
many ideas.
Well, the right number is one, not many.
Yeah, one, and it's a kind of round answer.
Yeah.
Maybe it's inertia.
Just in the middle?
Yeah. Pure inertia.
Pure inertia?
Pure inertia that doesn't exist.
I don't know how could you collect inertia and then purify it?
I don't know, but he's also said it doesn't exist.
He has.
Yes.
He seems confused.
Well, yeah, he's arguing. He's argued repeatedly that the purpose of flat Earth is basically a psyop to stop people from discussing geocentrism, which confused me. And I actually said to him, I said, "Austin, I'm just having a hard time understanding your argument here. So I just want to clarify. When you say geocentrism, do you mean geocentrism based on a flat Earth, or geocentrism with a globe? And he said, with a globe. I said, right. And he was complaining that he wants to argue geocentrism in debates. When he goes into a geocentrism debate,
A flat Earth debate.
A flat Earth debate, that he wants to talk about geocentrism where the Earth is a globe, that he's not happy because people keep wanting to talk about flat versus globe. Whilst he's on a trip trying to argue that the Earth is flat, he's complaining he can't argue that the Earth's a globe. And he sees no problem with that. I think I might be missing something.
Yeah. So what is the debate? His interlocutor should say. So your point is let's summarize it. The Earth is a globe. Number one.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a
and then what's Austin going to say after that?
It's a flat globe that doesn't move. Nice. That's pretty much it.
Let me get this super chat here quick. Darkstar 4400 says, "How fares the Flurfinator?" That he doesn't know. The Flurfinator's been renamed.
What, the Geminops?
No.
What?
Tuna.
Well, people are quite familiar with the Terminator. Some of us have been
The Terminator.
yeah, Flurfinator.
Flurfinator.
Some of us got very, what's the word?
Did I break it? Oh, I got it.
Of course you got it. Doesn't leave your side.
Yeah, it got renamed Tuna. Toona.
Yeah. It's a legend. It's a legend. I think at one point, though, Jaren did want to introduce it to your rectum, make you a popsicle.
Jaren's been a great sport.
Yeah.
He's been,
you know what? Even Jonathan's come around to tuna. I think it was quite funny when he just stuck it down the side of his head and just sort of startled him. Ugh.
We were in one of the vehicles. Was it when we were going out to see the cargo plane take off, right?
Yeah, it might well.
So I'm in the second row. Jonathan's in the front row.
No, he didn't go to the cargo plane.
What were we doing?
I don't know, but if you think Jaren had gone to the ice road,
no, not Jaren. Jonathan.
Oh no, I thought it was somewhere. Oh right.
So we're sitting there. I'm in the second row. Jonathan's in the first row, and he's got his camera up, looking into the cockpit because it's the cab. It's open, right? There's no window or anything. It's just and
then from his perspective, all he really saw was just like this, just hovering at the side of his head was just this camera.
Yeah. I don't care. I extended all the way and I go right up into the cockpit and I hold it right up against the window and the driver just looks over and is like, meh.
That poor guy is traumatized. He woke up screaming tuna in the middle of the night. Get away from him, tuna!
Now, Jaren today said that, was it today or yesterday, that he was upset about this, not because of anything that I did, but because I filmed more things than he did.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that damn thing's going to need a rest at the end of it.
It's tired. Let me see. I have a terabyte card in here. 13 hours remaining on this card.
Oh, that's all right. You've got more than 13 hours there. You can fill it for you.
One card will hold about 20.
Oh, okay.
So I have some hours on this card.
Yeah, I've not actually filmed that much. But then, mind you, I've not just filmed everything.
I got the plane ride there and the plane ride back.
So did I, but I did it time lapse. The same way that I did a time lapse of the sun slowly going round for 24 hours.
I did a time lapse. What you do is take the original video and you shorten it.
All right. This is how bad it is. Okay. So Toon wanted to use the Insta360 for his shadow clock experiment. So he set it up, left it for 24 hours, and then we're on the plane home, and he wanted to.
Yeah, let's look at it.
He wanted to have a look at it, but you need the studio app to do it. Now I've got.
I didn't have it installed yet.
You didn't have it. I did because I've got the studio app. So I thought, okay, great. I'll pull the video off the card. I'll shove it on the external for you. It was only then when I opened it that I realized that the terabyte card was pretty much full.
960 gig.
Yeah. So I had to copy 960 gig off his card straight through to his external drive because I didn't have that much. I don't have that much space installed on my laptop, much less actually free. So it comes up with a little window and it was saying 2 hours 35 to complete. And my laptop was telling me it only had 2 hours and 15 of battery. So I'd really been hoping after staying awake for 47 hours.
Oh, well, you had a little nap.
Oh, no, actually, no, I tell a lie. Yes, the 47 hours was the first half. Then I had 7 hours sleep.
Yes.
Then I stayed up for another.
7 were not consecutive, though.
Yeah, they were.
Weren't they spread over 2 nights?
No.
Oh.
No, after we'd come back down from camp, I went and had 7 hours of sleep in the tent.
In a row?
Yeah, straight 7 hours. I could have stayed.
Oh.
I could have stayed in longer, but I set an alarm to get up.
I think I got 3 and 3.
And then I think it was about 7. Well, it was 7 hours sort of between me getting in the tent, at least. It was somewhere around.
Yeah. Did you have a sleep mask?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get back onto that.
Yes.
I've lost my train of thought. Yes. So I had 7 hours of sleep, and then we got up and did another day. And then they told us that they were going to be bailing us out early and that we needed to be out of the tent 9 a.m. the next morning. Well, given the ever-eternal daylight and losing all time reference, I only realized at 2 a.m. that I was 7 hours off needing to get out of the tent, and I hadn't packed any of my stuff up. And I thought, I either pack my stuff up now and then sleep, or I sleep, get up, and pack up my stuff. And I thought, I'm just going to wind up sleeping through and probably being left behind in Antarctica with McFlatty, and I'm not doing that.
Don't want that.
So I ended up staying up again through that night. So I only had 7 hours of sleep the whole 3 days, and it was right in the middle, near enough. So I thought, it's okay, because I've got a 4-hour flight back to Chile. I'll sleep on the plane. Oh no, I've got to babysit your file transfers because you're too stubborn to film a time lapse of a shadow crawling around. For any flat earther,
I have a couple more years experience with flat earthers.
For any flat earther that wants to think that the Earth's spin is so incredibly fast, watch that fucking video in real time.
So I've had debates where I've shown a time lapse, and there's like, well, where's the full video? What do you mean the full video? It's a time lapse. I want the full video. It was a picture every 15 minutes. I want the full video.
Wait.
I now have a full video.
Okay. I'm going to hold this up so everyone can read it. Nice and clear. That was a complaint on my time-lapse video.
What's this say?
It says, this isn't a video. This is just a series of still images shown quickly, one after the other. To which Ivan thankfully beat me to it and said, Bro's literally just said, this isn't a video, it's a video.
They think it's not a video if the frame rate's not whatever they think the frame rate's supposed to be.
I mean, I could speed it up to 30 frames a second, but you'll have an epileptic fit.
Yeah. So, like, the one that I like from Robert Schwartz, from 5 Day Time Lapse, is one photo every 15 minutes for 5 days. So I made a version of that video.
You did 30 frames every second.
No. I did. I made one frame for 15 minutes. And then I rendered it for 12 hours. It was 12 hours real time of the sun where each frame was 15 minutes long.
Right. Sleep masks.
He did not. Okay.
Sleep masks. Because I think it's very important the audience know this, just to clarify the genuine belief.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, okay. But then we need to give the actual answer. Yeah. All right,
okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, it's not like it's the kind of thing that you couldn't pick up at the airport if you really wanted to.
It's true.
There's enough of them.
That's true.
So, yeah, there's obviously lots of suggestions from people, that particular people on the trip, on genuine flat earthers. Think probably all of them from some people, but yeah.
Every accusation has been leveled against all of them.
Yeah, but Just say who it is, or it's not exactly.
No, they'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out. Okay, so
they already have.
Yeah. So
It was asked today of this person, did you bring a sleep mask?
yes. So lots of people have actually commented to me in the videos on the run up to this saying if flat earthers genuinely believe there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun, they wouldn't bring a sleep mask. And this one humbly didn't.
He was exceedingly humble.
He was
in
very
his
humble.
not bringing of that sleep mask.
He was. And to keep a long story short, he didn't bring a sleep mask.
Yeah. Now, should we tell the real story?
Yeah. Okay. So the reason that the individual didn't bring
The humble
opinion
individual
didn't bring a sleep mask is because they didn't think that we would actually be going, rather than. But then I question if you didn't think that you were going, why would you bring any of it?
Any of what?
Well, the only thing off the list that he didn't bring was a sleep mask, which to all intents and purposes, Will was covering anyway. So why bother with
Will shipped everything to him. The sleep mask wasn't
Oh.
on the list.
Okay, but why bring any of the clothing? You don't need Arctic weather gear for Punta Arenas, so why the bleeding hell would you? Why of all of the things to leave behind, a sleep mask?
Well, he wasn't given a sleep mask.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. It's like, here's the stuff for you that was purchased for you. Put it in the bag.
Ah, right. Okay.
That wasn't purchased. That's optional. You don't need to bring a sleep mask if you don't want to.
That's
Rennie
very true.
didn't bring one. He pulled his cap over his eyes.
That's very true.
Right?
It's,
Critical thing is Rennie.
it's probably good that the critical thing didn't bring a bleeding sleep mask because he'd only lost it.
He's so funny. Where's my glasses? Where's my glass? Oh, there's my glasses.
Every time. Every two
It's
sentences.
so
Now,
funny.
where did I put that? I've concluded. Well, I've concluded. Initially, I concluded that I think that the Aussie hat, the reason that the Aussies have all the strings around is so that he can hook all his things on. Actually, now I think his hat probably did have hooks, but he's freaking lost them all.
He lost his hat. He lost his gloves.
He lost his
lost
phone.
his
he lost
phone,
his glasses.
glasses. He's in the room. He's looking for his card, his key card for the
I'm
room.
pretty sure he lost his camera.
Yeah, toothbrush. I'm like, don't use mine.
Power bank.
I'm good.
He blew power bank.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
lost.
his power bank.
No, did he ever find that?
I don't know.
Three times he brought it up. At one point, he was asking the camp staff.
And then right, we got there we got to a Union Glacier. We had to do some orientation stuff, and then dinner, and then they brought us over to the place. And so as soon as we get to the place, it's like it's go time. And Rennie, he's up there, he's doing everything. I'm doing stuff. We're all doing stuff, right? Except for one person was too humble to do stuff.
No. In his defense, I had to look back over the time lapse before when we got there because I did wonder what because I couldn't remember. I was too busy trying to set.
Yeah.
I needed to set my two cameras up. Will was panicking because he needed his camera set up but didn't know what he was doing, so I had to get them set up as well, and then try and align my tracker. When they arrived, the three of them did all go over to that area. The three of them together, and were doing
stuff on Jaren's tripod there.
The tripod, and I think there was the compass made an appearance. So there was things going on at that point.
Everybody, Tina says hi. My wife.
Hi, Tina.
She's not watching here.
No,
she's. What were we talking about? Rennie. Right. Okay. Right. Push that on the stack. My wife went skiing with some of the kids, and we live in Minneapolis, St. Paul area. They went up to Lutsen, which is north of Duluth. I've never been there. It's like the cool place to go skiing. I'm not cool enough to go skiing there, but my wife is. So they went up there, and so we have a newer truck, pickup. That's 2-wheel drive. And we have our older Highlander that's 4-wheel drive. It's got 300,000 miles on it. And we're like, well, what should we drive? And I'm like, well, if the roads are bad, drive the Highlander. It's got 300,000. You know, it should be fine. It does well, and we've never had trouble with it. But every time I go on a trip, something breaks.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, the roads were a little bad, so they drove the Highlander. And then today on the way back, the Highlander died. She calls me. They're on the side of the road. She'd already called we got AAA. My older son, he's like, I'll come pick it up. So he went down, went to pick up a flatbed. He had to go to Wisconsin to get it, and then came to pick them up. And he sent me a video. I'm like, how are you going to get it up onto the trailer?
It's all right. I was just noticed Otto's comment. I was just trying to make sure that he actually meant the news broadcast and not something else.
Otto?
Yeah.
Where?
Down.
No?
Down.
Oh, right there.
I should be on BBC.
Checking.
No. Dave looks like he should be on BBC.
Oh.
I was just making sure. I'm just hoping that he means the news broadcaster and not other things.
Oh.
Not that way inclined.
No, I know. No. Okay.
Sorry, sleep deprived again. Anil.
Okay. So I call him on the phone. We're at dinner. I call him. I'm like, hey, you know, what's you doing? What's the plan? He goes, well, I'm gonna, you know, get the trailer, put it up there, and then, you know, hopefully turn it on and drive it up. I'm like, well, they pulled over because it's not running, and you know, what if it's not running? Oh, well, it's not a very high trailer. We'll just push it on. I'm like, I don't think you're gonna push it on. You can't push it on. Right. So then a video gets sent to me a little bit later of his truck, the bed, the Highlander, and another car. I don't know whose car, with a strap going to it to pulling the Highlander up the ramp, and then he's waving it on. So they got it on the ramp, they got it and they're driving back. And so Tina's messaging me, probably sitting in the passenger seat there while he's driving it. You get a message from Otto?
No.
Let me see. That's Icy Spin.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Sedges now.
AKA Moist Critical, AKA Charlie Huge.
Really?
Covering to it. I don't
Oh,
know.
cool.
Who's that?
Oh yeah, we were looking today at places that were covering it.
Oh, news outlets galore.
Yeah. MSN News.
MSN News, Daily Mail.
Daily Mail.
MSN News have shared that. IFL Science have done an article on it. I had a notification on YouTube about a French news outlet that had done something on it. Arctic Reflections messaged me and said that there was the biggest newspaper in Sweden's covering it. So
14 people there.
Yeah. Well, they need something to read in the pitch black.
I'm sorry, there's 15.
Right.
What?
Okay. So anyway.
Rennie.
No. I was just going to say, if your Highlander is if your Highlanders is dead and in need of replacement, I think you should get an F550.
Oh my gosh!
I could see two pimping around in an F550.
So you can't mess around with vehicles there. So they have the Tucker,
which is
4 snowmobiles. It's a snowmobile in place of every tire.
Yeah,
and it's lifted.
Yeah. That thing's a beast. And then the F550, I'll see.
But F550 has 2 axles, and the tires on it are giant, like squishy tires because it's on snow. This isn't ice. We're not on ice. There's ice over at the runway, but this is all snow basically. Looking for it.
I'm looking for it.
We need to get those numbers.
I know.
All right. We rode bicycle.
We did.
The fat tire bikes.
I'm going to apologize for sniffing everybody. I'm run down.
It takes extra, man, it's tough to drive that. No to the F550, says Angel Gamer. I had to do an oil change on one of those. I dropped the filter and the dirty motor oil pooled in my bra. Oh.
I mean, honestly, the F550 looks more like somebody's dropped the shipping container onto the back of a pickup truck.
Well, yeah, it had the big carriage on the back.
There it is. There's Jonathan getting a photo, and that's the F550 in the background. It is an absolute beast. It's a perfect runaround for Minnesota, right? Anyway, back to
Rennie.
Rennie.
So Rennie is, so we do all the setup and everything, and Rennie's got a few things he's working on there. He's doing the gravity stuff. He's doing the gyronometer. What else was he doing at halfway point there?
Sleeping and looking for things.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
So
pretty much the most.
so he gets all that done, and then he's done. Right. He doesn't have other things to do. He helped us here and there and move things around. And I'm like, hey, can you help me with this? And oh yeah, the lines of longitude. But we did that the next day.
Yeah.
Right. So now he's done for now. But this is just a box. It's a warm metal box with chairs in it.
It is literally a shipping container, but the sides of it
Folded out.
fold down, fold out, so it makes it like 3 shipping containers wide.
Yes.
Sort of. But it's not actually as deep as a shipping container.
Yeah, it's not quite as big, but
not a shipping container, but more like the ones you put on the back of a truck. Kind of.
yeah,
The one McFlatty was hiding around.
something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he's sitting there in the chair, hat over his head, just sitting there.
Oh yeah.
That was the first of basically all 3 days of seeing him sitting in a chair. Like he's there it is.
No, so that's not even that one. So he fell asleep at first with the goggles on.
And he's got the big goggles.
Yeah. Indoors.
It's so good.
That's him, just buried in the corner there, fast asleep. And then Toon went over to him. That was based on my phone, that was at 25 to midnight on December 14th, but that's still on my time.
3 hours later, then.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. So
-3.
-3, so about 8.
8. We had 8 o'clock was when
9 o'clock.
we had dinner.
About 25 to 9. I don't fucking know. Well, anyway, okay. At some point, that is critical. Now, when Toon did that, he woke up. Okay. And this is him 3 hours later.
I love him. He's so good.
At one point, I genuinely thought he was lost because he was just buried in the sleeping bag.
Yeah, he was the first. So they brought the ALE was super. They were
amazing.
They were so nice. So they brought our sleeping bags over. They brought mats for us to put on the floor, which we normally wouldn't have had. Right?
Yeah.
They just went and got them, brought them over for us, and they're just sitting there outside for us to use. And so he went and got a sleeping bag and a mat.
Yeah.
And he rolled them out. And this sleeping bag, I can't stress enough how big these sleeping bags are.
Yeah.
And he's in the sleeping bag, and you don't know somebody's in it.
No, honestly, if you were to just take a big fluffy sleeping bag and roll it out, that was what it looked like. There wasn't a sign of him.
There was a person in it.
I didn't know that he was there until Lisbeth, who was across the room, going, "I'm so envious to see T asleep," and I'm like, "Where?" She's like, "In there." I'm like,
He got good sleep that night, I think.
I don't know. All he complained about was that he's not got enough sleep. To me, he's complaining to me that he didn't get enough sleep.
I've shared a room with him the whole time. But yeah, we're sitting in the dining hall waiting for something. There he is.
We were sat in this room before.
Right in here
at this table, 4 of us. So
right there. He was sitting right there.
Oh no, I was referring to this morning.
Oh, that time. Editing. That was a different time.
Yeah.
This table here was right. I turned it diagonal, for more ambiance for you.
Yeah, they can't see.
Oh, it's all look at the angles. They're not. See, look. Just tell him in the chat. Tell him how nice it is. Anyway, so yeah, this table, we had 3 tables up across from here, and we were setting up the 4 of us, Will, Dave, myself,
and Will, you, TT, and me.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're editing away. We're trying to sort out various bits of video, trying to work out what time lapses and stuff we're going to edit, and then all the news. We were going through all the news outlets and stuff. And then, yeah, the next minute I just happened to glance over, and Rennie's laptop's there, and he's just
then we had our awards thing at 7.
Which he
Right.
slept through.
Well, so Will had sent a message saying that it was going to be at 6:30.
No. Yeah. So the reason
It was on WhatsApp.
no.
So I got a burner phone just so that I could get on WhatsApp with this burner phone, right, for this trip.
Yeah.
And then I'm down here 2-3 days in, and then WhatsApp says you need to authorize your account because it looks like it's suspicious, because I'm in a different country. So I'm like, oh, let me go through the authorization. We'll send you a text message. I'm like, oh, here's my burner phone. Send it. It didn't come through. It's a burner phone, right? It's a $10 refurbished old flip phone that I got from Track Phone. I didn't pay for any international plan.
Oh.
So I'm not on WhatsApp anymore.
No, so anyway, the reason why Will had put 6:30 rather than 7 is because he was preempting Jaren being 30 minutes late like he's been for pretty much everything so far.
Critical thing is always asleep.
Jaren's
always late. I'm sorry. Critical thing is always losing something.
Yeah.
And when he's not losing something, he's asleep.
Yeah, he's not losing sleep, that's for sure. He's losing everything but sleep.
All right, so the 6:30, okay. And I didn't get it. And Rennie's like, oh, Will moved it to 6:30. I'm like, okay, I'll come down
No,
here.
that was why Jaren came in before.
That's why he made it.
That's why he came in before and said, I've not been looking at my phone. I've only just got your message about 6:30. FYI, you're a dick. And then walked off.
Okay, anyway. So we're moving the chairs around, and Rennie was sitting in a chair right over there, asleep.
Meanwhile, I was propping up the bar having a discussion with Mr. Humble.
Ooh. How'd that go?
Typical as always.
Mm-hmm.
Asks me to explain something and then doesn't actually let
And
me
then tells
explain.
you that you're wrong.
No. I can't be wrong if I can't actually explain something.
Oh.
So he was asking why there's no photos of him and Jaren were discussing why there's no photos, genuine photos of Antarctica, satellite
Like
photos
the whole of
of
Antarctica.
Antarctica, right? So he's showing this like kind of blue marble size effect, but not around the equator or from the South Pole. And I said, it's probably because why bother? To which he was like, what do you mean? He's like, you can't deny that's CGI. I was like, I'm not denying it's not a genuine photo, because to get a photo like that, you need to be at like kind of geostationary distance. There is no point putting a polar satellite that far off Earth. And he's like,
Yeah.
He's like, but
It doesn't help you.
no, it doesn't achieve a damn thing. And it's like, well, why are we bothering putting satellites around the poles of the moons of Jupiter, but not our own? 3 times I said to him, we do have polar satellites. There are at least 2, possibly 3, that are on a constant polar orbit.
It's just that they're not far enough away to get a single frame photo of the entire continent.
Yeah. So he's like, but wouldn't you want to see a picture of Antarctica from space? I said, yeah. And he's like, so there you go. I said, but I'm not paying for the freaking thing. I'm not going to spend the billions of pounds that it takes to get a satellite put together and launched into a polar orbit for some pretty pictures of Antarctica.
And just because people want it doesn't mean that that's the highest priority.
Exactly. So I was trying to explain that to him and pointing out that because the polar satellites are in low Earth orbit, it's the Robert Simmons argument all over again that they have to take lots of images as strips and stitch them together. Oh, at least that's what I was trying to explain.
Oh, you didn't get a chance to.
Yeah. Well, Austin made some remark about globe excuses, globe explanations, and I kind of had to unpolitely point out to him that so far he hasn't actually let me get an explanation out to be wrong about anything, humbly.
Yeah. So Discover, Peter Markley says Discover gets photos of all of Antarctica. Not in one.
I don't think they'd get it.
Not in a single frame.
No, well, not judging by the hell the book we bloody saw out that window. It's big. It's big.
We didn't. All right, look. This is where we landed, right where that star is.
We flew in from sort of. We'd have flown in this way, wouldn't we, along the peninsula.
Yeah.
There.
That little bit there.
Yeah. So the flight that you saw, from the point that was crossing into mainland, we covered this bit, and there is all of that still to charter. It's big. However, progress at least. The evening before we flew out, when ALE had us out for dinner.
Oh yeah.
And Jaren and Austin, and mostly Jaren and Austin, I think, rather than Lisbeth, were quizzing Kati, the ALE staff member.
You don't mess with Kati.
Oh no. I really wish Jaren hadn't stopped Austin from bringing up the flat earth lead pans. That would have been so funny.
Unfortunately, there's no recording of this.
There's not. They said the staff had said they don't want recording, which was fair enough. So Tuna had to stay at home. But yes, so they'd been quizzing this whole, why is it so expensive? Why can't you freely and independently explore? Kati was going in depth about the kind of things that they have to do for any exploration. There was nothing that said you can't do it.
Yeah.
They were talking about why does it cost like $250,000 up plus to get a vehicle and drive across Antarctica. And
these brilliant people that really understand logistics super well are like, you just think you just drop it off there.
Yeah, they think it's just a case of drop it off, maybe drop a few fuel dumps and off you go. What they
didn't. No.
Oh no, they hadn't even.
They wouldn't even consider that you might have to have fuel solved.
No. Well, surely
just put a bigger tank on.
Isn't there an Esso somewhere along the route?
Is that a gas station?
Yeah. Or would you prefer Texaco? Shell? Shell?
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys deal with.
Super America? It's not Super America anymore.
I know you guys try and invade everywhere, but the Antarctic Treaty says you can't do it.
So,
although Jonathan did plant an American flag outside our tent.
I saw that. So, she's like, well, you need to drop fuel. And they're like, oh.
Not only do you need to drop fuel, they do all of the paperwork to ensure that, like, kind of plan where you are going, what is going, the route that you are going to take. They have to survey that route to ensure that it is safe to travel before you wind up falling into a hole.
If it's route that's been driven before and it's known, then it's not as much of a hassle as if we want to go this particular exact route. Okay, well, nobody's gone that before, so you can't responsibly take that route if it's not been surveyed.
Yeah, you need drops along the way to resupply you. After all of that, you need someone to go along and pick up all the crap you've left behind. It's a big operation to do, which they hadn't really considered. No. And then Jaren suggested a plane. So he said, why don't we hire a plane to fly from Chile to Australia over the South Pole? I said, it's cost and logistics. And he said, but it's like $1 million to hire. Let's say it's $1 million to charter a plane. It's like you can fit 100 people on it. It's 10,000 a pop. Loads of people would take it. I said, okay, Jaren, let's just run with this. I said, you fill up a plane with 100 people. You flying it over Antarctica. Then the plane has a problem. What's going to happen? He's like, oh yeah, the plane's going to have to land. I said, right. Firstly, the plane needs somewhere safe to land, which we needed the specific ice runway to land.
I know of where that can go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once you land there, what happens?
Yeah. I said, once you land on Antarctica,
no gas station.
Assuming that you've actually survived that, I said, you then have 100 people who are stranded on Antarctica who need to get out. So you then need another plane to fly over and pick up all the people. And he's like, oh, yeah. I said, then you've got a plane that's left lying in Antarctica that you have to do something about. And calling AAA is not exactly an easy solution.
Yes. Think about this. You have a plane that stopped working. And probably had damaged landing because it's not a runway.
No.
Because there's a severe lack of runways.
Yeah, they didn't really get
so you land somewhere, it's probably damaged. So now you need to bring in to this remote area, an area remote enough that a fully functioning plane couldn't handle.
No.
Now you need to go there with other fully functioning planes
and somehow fix the big
one.
Yeah.
And haul it out or fly it out. Well, there's no runway.
No,
you're hauling it.
You'd have to drag it to the coast and put it on a ship. The long and short of it all is that they were having all of that discussion about this. Why can't we go and freely, independently explore Antarctica? Before we went, as we were flying over, I said to Jared, do you still want to go and walk out, go and explore that? And he was like, no. Both of them have since said, I think it was Austin. Austin said he would not go back. Not if you offered him $100 million.
No, that was Jared.
Was it Jared? Not if you offered him like $100 million, would he agree to go back?
Yeah.
So they've kind of seen.
No, I think to explore it,
to explore
like,
it,
across it.
Yeah.
He's like,
I mean, they didn't even like they said before, they didn't really enjoy being in Antarctica.
I loved it.
I would, yeah. I mean, granted, I loved it because the weather was actually really good.
Yeah.
I think if it was a blizzard and we were just cocooned in tents that are sort of rattling around everywhere, I'd have probably got sick of it very quickly.
Yeah.
But the experience that we had was just beyond belief.
Look at that. They could use drones to explore it. Really?
Well, yeah.
What's the range on a drone?
You didn't say how far you could explore it, but you could explore it.
I mean, well, yeah.
You could explore
a mile away.
A mile, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or in the case of Will, it's however long you can go till you crash it.
Will crashed his drone.
Yeah. He was trying to get a very low angle shot.
It was a good shot.
It was a great shot until it went from low angle to too low angle.
But it did prove the globe.
Well, yeah, it was a lump of ice that was sticking up out of nowhere. That's what he hit.
Oh, yeah. But how did it prove the globe? When the drone crashes, it has a sensor. It knows it. It immediately sends back its GPS location.
Oh, yeah.
And so Will is looking at it. He's got it on his display. He goes, here's where it is. And then Scott, who's the guy that was kind of assigned to us, our liaison.
He was well, I'd say there wasn't assigned to us. He was one of the staff who'd been looking after us, and he was the one that
I think he wanted to. I think he's like volunteering, like
yeah. Scott was amazing. Yeah. He actually said he wanted to when we saw him at the airport, because he was finishing his rotation at the same time that we were going back. So he was on our flight back, and he'd been there. He was the one that took us up to the camp in the first place. When we were setting everything up, he was helping with. We needed to go further out of the bounds than what they'd initially laid out, and he was great with that. Pretty much anything and everything that we were like, can we do this? Can we do that? He was pushing to make it happen for us. He was already aware of the TFE thing. He'd been watching videos beforehand, so he knew about my videos. I think he knew about Rusty. So he was sort of as sort of involved in it as we were. To the point that like when we saw him on the plane, I actually hung around from unloading because I was sat in front of him, and I hung around because I just needed to shake his hand and thank him for everything
he was so nice.
He was amazing. And then we bumped into him again at the check-in, at the baggage carousel, and we were talking again. And then he said he was hanging around in Punta for a few more days, so that if we wanted, we could have, if we were doing something, he'd have come out for drinks with us, but we didn't really get the chance. I suppose tonight possibly, but it's probably would have been a bit. Probably not subject him to that.
Maybe tomorrow. we should try to get him tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Where did we go? Where were we before we interrupted ourselves?
Drones and GPS.
GPS. So the drone proves the Earth is a globe because it sends out its GPS position, and then Scott just goes and types in the coordinates from Will, and just walks. It wasn't right next to him. It was
it was a way off down. Yeah.
He just walks over to it, picks it up, and walks back.
Mr. Grumbler, did Jaron and Austin do anything? They did. They did, to be fair. Yeah. I think you kind of there needs to be some slack cuts as well. So I know there's been pops of like, they were spent a lot of time sleeping under a table and stuff, but
they did.
Yeah, they did.
But they had set up their stuff. They were doing their things. And
Jaron had a big arse setting up his tracker. Lisbeth had put the GoPro attached to Jaron's tracker one to get a time lapse. Her camera
wouldn't go.
Her camera was constantly failing and giving a problem. She was so stressed out. They'd done what other stuff they did? I know they'd done the compass stuff in. Well, I figured they must have been doing a compass. Oh no, they didn't, because Jaren asked which way was south. I was helping Jaren align his scope, but they were doing bits and pieces. Oh, solar photography. They were out a few times.
Oh yeah, they had the P900.
Yeah, they were out a few times with the solar filter, trying to get shots.
And then Jaren broke Austin's camera.
Oh, did he? I missed that bit.
So Austin's camera was on the tripod, and Jaren looked at it and thought it was his. And so somehow the way that I think Jaren's camera is mounted is different than the Austin's is mounted.
So he's
and so he like grabbed it and took it off like he would have taken his own off.
But
and broke the base part of Austin's camera and they're just laughing about it. And I'm like, I was looking at it like there's this hunk missing out of the bottom of the camera.
Yeah. So yeah, they were doing some stuff. It didn't go. I don't think it went wholly to plan with them. I think they were having a lot of issues.
Yeah.
They did sort of say afterwards that they were kind of outshone by us in the preparation of everything that we'd done and the planning for it all. I think they'd underprepared for it. They'd openly admitted they'd underprepared for it. And it is not the kind of environment. I think the environment was off point to them. I don't think they wanted to be out there. I think we were like, I think we were basically like pigs in shit because we were sleep deprived and having a whale of a time. But
this is the best thing ever.
It was great, but it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Jaren's from California. Austin lives in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, geez.
I'm in Minnesota, and you live farther north than me.
Yeah, and CT was like mostly inside as well.
Yeah,
so
critical
think it wasn't just their side. So they were doing stuff. They were trying to do stuff, but they didn't really plan. To their own credit, they didn't. They admitted they didn't really plan. But ultimately, I don't think the main thing wasn't what they were doing. The main thing was they were there. They saw what we were doing, and they are happy to verify that everything we've done was above board. If they hadn't have come, if we'd have come and done everything the same as we are seeing now, you will have flat earthers just instantly dismiss everything. So the fact that they were there to watch everything being done and be able to argue our side against flat earth and saying, we were there for the 24 hours. Not only did we watch the sun go round, we watched Dave's camera tracking the sun around. We were watching Toon dicking around with snow hills and
snow hills. What did Austin call it? Snowballs or something?
I
jokingly call them snow boulders.
Yeah, your snow boulders, and you're walking around with your little notepad.
Where'd it go?
I don't think I didn't get to sign that.
Oh, you need to.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance.
It's under here. Hold on. Just a second, people.
Have a look at the ceiling for a moment. It won't tell you the shape of the ground.
All right. This right here. This was great. This came up because I interviewed Landon Knoll, and he sent me pictures from when he was there, and it included him sitting in the South Pole Library, which has the original Shackleton journals. And this isn't exactly like it. They're bigger, like taller and wider. But I'm like, well, let me get kind of a similar era because I don't want to be putting it in on the phone or the computer when I'm writing things down.
So he wanted to go old school, but he thought a quill and ink was a bit too overboard.
So, all right. So like I got notes. Right.
Don't believe in people. They're not really notes. The lyrics to his new songs.
Yeah. So like here, sunrise and sunset angles. These were in Punta. Obviously, the sun did not set in Antarctica.
Yeah.
And we checked last night for the line of sight to Polaris.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I was struggling to. There was the ground was in the way.
Something was in the way.
Yeah. Speaking of song lyrics, I'm going to put a wild suggestion out there.
Okay.
I think McFlatty should release a song.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
I think he should do opera.
McFlatty opera.
Yeah. Could he do an Enya tribute act?
Oh, that sounds terrible.
I know. That's why he's going to do it.
No. Pretty slim chance of that.
There you go. McFlatty releasing a song, please.
There you go. No.
Dave should do one. I make people cry enough as it is.
I did not put enough of this on.
Not only did you not put enough of that on, you failed basic high school physics with that thing.
Why?
Didn't you?
Oh my goodness. Tell him.
So, question for the class. Sealed container from the ground, put in a plane. What happens to the pressure differential between inside the bottle and outside of the bottle?
Yeah. So
So-
when on the plane, when they told us we're about to go outside,
Yes.
we're putting on our cold weather gear, and I hold it like this because I'm trying to open it. It's
He
hard
wants
to
it-
open. It's just hard to
I'll
open.
just give the picture. Okay.
Okay.
He wanted to apply some sun cream. It got applied a lot quicker than he was expecting,
It's all over.
and it did look like he'd been in an orgy. If it's all right, mine are. Don't have any.
Okay.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning at home. Nobody I know is watching.
All right. So like here's okay. This is a good one. This we took in Punta Arenas, and then it was the pressure gradient test. Yes. So then this we took in Antarctica, right here. So I was not going to put all of this on the computer or on a phone or anything. Right? All this I was able to do with gloves. Well, this is just the math I was doing. So anyway, yeah, right there. This.
This is a Christian channel.
Wait, who said that?
Baby. Anyway, I need to go.
Anyway,
I need to go.
okay.
I need to go look for the moon.
Okay. Can you hold on?
Bert at NASA wants me to go and photograph the moon.
Can you do something for me?
Well, that depends on what it is.
Can you top this off for me? I need more Flurf tears.
Oh, right. You want to? Oh, okay. So that's good. You didn't give me Santos's one.
Nope. None of us used the pee bottle.
No.
Anyway, say bye, Dave.
I'll be back potentially. I'm sure you'll be rambling on.
Okay. Well, that's right. I have.
Oh yeah, and just on relation to this, I was impressed with that thermos sleeve for it.
Yeah.
So I decided I wanted a little memento from the trip to Antarctica.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, I've wound up with several mementos that are going to be featuring in my videos from now on. Toon is modeling one of them. So I think that
It's in the way.
I think the time to debunk has seen its day. I think Alaska Antarctica is the new one. And I decided to have a load of Antarctic ice in the background, although more in the liquid form. So I filled it, had like half water, and then I filled it up with a load of snow from Antarctica. But I had to put it in the check bag, and they have these like thermal. They told us to get these thermal cases for them to stop the water from freezing when we're out and about. So I thought I'll keep it in that just to make sure that if the bottle does break or spill, it's at least contained. I got back to the hotel after a 4-hour flight, the transfer and everything, took it out, and there was still ice in the top of it. I was very impressed. Yeah. Didn't bloody need it because it was just inside keeping Toasty warm in the shed.
Yeah. The shed was plenty warm.
Oh, I had somebody suggest as well that we should rename the area outside, call it the camera garden.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Yeah, I suppose it's better than the battle arena.
The what?
Battle arena.
Battle arena. Yes. All right.
Or the Where Guns arena.
Where are the guns, Nathan? You can leave that
What?
while you're getting that water. Thank you. Oh my goodness. How many people are watching right now? 1,800 of you people. What are you thinking? What are you doing? It was fantastic. We had fun. I'm so glad to have been able to meet Dave in person. He's so fun. And I got a picture of you laying on the ground, taking a picture of the dip compass.
Yes. But
we
I
have-
put a picture of you lying on the ground taking a picture. I wasn't taking a picture of the dip compass. I was taking a picture of you.
Really?
I think so. Oh, were you taking more than one picture of me?
No, you were taking a picture of the dip compass.
I went to take a picture of the dip compass, then you lay on the ground, so I thought that'll be a good documentation.
Oh.
I'll get a picture of you taking a picture of the dip compass. Except you then turned your camera to me, so we just ended up lying on the ground taking pictures of each other.
And what did the dip compass have? Who cares?
I don't know. Magnetic field somewhere down there.
Yeah.
With the sun. Right.
Yeah.
I'm going all over the moon.
All right. Don't forget the camera.
I'm going to leave the camera until I can confirm I can see the moon.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the experiments is moon phases, right? And the moon is pretty low in the sky right now here, and of course it wasn't up in Antarctica at all. So we can see it. We have seen it. Got a couple pictures, but we really want to get a couple more. And Bert Pasquale wants some to be taken at a particular time so that he can take one at the same time. So, all right. Let me see what we got here. We got some viewer activity going here that I need to read off. So, all right. There we go. Okay. Darkstar 4400, who funded this little guy here. Tuna is what the name has been. I tried Flurfinator and then it was Tuna was what. So that was mostly from the documentary guy, John Marindi. So Darkstar says, think of how stupid the average person is and realize half of them are stupider than that. George Carlin, thank you, of course. Rossi says, of course, dearth is a Poe, just like the snake oil peddlers never used their potions as medicine. They just said that it cures everything. And in the tradition of Samuel Rowbottom, who also was a snake oil salesman. Yep. El Guignolo says, where's the guns, Nathan? Monkey Cat Pat says, Toon, did you find the guns? FNLN for 1,000 Hungarian somethings says, Concord guy, I've seen the curve. Witsit, no you haven't. Witsit, I've seen the 24-hour sun. Flurfs, no you haven't. Absolutely. Concord guy, yeah, that's that's the guy that the conspiracy was that night, right? So we went out to dinner with the people going to Antarctica the next day, and ALE is like, we're going to meet together and do this. And so there was 2 people going with us. The lady couldn't be there, but the Concord guy could. His name is JG, and he's bald. And so then the Austin, Jaron, and Lisbeth were outside the hotel here. They did a live stream that night, and they're just walking around, wandering around outside on the little pavilion out here. And in the live chat, their live chat, they were talking about him, and then the conspiracy became that he was Will's bodyguard. So of course we told the guy, he had a great sense of humor, that he's the bodyguard. So he was coming up to them, like our group, every time we're around, and he's like, you need help? And he was pretty good. Bo Falcon has a $10 super chat, which has an emoji sunglasses. Did you find the sun, the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate.
Oh God. Is it raining?
No.
Oh.
It's bleeding clear.
Oh.
It's very clear.
Okay.
It's windy, but it's very clear.
Okay.
The moon is up northeast. Let's say up northeast. Very close to the horizon at the moment. There's just some clouds covering it. But give it sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, should be quite a way up.
Right.
The problem is the reason I needed to be photographing the moon is so Lisbeth's NASA friend,
Bert
was going to photograph the moon as well at the same time to do parallax measuring. But seemingly it's cloudy where he is.
Oh,
I just went to message him. In fact, I just messaged him to let him know. I was going to message him, and he said that the clouds aren't going to let up where he is. And it looks cloudy where he is tomorrow as well.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Well, what did he say? No. He said if there's anybody else up north who can go and get a photo of the moon now, that would be useful. Anyone?
Message him on Discord.
Message me on Discord, or just go and get a camera now, run outside, take a picture.
There you go.
I'll do the same.
That works.
There we go.
In 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes.
You said in 20 minutes it'll be the right spot.
Well, it's, 10, 15 minutes.
Good, yeah.
Whatever. Apparently, Mars is very close to it, which I said to Bert could be quite interesting. Not from a parallax measurement, but if somebody manages to get a photo of the moon and Mars from the northern hemisphere, and I get a photo of the moon and Mars from the southern hemisphere, presumably Mars should be on different sides of the moon.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be an interesting observation.
Everything rotates.
That should be an interesting.
Really discovered.
That should be an interesting observation for a flat earther to explain.
That's even harder, isn't it? For them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already hard, but yeah. Wow. Hey, I see in the chat here, Shady. There he is, right there. Shady. Shifty Eyes Shady. Shifty Eyes Shady, before like a couple months ago, said if there's a 24-hour sun, that he will say that the Earth is a globe.
Don't tell me he won't say the Earth.
I haven't heard yet.
Oh.
I haven't done a live stream since and paid attention. So Shifty,
should we all sit here quietly and wait for him to say the Earth globe?
I think he will.
Okay.
So give us a yes, it's a globe, or no, it's not. Just to give the confirmation. Because it was, first it was Jason. Justin Peters, but what's it? Cracked glass.
It is a cracked glass.
Nice.
I'll not drink from that.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, hold on. Shifty Eyes says you win MC2 in 24-hour sun.
Oh,
that wasn't clear though.
No, you confirm what we've already seen.
All right.
Rather than just saying there's lights on this Christmas tree.
There are lights on the Christmas tree. It's interesting down here. Of course, I don't know. People that live in the United States where it's not cold wouldn't be weird for them, but for me, cold weather and snow goes with Christmas decorations.
Yeah,
right.
It's quite good. They played Christmas music at the camp.
Yeah, and then on the plane, they played Christmas music in Icelandic. Did you catch that?
No, I don't speak Icelandic.
Well, I assumed it was Icelandic. It was in not American, and the kind of dialect of not American that seemed to me to be Icelandic.
Well,
all right. Oh, see, look at that. Look at what Shifty said. 24-hour sun supports the globe model. AE map is effectively dead for me. So,
not actually saying that the Earth is a globe.
He didn't. Hold on. Let me see what his commitment was. I have a screenshot of it.
This is like getting Elio to commit to agreeing to admit he was wrong.
Well, don't go that far yet.
Okay, yeah, fair play.
There might be. All right, let's see. People committing. All right, TFE commitments and Shifty Eyes Shady. I think it's a screenshot. There it is. Will you commit to giving up flat Earth if the sun never sets and does 360 degrees in Antarctica in December? Shifty Eyes Shady says yes.
Okay.
So, Shifty, you have to give up flat Earth. And then here, another one. If I'm wrong and there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I will make a video apology acknowledging I'm wrong. Okay, so that's not as strong as, will you commit to giving up flat Earth if the sun never sets and does 360 degree circles in Antarctica in December? Answer, Yes, I'll put the link in there.
I think it's
That's clear. He's
Yeah.
gonna keep. He will.
okay.
I
You know better than I do, so I'm
do.
Yeah.
I think Shifty's gonna keep that commitment. So
okay.
anyway,
Okay, you said yeah.
there it is. Perfect. Shifty, thank you. Bonus.
Hey,
All right.
that's one converted.
That's one.
The scoreboard.
Well, I don't know. There is on flurf.info a former Flurf page.
Yeah.
So any Peter Markley, if you're here, or Dora, you can, or anybody else can go edit it really and add Shifty to the former Flurfs. There you go.
Yeah.
So
And yeah, you'll be pleased to know, everybody. You know, Toon has agreed to release "Where Are the Guns" T-shirts with a penguin. You need a penguin on there.
Yep,
A penguin,
a gun-bearing penguin.
gun-bearing penguin with "Where Are the Guns."
Yeah,
that was golden.
Bouncing off the mountains
Of Antarctica. At I don't know what time. I'd lost track, but yeah. Well, actually, no. It was north.
It was daytime because the sun was up.
Right.
It's
just to give you
screws with you.
Just to give people a clear idea of how much it screws. Right. There was some people commenting in Will's live stream.
Yeah.
That he'd referenced it as tonight.
Yeah.
Right.
Which live stream?
I got one of the live streams.
Okay.
He made some remark about people commenting that he'd said tonight in Endless Day. When we were out with Scott in the F550,
yeah,
and we're at the Blue Ice runway, and I mentioned to Will that would have been an amazing drone shot to fly it down the runway.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh yeah, shit, we haven't brought the drones." So Will actually asked, was there any, asked Scott, was there any sort of way that they could go back at a later point with the drones? And he said, "I'll bring you down tonight if you want."
Scott said that.
Scott said that. Scott's been there for an entire term. Scott goes there constantly.
Yeah, 13 years.
He's been there 13 years. He's done that. That was the end of his several weeks of doing it, and even he was still referring to things in the whole sort of
tonight,
morning, day, night.
Well, it makes sense because he's gotten into the rhythm of by now.
Yeah.
Right. Where we were just sun's up, it's day.
That's why I wound up. Well, it was a mix of things. I ended up staying at one because I needed to keep an eye on the tracker, and you know, I was the only one mature enough and responsible enough to be trusted with that. You were playing with your snow boulders. I think Jordan.
That was a lot of work.
I think Jordan penises with his shovel was a bit unnecessary. I know. Sorry.
So, Otto, did you know it cost $22,000 to register for that marathon? Yes, we did.
Yeah. That's a hell of a commitment for a place that you can't go to.
That's a marathon, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't even go there.
No.
Everybody that's ever run that marathon must have been faking it.
Get paid 22 grand to get turned away by guns.
Did you ask if they have any jobs available for any Flurfs willing to work there to see the truth for themselves? You know, there's a problem with that.
Okay, you go on.
I'll read it again.
And then I'm going to break some news for you.
Did you ask if they have any jobs available for any Flurfs willing to work there to see if they're the truth for themselves?
So, Lizbeth said to me before, apparently ALE had said that she could apply for a job.
She could.
Well, she's bilingual.
Oh, that helps. There's a crew from China there.
Yeah, she speaks Spanish, and she's helped so bloody much with us.
Oh yeah,
translating everything. So yeah, she actually said before that one of the staff had said that if she was interested in doing a season there, that she could apply for it. So yeah, There you go.
Yeah. They don't mess around. ALE is.
Oh God, no! It's bizarre because loads of because like Austin and Jeremy were saying, oh, it seems strange because I've never heard of them. Like they're a highly specialized company.
Yeah.
That you know the
in one vertical that if they had cared for, they would have discovered existed.
Yeah. If you, the only time you are going to need to know about a company called Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions is if you are doing logistics and expeditions in Antarctica.
You want to do but here's the thing. Every flat earther should know about them.
You would think.
Because every flat earther thinks that certain things about Antarctica that the great grand poobah Eric Dubé Papa Flurf told everybody about, and everybody blindly believed.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. To my knowledge, he's the one that has everybody's belief about Antarctica goes through him. All the flat earthers.
Yeah.
And he said those things about Antarctica without any background, without any evidence, right? He gleaned a lot of that from oh no, it wasn't. He didn't introduce that idea. It's on the Gleason map.
Oh,
so Alexander Gleason, sorry, so if you don't know, Eric Dubé, his 200 proofs video is just an expansion of William Carpenter's 100 proofs book, which was written right around the time of Gleason, right? So flat earthers were like exchanging ideas back then. And Gleason says on the map that 80 degrees south never gets light. Ever.
Uh-huh.
Ever. Never, ever.
Which is bizarre. I don't know where we were.
So, anyway, this is the thing that's very important. Dubé is the YouTube flat earther that brought that idea to flat Earth. And he said it without a single bit of evidence. And it is such an absolutely ingrained part of their belief system that even though multiple flat earthers said on video, we saw the sun, they're still fighting. They're like, it's all CGI.
I told you. Bereavement.
What?
It's bereavement.
Bereavement, yes. It's one of the stages of guilt, of grief.
No, so the analogy that I put it with, because I know like Austin and Jaren and Lisbeth were all saying that they were getting a lot of backlash from their respective sides. Lisbeth was actually, I think it was possibly a mixture of tiredness as well, but she was getting quite emotional about it. That all these people who, you know, she was going representing were then turning around questioning her honesty.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of had to point out to her, I said, I think we had 3 days in Chile where they were live streaming, but they were watching the sun rise south, east, looping around to the north and setting southwest.
And we have the south facing lake waterfront here.
Yeah. We're looking south, right? All the bedroom windows are looking south, and the sun rose in the window and set in the window. So I think,
and at night, you could see the brightness moving across the horizon.
You could literally see the glow of twilight moving from where the sun had set, popping up where the sun had risen. So there was no doubt it was over that way.
They stood there every night, and they're like, they knew it was coming.
I was going to say, that's the thing. They'd watched it loop around like that. So before we even left Antarctica, I think they were already sort of going through that process of things aren't adding up. Then get to Antarctica, they're there in the moment. They're watching the sun. You know, sun's way high up in the sky, and it ain't dropping. So you don't need to wait for it to go right the way around to the south. You can see that it's barely halfway, you know, it's not halfway down by the time it's 90 degrees. So I think it's like the grief process. If you imagine that someone's ill and you can see them declining, and you can kind of have that small period of time to start to process it all before it actually happens, so that when it happens, it doesn't hit you as hard. Mm-hmm. Whereas, you know, kind of really the first thing that people really knew a lot of people really knew back home was, live stream goes up and there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Bang! It's like getting a phone call out of the blue, and it hits people a lot harder. So I think there was a lot of like initial immediate backlash from people. I think a lot of them are sort of coming around to it and actually realizing that that is a thing now. It happened. It's been confirmed. You have other flat earthers who are desperately clutching at straws.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful.
We are loving.
Oh yeah.
Don't tell too much.
I won't. Let's just say that the excuses that are coming out so far are not unexpected. I think that's a fair description.
We've been around.
We know how this works.
We're familiar with the jet-powered GoPro. So, Penguin is asking, did the florists who came with you guys actually admit they were wrong, or what happened with them? So, yeah, they all said, yeah.
All three of them.
Where they were,
sorry, four
the sun does circle.
Yes.
They admitted that they were wrong about that.
All four of them openly accepted that the sun, it's kind of difficult not to in that situation.
Yeah.
You're on a live stream with the sun glaring over your head, and it's a kind of like, we've been here for more than 24 hours now. Where is any photos or videos without the sun in the sky? So, they couldn't really not accept that it happened. But again, I think there's a kind of process element to it. They're not just going to go and say, oh, there's a 24-hour sun. Well, that's it then. Their responses
think through things.
Their responses seem to be more a case of, okay, now we have that data. It's been confirmed. There's no more speculation. It's not it's CGI excuse that we can't actually verify. They've all been there. They've all seen it. They all know. We weren't the only ones at the camp. Obviously, the staff were there constantly. We were all there, but there was people who were going off on other expeditions. So the Union Glacier camp is basically like the staging facility for for all of ALE's expeditions. Because of that blue ice runway, that's the only place that they can land the 757, the passenger plane, or the Aleutian cargo plane for that matter. So, and the mountains offer shelter for the camp so that the weather stays pretty mild there. So they use the other planes like the Twin Otters and the DC-3s to ferry people off to the South Pole and to, in fact, the woman Lizzie, we were at dinner with tonight, was on our flight on the way out. Will had been talking to her in Union Glacier on the flight and at Union Glacier before, and she'd actually flown with us to Union Glacier, then got flown out to the South Pole to see
on a Twin Otter
to see a friend for a day or two, then flown back to Union Glacier to then get the flight back with us. So that's kind of there's people that are not actually not just going to Union Glacier, but they're going to the South Pole as well. Yeah. There's people who were trekking there and back again. So all of that is just sort of extra data that they've kind of got to go away and process and try and work out, can they come up with something that fits that?
This was really interesting because another part of this blind faith belief that flat earthers have is that they think that nobody's ever gone straight across Antarctica, right? For some reason, they think if you go and then you get to the South Pole and then you take a turn, any turn at all, it invalidates it. It's ridiculous because if you look at the distances that the flat Earth map requires, it's too much.
Just checking, sorry everyone. Is anyone sort of northern hemisphere-ish available to go and photograph the moon?
We'll watch here.
While Toon puts his lipstick on.
It's chapstick. We made it. Made it with my daughter.
I didn't make it.
You're not my daughter.
Well, I'm glad about that.
So is she.
If my dad's 13 years old, I've got questions.
Yeah.
No moon too cloudy. Please follow.
We got a yes. We got a yes from Douglas Wills. We got the Disabled Gamer. We got Scott Wolf.
Excellent.
Ginger Wolf.
Okay. So
there it is.
Right.
It's 146 right here.
146. Okay. I have 146 on mine as well. Should we say what? 150? Is 4 minutes long enough for people to go and get a camera and go and get outside?
Let's give them more. Say two.
Two on the dot.
So 14 minutes from now.
Okay.
13 minutes from now.
30 minutes from now. 2 on the nose, people. Up 2 on the nose here, whatever time it is with you. 30 minutes, yeah. Okay.
It doesn't matter where you live. Everybody, if you can, if there's
because I mean, I'm not there. Yeah, that was
And where do you want them sent?
Send them to
PhD Tony at Australia.com.
I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. I can't remember what
you can't remember your
I'll do no. I've made one for the sunspots. I'll just get it sent to the same ones.
Okay,
but I can't remember. Right. Right. DPM pics dash sunspots at.
It's Shift 2 on this keyboard. Got it.
Yahoo.com. Okay. 2 on the nose, and then send the photos to them.
Any instructions?
Any instructions? So Bert's request was a shot zoomed in as much as you can, a shot zoomed out a bit, and one overexposed if you can to try and get the stars clear to be able to view parallax. If you can't, don't worry, get a picture, because apparently Mars is meant to be close to the moon. So even if we can just get the moon and Mars together in a photo.
The other part, the part that I have is
oh, there you go. Okay, great. So Bert's actually watching the stream. Hi, Bert. So he's asked, post the images to TFE's observation page.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. So Bert's actually got a link already to the TFE observation page.
Bert's been working with Will on that.
Yeah, Will's been doing so much, but I can't keep track of everything. So completely ignore what I've just said about send them to me. Send them to the TFE observation page.
Yeah, the-final-experiment.com, and then there's a
wow.
Holy cow!
Yeah, you might want to.
Oh, do you drink beer?
No, but it's okay.
I'm gonna have to.
Well, I think you had enough before.
Is it? But can it have beer that's in the form of something more distilled than beer?
Yeah, I suppose so. Okay.
There we go.
Hang on, how distilled?
I don't know.
Not like been through your liver and out the other side, because
not Jocko Bester, would you pronounce that Jocko?
I'd say Jocko.
Okay. Some beer money for you too. Great job. Photographed the moon on the 14th, flying from Bahrain to Hong Kong. Can send it if you're interested. Only had a Galaxy S23 Plus.
I don't think we really got much on the 14th.
Where's the guns, Nathan? Shirts and mugs, please. All right. Yeah, on the 14th we were a little busy going to where the sun doesn't set.
Yeah, I think that's why they pulled it out early. Don't.
The whole time there, Jared was pretty funny.
It was.
Jared, all right, so I guess tomorrow we're going to have to spend that.
Yeah.
Do you know how far that will go here?
That's like, what, 20 billion?
It's cheap. Food is cheaper.
There's a pretty simple way, I think, of converting US dollars to Chilean dollars.
Yes. Now, give us the Nathan Oakley version.
Yeah, you Oakley it, don't you?
It's a factor of 1,000.
It is.
Do I have
which scared
I have a $1 bill.
Yeah, which scared the shit out of Toon before when he thought he'd have to pay $1 million for his dinner.
This is a $1 bill. This is worth $1 US.
Yeah.
So you can see through it.
Just are there any guns on there?
Here, hold on. I'm gonna put this in front of Dave right there.
Hang on. Wait. Hold it. Just you stay still. You stay still.
I don't know if it's gonna work.
It's not super. You need to go closer. No, it's too big.
Farther is what you're.
Farther, yes, farther. I'm not calling you that.
Everything's backwards.
Ooh. Yeah.
Got it. All right.
Anyway, you distracted me. 8 minutes.
All right. Yeah, so the stars give for parallax.
You what?
I don't know. You give instruction.
Yes, so I think Bert asked for a zoomed in shot, a more zoomed out shot, and then an overexposed shot to get clear views of the stars for measuring the parallax, if possible. But like I said, even if you're kind of not tech savvy enough to get that, just even if you dot it around wherever, I think thinking about it, photos of if you can see Mars with the moon, photos of that would be amazing.
Because the rotation then is going to be different. So don't turn your phone, right?
No.
Do it this way.
In fact, if you've got any buildings around you, try and include them in the frame to make it obvious that you've not twisted the camera.
Yeah.
If you can get some sort of a landscape in the foreground.
One of the things that we saw in the photos is the sunspots. One of the things we're looking for, I wanted to see because of reflections, would be it'd be mirrored. Don't tell them whether or not it was mirrored.
Okay. I won't.
They won't be able to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. I can neither confirm nor deny that the sun was flipped. And I have to say, I was inundated. I think we were all inundated with sunspot photos.
Yes.
And again,
that was super good.
Oh, yeah, that was incredible. And I can say
angular size of the sun is going to be one of the things I'm going to look at.
Angular size is going to be difficult to. Oh,
because I asked to get camera and lens detail.
Okay, but you forget
what?
Manufacturing tolerances. There's always variations.
Really?
Oh yeah. I can have.
I will just give it to Ruhif and he'll do it all.
I have had before where I have had lenses that are advertised as being the same focal length.
Yeah.
And yet they're not.
Mm.
You get variations in copies as well. You get slight differences between them. So that could make things tricky.
Mm. Okay.
Only a bit, but tricky.
Well, here's the only a bit part. For Punta Arenas, at local solar noon, I took a photograph of at local solar noon. And of course, the sun was 1/2 of a degree. And I did the computation for when the sun is 6 hours later. So 1/4 of the way around the dirt pizza, right? 0.14 degrees in angular width.
Oh,
so,
okay. Hang on. Sorry, I just noticed Bert's giving me more instructions. He said, perfect. Take images with a level horizon.
There you go. Cool.
So wide enough shot.
That was this.
That you could.
Yeah. Not like that.
No, level horizon.
Yeah. Don't have any of that.
Not flat level.
Beer money yet.
Not flat level.
All right. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Off you pop.
Okay. I don't need 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's friggin' windy outside.
Everybody else, off you pop.
Yeah, if it's not blowing a bleeding gale, you're okay.
Venus and Jupiter are up.
Ooh.
Now, how would people know if Venus and Jupiter were supposed to be up?
I don't know.
The flat Earth?
Yeah, it's probably it's probably a globe.
There is no flat Earth ephemeris.
It's probably a globe prediction that's been transformed from a flat Earth, but amazingly they can't
put flat Earth measurement angles.
Yeah, it's incredible that they say that the AE map is just a projection of a globe, and the globe is a projection of the real flat Earth, and we can reverse an AE map to a globe, but nobody can reverse the globe to what the hell we're actually supposed to have.
What's Bert saying now?
Optical engineer says, yes, effective focal length can be off by a few %, but can look up actual size and calibrate. So, I don't know. Take whatever. More the merrier. Better to get more and not need it.
Yeah.
A minute. But yeah, that'll be super interesting to get the...
Round Thinker, did you ask Dave about matter for thought? about narrating a video for him and integrals?
Yeah, I mean, quite potentially.
I mean, you'll reduce your normal 4,000 pound rate to 2,000.
Oh, you start at 8 and knock it down to 4.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Jesus. Were you not listening in the NASA staff meeting? They put it on the bloody bulletin board.
I fell asleep.
I
had been up for so long.
Is that because Bill Nye threw it in the bin, didn't he?
Always Bill's fault.
He wasn't happy with his $2.50 an hour and a cabbage.
That's more than he needs.
Right. Okay. We'll get it. I'm slowly working my way up to this. Psyching myself up.
Is it that cold?
It's just windy.
It's super windy here today.
Well, it's that windy. It knocked my freaking camera over.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, I can still fit filters on it.
Oh, you hit?
Yeah. It took some persuasion.
This morning, right?
It took some persuasion. Yes. So I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. Yes. So I was taking some photos, actually some video footage today of a little demonstration that I feel is going to be very relevant for some of the eventual excuses for a 24-hour sun that haven't been made mainstream yet, but you know, just preempted. But yes, it was that windy. I needed a camera filming me doing what I was doing, and I set it up, and then the wind flew it over face first, bang. So it chipped it cracked the filter thread.
Just little threads.
Only a little thread. It didn't knock it off. It's just bent it slightly. So it took a little bit of persuasion, but I managed to get the filter on. So
that's good.
It's not the end of the world just yet. Right, 1:58. I'm going now.
All right.
2 minutes, people. 2 minutes.
Round, what was your opinion of the video of the calculations of the radius of the Earth? You didn't leave any comment there. I didn't watch it. It's been all go. It's still all go. So I haven't watched it yet. And I don't. Which one were we even talking about? Yes, Brenda. So I have a list. Hold on. I have a list. I'm ahead of you. What are you thinking about? This is if there's a major article that's not on this page, then let me know about it. And if you haven't seen any of the major articles covering it, you can see it on that page right there. So, all right. Let me go here. I'm going to jump back to a while ago. We got Radium Soup says goalpost moving companies are making bank today. Of course they are. Lisa says there and back again. A Toon's Tale. All right. We got Fulcrum is a member at Einstein. Thank you very much. That's exciting. Rick says the triumph of Toon. Tell you, it all started with Will. We have Greg Edmonds has been a member for 13 months, says lucky 13. Darkstar 4400 says welcome back tonight, and that's definitely, it's weird. I'm a night owl. I like staying up late, but if you're a night owl, you cannot go to bed when the sun is up. So, like, I can't go to sleep yet. The sun's up. But I'm like, the clock says I should go to sleep because in this many hours, I got stuff I'm doing. Nope. It was tough. Left-handed Jack says the Fellowship of the Curve. I like that. That's pretty good. Tesla Radio says, looks like you got some good sun there. I did. Yesterday, I was sunburnt. Today, I'm tan. Tomorrow, I'll be pasty white. That's how it goes. Brenda creates linked. Wow, very generous. Brenda, yeah, the U.S. sun as a photo of Jaron and a whole article there. And that one I already had. He's on the phone.
Wendy.
He's back.
Wendy. I said cloud maker off in punter.
Really? Oh, she's
fucking useless.
The NASA cloud makers just
never let the intern do the job. There's the moon. There it is. Sorry, Perth.
Parallax.
The 4 seasons in one day decided that it was going to go from absolutely clear skies to rain.
Yesterday during the day, the weather was pretty bad here.
Yeah.
And then we're walking back and we look up and go, there's stars.
Yeah.
And it was clear for hours. Oh, sorry. Because I set up the P1000 to take a star trail. It goes for 150 minutes and then I went to bed.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
I'm assuming is anyone who's watching, like, not Northern Hemisphere who's gone and taken a photo, or are they just assuming I'm the only one in the South?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe somebody else
In the South?
happened to jump out?
Hey, if you're in the South, go down.
Yeah.
Get a picture of the moon.
And Mars. Okay. What time is it?
It's
2 o'clock.
2. Yeah.
2 o'clock. I'm not doing another all
The
night.
sun's down.
I know.
You can. You have permission.
That is why they took us out of Antarctica early.
You never would have slept.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was because they knew the sun was about to set and they didn't want the flirts getting the false hopes.
Jaron kept joking.
He did.
Like, we're there. We're
actually,
well, no, we're here.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, I still figure it out.
Yeah, we got to
Cancel.
here. Yeah, we got to here, and we're like, we've actually made it. We're actually all here. We're like, you know, at the start, like kind of at that last hurdle. And he was like, still might get cancelled. I think it'll still get cancelled. And then we're at the airport. He's like, yeah, still might get cancelled. And then we arrive at the camp, and he's like, yeah, it still might get cancelled. So when the sun went around for 24 hours, I'm like, don't worry, Jared, the trip might still get cancelled.
Today,
Yeah.
we're back. We're done. He goes,
Trip might still get
"Still
cancelled. He should have that as a t-shirt. I think still might get cancelled and actually work on multiple levels. I might suggest that to him.
There you go. Oh my goodness. It's raining in Connecticut, says Chris Kelling. See that? Connecticut?
Connecticut.
Yeah. That's when you get like you get scratches from a cat,
And you
right? And then you're like, oh well, I just better connect them. And so
Yeah.
you get,
I've
you
got-
get another like,
I've got 4, might as well
Yeah. connect them up.
Ah,
All right. All right, here we go. Look at this. We got, so I was talking about that. And then Brenda right here, the link to
another
this. No, this is the same one, thesun.com.
oh yes.
Davis Gentry says, I appreciate all your hard work. Will Dave be making his raw images from your time lapse available to the community?
Indeed. So might as well just tell them what the plan is,
Yeah.
so they're all clear. So agreement is with everybody is any footage or images or data in general that we each individually will have the priority to make that public first. After that, we'll then pool everything together and make it available, both sides together. We'll put everything together, make it available for all. So, you know, like this was kind of what we were saying to Jaren and Lisbeth and Austin, who were sort of flapping about their stuff not working. And we're like, the important thing is that you're here. We've got all the stuff. The important thing is that you were here to verify that it's above board. So you're going to get a copy of it all anyway, to do with what you want. The raw files, because most people don't have the ability to open raw files, especially Sony ones. So I've said I'll put the raw files online in whatever online storage we use, and I will also then include JPEG versions of them. So the JPEGs people can use, but obviously if they distrust me, like most of the flat earth community do, they've got the raw files to confuse me.
Yeah, and that goes with the been around for a while. Because if you give them a JPEG, they're like, oh, it's lossy compression. I can see the print. Like they don't even know what JPEG is.
No.
Right? So I guess I should. When you take it, JPEG compresses it by throwing away some data and making kind of rectangles and Like enough of the pixels in this rectangle are the same color. We're just going to make one rectangle.
And it's also kind of like the depth that a camera can see in terms of highlights and shadows is really quite extreme.
Yeah.
More than is displayed on the image. So quite often, if you have an image that is, say, a dark room with a bright window, and so
the room's just black.
Either the room looks black or the window looks white or a bit of both. With a RAW, you can pull those highlights back. You can bring up the shadows and bring up a lot of the detail from both. But with a JPEG, in order to save space, it basically goes, what information is not actually visible in this image at face value. Let's get rid of it because it's pointless. So, but then by that, it means pretty much there's no device that has a screen that really can't accept JPEG, whereas RAW requires specific codecs for it that most people can't have. So I figured I would just... Oh, okay. Bert asks, he says, if you will, encourage everyone to look at the TFE observations page anyway. See instructions at the bottom to record sun and moon sky positions. Users can enter their sun and moon sky position observations daily, and we will soon render the collective vectors on a globe and an AE map. The worldwide observations may then continue indefinitely.
There we go. I'll paste the link. There you go. Go there.
Oh,
and
did say you could talk more about the plan, but I don't know if we want
to.
If you want to or not, or
no, I'm
just happy with the.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's great, Bert. Thanks for that. Yeah, just go and take lots of pictures, people. Send them all to Bert. He can do some magic with it. He can make flat earthers cry as much as we have. I especially like the like I was saying before. I especially like the Oakley Hall because you see there was some strategy to it. Now, granted, yeah, it was sort of my suggestion that we interact with Oakley's stream. I was the one that sort of noticed he was live, and I said to Will, we should
be.
Oh yeah, I came and said to you. I think
Will was asleep.
No, I don't think he was at the time. I think he was sat up at the time.
Okay.
And then you were going to call him and he lay down on the floor. But either which way. So yeah, I'd spotted Oakley was live. And I went and informed Toon about it. Now, this was a plan that in fact, it wasn't even a secret plan. I basically highlighted it in the first TFE video that I did when I said I was accepting the trip to Antarctica. I think it was that one that I suggested this. Yeah, I encouraged Toon to interact with Oakley's stream.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I was slightly surprised at the extent that he went with it, slightly overzealous from what I envisaged. But the crucial thing for me is I was filming it. So obviously Toon said he was going to call in to the Discord. We knew Oakley wasn't going to miss the opportunity to interact. Couldn't avoid it.
Yeah.
So I wanted it on camera because crucially, that gives a clear anchor point for time and date that we were in Antarctica. He's walking around Antarctica, yelling at the top of his voice. That wasn't planned, but just interacting with Oakley directly on a stream that Oakley is only doing in December. So we can't be in the north 6 months earlier because how would we know what Oakley's stream is going to be? I mean, granted, we could have probably taken an educated guess because he says the same things on repeat, but we didn't know how he was going to respond.
The best part though, because Will, if you didn't know, Will had his live stream and he left on his background. He has a green screen that he uses. So he left on the chroma key. And so anything on screen that's green, that's that right color of green, will get the background, the TFE background logo. Well, most things aren't that color. Well, except for John's coat had that right here.
Yeah. In fact, I took a picture because I was photographing everyone at the time, and I got a picture of him in front of the laptop doing the talk. So I'll pull that up and
okay. So the fact that this happened, that you could see that on John's green coat, proves that we were not using a green screen, because if we were using a green screen that to generate the background, then rather than seeing the TFE logo on his coat, you would see the background on his coat, you know, the horizon, the sky, the snow or whatever. That's not what you saw. Well, anyway, the Flatties, it confuses them too much. Oakley was reviewing that video because Oakley wanted it to be fake, and he wanted to just find it to be fake.
There we are. So that is Jonathan at the laptop during the stream. There he is with Will. And you can see, obviously, the patch is kind of a teal green, not a big black TFE logo. Carry on. Oh, I'll carry on. I don't know, you were busy.
I'll be busy.
Oh, you'd be busy. Okay, so yes. So where were you up to?
I don't know.
I wasn't listening. Yes. So,
what am I here for?
like, see that?
I don't know.
Where did I put what I was talking about?
Where's me glasses? Where's me glasses?
Okay. Focus, for frick's sake. So Will left the chroma key on. So when Jonathan came in front of the camera, which Will actually nearly forgot about, I think because Jonathan was there filming, Will pretty much forgot about him. Like,
Jonathan's a member of the crew.
he is.
Right? He's one of us.
Yeah, he is.
But
And,
he's filming everything.
He's on the flat side, but he's there filming everything. And half the time, because it's that bright and he needs to be able to see the back screen on the camera.
Yes.
He's got a big coat, like basically over his head and wrapped around.
So you can't see a screen.
No, it's just this black. It's just
we're trying to read our screens. And we're like,
it's just this black outline and this one like glass eye. It's like a cyclops just wandering around the camp. So he kind of does just blend in to the background. So Will was sort of did the live stream and then was introducing all of us. And obviously in between every introduction, in between each person coming up, he'd come back on and introduce the next person. So after whoever it was, Austin went last. Austin went, and then after Jaren and Lisbeth, and then Will kind of went carrying, like, kind of just went charging on. And we're like, he's not covered Jonathan. So Toon, actually, when you see the 360, the full 360, when we finally get it done, you'll see like us kind of beckoning Jonathan right pretty much in front of the other side of the laptop podium like this, trying to remind Will, you've not had Jonathan on. So he nearly didn't even get on in the first place. Then when he went on, again, unbeknownst to us, because it just went like a normal stream, and then suddenly, boom, the whole space explodes because his green patch has obviously chroma keyed out with Will's background, and the first went crying CGI.
So Nathan was watching that video.
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to this, but I think he probably was giddy with anticipation that he was able to show that he thought it was all faked. And then I joined the Discord. I didn't say a word.
So I was filming you at that point. But I suddenly realized I'm just in close and we're inside so that I can see the screen and everything nice and clearly. And then I'm like, back out a little bit just so it's not just a phone, we can see Toon. And then I'm like, we're just in a porta cabin. We could be anywhere. So I was like, I need to go outside and sort of make it clear we're in Antarctica. So I thought I'll just go out, kind of show around the scenery a bit and then come back in. Except I went out and did a sort of a 180. And as I'm turning back around and went to go back in, Toon comes walking out. So I'm like, oh, okay. So we'll and then, let's just say all hell broke loose. But the crucial bit for me, like I say, the crucial bit is that for that to be fake, Oakley would have to be on side with us and Jaren and Whitsitt, and he hates all of us. So he's either on our side and it's all a conspiracy, or we were actually there in amongst the various cameras of the camera garden and the question that we're all asking, echoing off the hills. I know your next song.
Oh,
Yeah.
seems like somebody wants Caleb to join us.
Oh, goody.
Oh, that's precious.
I think.
Yeah.
The hills are alive with the sound of. It's like the version of Sound of Music you'd never thought you'd see.
All right. Caleb from TikTok is trying to join. Oh, my goodness.
Goody.
Do you want to hear the most evil slurf?
I'm sleep deprived and feeling like shit already.
What? Well, what could make you feel worse?
I don't know.
Talking to Caleb. Well, if Caleb can figure out my email address, nobody tell him. But if he can figure out my email address,
I'll give you a clue.
Yeah.
It's MC2, now 24-hour Antarctica sun. .globe.
something like that.
Yeah.
If he can figure it out and it shows up in my inbox here.
If that's not your email, it needs to be. You need to update it.
If what?
If that is not your email address, you need to update it to
Yeah.
MC2 at Antarctica 24-hour sun.globe.
Yeah. All right. Well, have Caleb send me an email and I'll send him a link to the StreamYard session here. If this is not Caleb, Rusty. Should we have Rusty on instead? Rusty's not here, man. You got some video, Rusty?
I'm trying to find something of Rusty.
Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
All right. All right. No email from Caleb yet. I'll keep watching. It's on my screen. I can see you if he ever does email me.
Okay, here we go. There we go. I know it's hard to work out which end is which. There you go, everyone. There's Rusty. I know. I question if he's really a dog sometimes.
He's showing stuff off.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't care. He's not scared of balls.
There's an Oakley joke in there somewhere.
Well, if he wants to get teabagged by Rusty, I'll be happy to let him know.
Jarski says, aware of Glyphs on Ice Blu-ray being sold by Dr. Alonzo, who won the Flat Earth Challenges using everyone's footage from TFB, debunk his coefficient. Well, Dr. Alonzo is not a doctor, of course, but he, I don't quite understand his exact position because he's obviously lying. Like he's made up this whole fantasy.
Should we have another one?
That's a better.
There we go. Just to prove it's on a one-off. That is like,
go.
for some
Look
reason,
at
he
it.
does seem to prefer to sleep on his back.
Look at the doggo. There's dogs running around Punta. There's a lot of dogs.
Oh,
running,
there are.
but they warned us don't pet them.
And for everyone, because I do have a lot of people questioning and mentioning, like, Rusty seems to know my sign-off. He does. To the point that quite often, like, pretty typically, he'll be flat out until I reach the end. And I don't know why. It's like I don't even hit the exact end. It's just I hit that roundup bit, and he just senses it and goes for and kind of perks up. But when I'm editing the videos afterwards, if I'm editing a video, because where the red share is with camera, my editing computer is kind of just to the side of it. So that is Rusty's chair. If I go upstairs to the studio, he's in there with me, and he is straight onto that chair. Like he's bounding up the stairs ahead of me, in and on the chair.
So if you're gonna sit, you gotta shove him to the side a little bit to get onto it.
Oh yeah. So he kind of knows.
Okay.
Mainly when my ass is about to land on his head, he kind of shuffles over. But
my dog's not that smart.
He will be asleep, flaked out like that, and I'll be editing. So obviously he can just hear me talking. The moment the playback gets to my sign off,
Yeah.
he will jump up and he will be tail wagging, paws on the edge of on the chair, like waiting for petting.
Oh,
He just knows.
it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't get Alonso's thing because he's
I get Alonso's things. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it looks like a duck, then it must be a penguin. That's pretty much what he's doing.
penguin.
Yeah, as in everything he's got points to it being a globe.
Oh,
So
yeah.
obviously it's got to be flat.
Yeah.
Because
So yeah, it's that Will was showing us what Alonso was sending for each of these. It's like, oh, look at this. What is this? Right. And Will's in about the math. And I look at him like, that's just garbage.
Hang
That's
on.
not actually math.
hang on, I can pretty much summarize kind of Alonso's tactic. So here we go.
That's a good one. No.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. So
Okay.
so here's Alonso's
All
tactic.
right. Yeah.
Right. So don't worry, everyone. You
Yeah.
chat amongst yourselves. We'll be right
Okay.
back. Where did I put it? There
Yeah,
it is.
there.
Okay. So what he does is he does that, and then he does that, and then he does that.
It's a good one there.
Yeah. And get off the shit. There we go. And then he goes.
Oh. That's it.
There you go. That's pretty much what he does, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Alonso is he's not gonna make much money on it. And there's all of 4 flirts that follow him. But anyway, XIIIM, what is that in English? That's Roman numeral. Says has a super chat, but no message. First one even. Thank you. Bill Tetley for $5 says, get some sleep, you two. Both of you look like ragged, frozen hell warmed over.
Well, we love you too, Bill.
Yeah.
You just lie down now and go on the floor, go to sleep on the floor now. Then we'll just leave the stream running.
That's good.
All right.
Icy Spin says, did Jaron find the entry to Antarctic tunnel?
Actually, no. I don't think we should lie on the floor. I think we
You
should.
ready?
I think we should run the interest.
That's it.
Oh, hello.
What? What are you doing here?
Where's everybody else?
I don't know.
Well, we're live.
We're
stream.
doing a live
Hang on.
What you
Whoa. There was a very important question here.
Okay.
I'm not even going to ask Jonathan, and he's going to tell me a number.
Okay.
6,000.
How'd that 6?
6,000.
No. It was on 40 something before.
Oh,
Fuck's sake.
I thought you were saying circumference. 70,000.
There we go. He's been updating his TikTok feed because one of his
Oh.
posts has been going viral. The mountain. We were telling him about the mountains before, weren't we?
72,000.
There we go.
I only have
Yeah.
now 300 followers. Only 100.
Yeah. So the mountains out from the entrance of the camp, past the Union Glacier sign, way off in the distance. Jonathan put a post on his TikTok account asking people to guess how far the mountains were away. A little video up, and it's seemingly gone viral because it's now on 70,000 views. But bless him, he was.
Bless me. All
Bless him.
dinner, it was just going up. and up and
Scroll, refresh. Oh, it's going up.
up. And
Oh, it's going up.
I want something to believe in.
What's your handle now?
Well, one guy, on TikTok.
Oh, what? No, what's your YouTube?
In
one?
case you don't know,
Oh, my YouTube is Green Screen Miranda.
Yes.
this is the one with the green screen on its
Family videos, though.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
Get some real stuff on there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe tonight.
Hold on.
He was walking around the last day with his phone held vertical and recording things, so it's for TikTok.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Got about
"What
30
are you
of
doing?"
them.
Like, you did?
Yeah. I was like saying like welcome to Antarctica on every video and then just walk around. Like I showed off the toilets. You can't poop and pee in the same toilet, which I don't get, but I mean I do get it. But like the pee's gonna get frozen and the poop's gonna get
It's actually not frozen.
oh, it's not frozen.
I think they put it. Yeah, they put.
McFlatty tried some. It's definitely not frozen. He'd have tried the other stuff as well, but he didn't have a bib.
That's probably in an upcoming McFlatty video.
Others were too.
No, it's just us.
Oh.
We're just right. I stayed up to get photos of the moon, and then the clouds decided to ruin that. So we're just
Oh, you didn't get them.
no. So we just started talking bollocks, which is pretty standard to be fair.
Bollocks is a British term for
Yeah,
whatever you need.
roommate here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've been hearing it was British the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, I've lost count of how many accents I've heard from you.
Could you imagine if we were in the room with Will going to bed like at the end of the day? And then I have like 2 hours of footage downloaded. I'm like, would make sense. 2 of us are just like having coffee. Wait till they get 70,000 views on a video. You're gonna love it.
Coffee. You want some coffee? I'm getting coffee.
I brought my bloody yes, I do. I brought my bloody laptop down to do some editing alongside you, and it's not even come out of the bag.
I just got done here.
Yeah. So anyway, everyone, yes, this is Jonathan. He's the flat Earth filmmaker who tried to uproot the entire project by starting his own conspiracy. He's
I'm just still looking for something to believe in with flat Earth, but the ideas they're given are very. I get it. Doesn't feel like we're moving. Constellations still line up with the magnetic sites, but otherwise, like the sun circumventing. We filmed the sun with like 8 cameras, full rolls, time lapses, everything from Punta Arenas, Chile to Antarctica
and back again.
and back again. It was like, that's a hard one.
Yeah. And he is working on some merchandise, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna make merchandise.
Yes.
for Green
He
Screamer and
wants
my
a black
shirt.
TFE as like square that you
It's
can,
either gonna be a patch that we're just gonna put on here,
that you
or
can
it's
just
gonna
stick
be a
on any
full
clothes you
shirt.
want.
It's gonna pay for me to go back to Antarctica one day with the family because I gotta go back.
Yeah, the my Insta360 camera that I was using, it had like little plastic covers over it, little fisheye dome covers, and I dropped the thing. It was on the tripod. Oh, you've got
certificate of authenticity.
yes. So
My passport.
I broke one of the covers. The bag tipped over and it landed face first on one of the covers and put a crack in it. So I couldn't use it. I took it off. I threw it away. Jonathan found it and decided he was keeping it as a memento that he was going to try and sell.
I'm gonna give it away. It'll be like part of a.
Because it's shaped like the dome, and he wants me to sign a certificate of authenticity to confirm that it was actually my busted lens guard.
Freaking historic. I gotta get one of Will's. He'd never give it up.
Oh shit! I forgot to ask for sugar. That's shock.
Oh, you ended it?
Oh, look at that. Nathan Thompson. You know Nathan Thompson?
No.
You're lucky. Sent me an email. Or so was it a stage or what? Nobody's buying that crap. The videos are hilarious.
It would be a stage. We had cars there. We flew away from there. We filmed it.
Define it. I mean, it was technically a stage if you count it being several thousand miles wide.
Well, I've definitely heard people say the entire world's a stage.
Play your part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how big of a stage would it have to be considering the green screen stream test that we did?
Although I did see one guy comparing your mount, the equatorial mount, saying there's no way that it's filming the sun, and he shows the video from the 360X, and it lines up pretty good. He's like, "There's no way this is filming the sun," but you've got all the shots of it. It wasn't the point at the end.
I was going to say it's strange that it wasn't filming the sun, and yet when it swung around in line with the sun and the Insta360, it's pointing right at it.
No, I think it's talking about after your mount.
Oh, after the battery's
Battery
mount.
No,
Yeah.
that was at the end of the.
No, yeah, that was the end of it. So is he struggling with perspective? That,
Yeah,
something
but it lined up to me. I just was watching.
Wait.
and I was like, "Doesn't make sense."
Struggling with perspective?
I know.
Who would think?
Someone tried to say, and maybe you can answer this. He was saying, how is the sun in front of the blue sky?
What?
Yeah, I was like, that's never heard of that one. I'm a flat earther. Like, how?
The
Is that
sun in front of the blue sky.
It's everywhere you go. There's the sun, the blue sky, for the most part.
Like he's wondering why is the sky blue?
He was arguing, why where we were. I don't know what he was arguing. He was like, no sun in front of the blue sky. I'm doing an accent just because I've spent so much time around Dave and it's fun. No sun in the blue sky. And then
Yeah, because I totally sound like that.
What kind of accent is he trying to do?
I have no bleeding idea.
I don't have any idea either, but I'm looking for something to believe in.
What accent do you speak?
Michael Caine.
Mine's kind of a mix of
Your pinky wasn't up.
Yes, you're right. It's not. And I'm not having tea. And crumpet. Not having the afternoon scones here. No clotted cream. Ew.
Very posh.
Ew, misses.
Good job, Governor.
No.
Excuse me. No. Etiquette, right? You need a pinch.
Pinch.
It's a pinch. You don't break. It's a pinch and the finger up.
I'm gonna need some more. It's colder here than it was in Antarctica.
Yeah, I know.
How's this?
The water,
Close enough.
It is
Wrong
it is-
finger.
strangely colder.
Yeah, it is cold here. Well, yeah, we're not.
At least tonight walking to dinner it was cold.
Although that
We're not
will
wearing as
probably,
much clothes.
I was going to say, one, we weren't wearing as much clothes, and two, at the camp we were sheltered by mountains, and here we've got the sea.
That's a good point. I always had those long johns underneath everything. Whereas here I'm just wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's like freezing.
Yeah, it was 2 trouser layers for and for everything, which puts
But 14 degrees with no wind wasn't. That's when we got there. That wasn't that
Yeah.
bad.
No way.
Wasn't that bad.
Oh, all right. What's your YouTube channel? Says CLL. Cool.
Mine.
Cool.
Yeah, right now it's Lair TV, LAIR TV, green screen Mirandy. I just changed it. I don't know if it updated. Go
Yes.
easy. It's got a family.
It's okay. Bringing Jonathan in reminds me of something I was going to address with you before.
Okay.
The photo, nipples on ice, I call it, wasn't really Will's idea. It was an expansion of his idea.
Yeah, that's right. I have the original. Do you want to see the original nipples on
Yes.
ice?
So we get to the camp.
Oh yeah.
We get to the camp, and they've got the main. They call the fran, which is the cafeteria
Does it
tent.
Stand for something?
I don't know. Okay. Food readily available now. Because they did have food all the time. Like I was in there at 4 a.m. and it was
If the sun was up,
Yeah.
there was food there.
That's probably the most iconic photo I've ever been in. Between the plane,
Yeah.
the ice wall,
and yours
shirtless,
truly composed it.
and it,
So
yeah.
next to the entrance for that tent, there's like we found the ice wall, didn't we?
Yes.
We found the ice wall. They made this wall out of ice blocks, like an igloo.
Yeah.
And then they had some chairs parked up outside. So Jonathan decides to sit down and he puts his feet up on a block of ice, and then he decides he's going to take his top off and he wanted a photo. So he gave me his camera and he was like, "Can you get some photos of me?" So, and that's just the best one. He took quite a few.
Yeah, you got like 9 of them.
Yeah, so he did that, shirt off and take some pictures. And Will was like, "My God, you're not cold." I'm like, "No." So when we then come around to doing the group shot a short while later, Will was like, "Oh, we should do tops off again then."
It wasn't that bad. It was a good shot.
Oh, it was.
Well, I think 4 of us had shirts, me, you, Austin, and Will.
Yeah.
And we staggered every other person.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to hear one of the dumbest flat earthers ever? He's
Oh.
actually
Dumber
sent
than me.
Oh, God.
So for some reason, Caleb wants to join. All right.
Another coffee.
Now you're going to need more than a coffee.
You're going to need more.
You're going to need more than a coffee for Caleb. He's a piece of crap. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to crap for comparing you to Caleb. You're way better.
Oh, God. Do me a favor.
All right.
Do me a favor. Wake me up when he explains the 24 hours, son. I'll be Rennie in it in the corner.
He'll be. You'll never wake up.
Then I'll wake up and realize I've lost something and go back to sleep.
All right. It's not Zoom, it's StreamYard. All right.
Oh, I see spin. I see spin managed to get the moon.
Oh, good. All right. So Caleb's going to come in and he's going to give the explanation for how the sun does circles around.
I'm open to it.
How many words in before he says heliosexuals?
Within the 10.
10? All right, let's count them in.
There's a table behind you. Coffee.
All right. The link has been sent. So this is it's cool. We just got back from Antarctica, and now we're gonna talk to Caleb.
So go, Caleb. Give me some back. And I need to hold
So all right. So here for reference, you need the Papa Flurf lineage
For Earth.
So Papa Flurf is the Flurf that taught a Flurf how to Flurf. Okay, so you've got Caleb's Papa Flurf is Austin. Have you met Austin?
Whitsett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caleb's Papa Flurf is Austin. Austin's Papa Flurf is Nathan Thompson.
Oh, okay.
Who'd emailed me just a little bit ago.
I'm sorry, you seem to be mistaking me with someone who gives a shit.
Yeah, okay. Nathan Thompson's Papa Flurf is I don't know, but they all funnel back to Eric Dubé. And then I believe that Eric Dubé's Papa Flurf is Mark Braun. Unconfirmed. Anyway, so here Caleb is joining us. There we go.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
All right, we can hear you, Caleb.
Hey, I really appreciate you guys bringing me on. I didn't want to spam. I you guys totally could have not accepted me. That would have been fine. So I really appreciate you guys bringing me onto this platform. It's cool to talk to you, David. I've never exchanged with you before. And also Whitsett is not my Papa Flurf. Me and Whitsett are not friends. So.
Well, nice to meet you too, Caleb. Sorry for the digs. I'm very sleep deprived.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't go around. I mean, I know we have hard feelings between each other because of the difference in the cosmological views that we have. But I wouldn't go and poison the well and call you guys dumb or try to be outright mean unless there was a good reason to do so. So, but anyway, I just wanted to preface and start the conversation by saying I appreciate you guys bringing me up here and letting me ask a couple questions. I'm actually not. My goal to get up here was not to be confrontational or expend your guys' energy heavily. I don't want to debate or anything. I actually wanted to come up, and it's fine if you want to ask me some questions. I'll answer questions, but I wanted to come up and publicly state that any flat earther that is saying that this was faked, this was in a studio, you guys did not go down there, that is dumb. I will, as a flat earther, say anybody saying that kind of stuff, as of now, I don't agree with it. But I do have some questions that I would really appreciate if I could just ask real quick. Nothing too, I'm not trying to do a gotcha or anything. There's just some questions that I can't explain. And a lot of people on TikTok are having questions. And it's leading a lot of the flat earth community to say you guys didn't go down there and all this garbage. So I just want to, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Okay.
Yeah. And just before you kick off, Caleb, I just want to say big respect to you for coming on and backing us up on that one. Yeah. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting.
It's just not logical, right? I mean, even though we view cosmology and God's creation differently in the form of geometry, it's wrong to say that you guys weren't down there. It's just, it's not. I don't agree with it. So I just want to try to clear it up if we can, so I can help other flat earthers stop this narrative, because I think it makes our community look really dumb.
Oh, it certainly does. Yeah.
Yeah. Shoot. Whatever questions you've got.
Cool. So there's a Flat Earth Banjo. Have you guys watched Flat Earth Banjo's video?
Oh, I have indeed. Do you mean the one with the sun shining off the side of the camera?
Yeah, but not specifically that. About that, I don't know how to explain that. I'd actually love to hear what you guys would say to explain that. I don't really fully understand his argument with that, so I'm not really going at it in that direction. In a portion of the video, when you guys did the time lapse of the 24-hour sun, between 3 frames, there's a huge shift in the shadow of the light, about a foot or two shift, and it shifts from one frame, it shifts, and then it shifts back in the next frame. That's causing a lot of questions for a lot of people. Do you guys have an explanation for that? Did you guys take extra lighting? Are you aware of people making that argument?
Okay, so not specifically the shadow jumps per se, but I've seen people pointing out there appears to be slight distortions in the sun at certain points. So let me clear up the first point about Flat Earth Banjo and the sun shining on the side of the camera, okay? So I've not got the mount with me, but basically the camera was pivoting around like that, following the sun the whole time, okay?
Right? Yeah. I'm gonna stay on mute. I am at work because my radio's popping off. So keep going. I'm listening.
All right. Yeah, I'll carry on. So the whole time from the moment I started, I was trying to first off, I was trying to calibrate the alignment on the mount properly to get it tracking the sun accurately. I got it pretty close, but not perfectly, which is why I wound up having to stay awake for the whole time, because every now and again, the sun was sort of slowly drifting up in the frame. So every now and again, I just have to go along and sort of tilt the camera down a fraction, like very small amounts, but it's just such a telephoto lens.
So are you saying, Dave, are you saying you were physically having to manipulate it to aim at higher altitudes to get a different angle of incidence?
No, I was aiming to keep the sun in the frame for a whole circuit round.
Yeah, with the actual tripod does that, right? By rotating.
So yes, so the equatorial mount that I had, it doesn't know, it's not like a Altaz mount or a tracker mount. It doesn't know where it is on the Earth. So I have to set it up. I have to tell it, I have to point it perfectly north or south, depending on which hemisphere I'm in. I have to angle it to match the latitude. And then normally, if I was doing this at on a night, like at home back in the north, I would have to align it correctly in relation to Polaris to match the celestial axis of rotation.
Totally.
If I don't have it aligned, it doesn't track properly. Obviously, I couldn't see the South Celestial Pole because it was broad daylight. So I was having I was having to just go basically trial and error, and I got it pretty close to the point there was a minor drift. If I'd left it for a full 24 hours, the camera plane was slightly off from the sun, so the sun probably would have dropped out of frame and then come back later. And then obviously you've got the whole, oh well, you couldn't see the sun, therefore whole thing invalidated. So every now and again, I just had to go along.
So if you don't mind, I am I here? Am I lagging out? Can you guys?
No, you.
Okay. If I can just move you guys, I get that. So no problem with that argument. I get that because I do have a telescope. I understand equatorial modes. I know that we need to align with Polaris to be able to get to the other constellation. I definitely understand all that argument.
Okay, that's right. I didn't realize you knew EQ mounts. Right. Well, in that case, it's dead simple. Flat Earth Banjo's argument is that the camera was tracking around, and if the camera was pointing at the sunlight should be hitting the very front. There should be nothing skirting off the sides, but towards the end of the time lapse, it does. All that happened is the batteries on the EQ mount died. That was it.
Wow. Okay, that totally. I agree with you guys. And just so you know, I want you two to know, I have texted Banjo. I love his stuff, whatever. He's a flat earther. We're friends. But I've let him know I don't agree with him. With the stuff he's pushing, it needs to stop. We need to figure this out. We need to ask you guys genuine questions and get genuine answers, because I don't want our community to look dumb. As you know, we already look dumb to you guys. We don't need to make it worse by just denying that you guys were down there and all this nonsense. I think you guys went there. From what I can tell, it looks like you guys went there. It's pretty convincing.
Okay.
So specifically, yes or no, have you guys seen the shadow argument from the tripod, the shifting from frame to frame? Have you guys seen it or no?
Well, the shifting from frame to frame?
What, a jump in the frame? In the tripod.
So let me I can tell you guys don't quite follow what I'm trying to get across. So there's a really specific portion of one of the live streams. It was specifically the time lapse of you guys kind of coming in, moving here and there. At one portion of it spanning and following the sun, the tripod, the actual shadow and the angle that the shadow is cast changes between 3 frames, all next to each other, 3 frames. It moves about a foot left. And then in the next frame, it shifts again all the way back right. That's the only thing that I've seen that's like really questionable. But I'm wondering if you guys have an answer so that I can start delineating that answer to other flat earthers, so we stop saying you guys were in a studio.
Okay, I've not seen that particular argument. I'm not, like I said, the only thing that I've seen is people pointing out that there's a slight distortion in the sun. I don't know specifically the shadow one. I'd have to have a look into it, but there's a few potential possibilities. One, depending on where it is. So the 360 was shot with an Insta360. So it's 2 basically fisheye domes. I don't think it's that one. That's not the tripod one. It's 2 fisheye lenses pointing 180 degrees to each other. And then
could I say something while McToon's trying to find the clip? McToon, it's a specific portion where there's 2 tripods sitting next to each other in frame.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's Jonathan looking for it, but it's okay. So depending on where it is in relation, where the crossover point between the two lenses is, you can get a stitching error. at close distances. So like the kind of distance where the shadow of the tripod is, you can get a bit of a glitch.
Oh, wow. Very interesting.
I don't know. Okay.
I think that's it.
No, that's you.
Yeah.
That's
this
not
is
Not
me.
that one. It's not that one. No. Who has it? Somebody has it posted on TikTok. I wish I could. If anybody knows in chat, that's a Flurf that posted the clip. Please start sharing it so McToon can pull it up. But that makes sense. So, how many frames per second does the Live 360 shoot in?
So that's the other thing is I shot that time lapse at a 2-second interval. So one photo taken every 2 seconds. The Insta was running for about 25 hours. So the full time lapse, the full 360 time lapse where you can spin around is 25 minutes long.
Okay, so your immediate reaction to thinking about it would be that the 2-minute shutter, the 2-second shutter speed could have caused this. And I don't understand the argument that there can be distortions at close distances. I don't get why that would happen, because I do photography. I have a 1700 DSLR. I used to take professional photography of like families and portraits as senior photos. So I get photography. I don't understand that argument. Why would it distort the shadow so close proximity to the lens?
So what happens is when you look at an Insta360, if you look at the raw picture that comes out of it, it's like a circular fisheye lens. So you've got 100. In fact, you've got more than
two.
It's two, but each one is more than 180 degrees. If it was only 180 degrees, you'd have a gap the width of the camera running all the way along. So both of them look further around than halfway.
Can you try to restate that more simply for me to understand? I'm just going to be fully honest. I didn't quite follow it.
No worries. Toon, can I borrow the back of your notepad or a piece of paper? It's easier. It's easier to doodle it. Okay.
And again, guys, while he's writing this, I want to say, even though we've had our disagreements in the past, I really appreciate y'all, having the fortitude to bring me up here and let me ask some questions real quick. I appreciate the time we are spending in the conversation we're having here.
Okay, so Caleb, are you familiar with the Insta360 camera?
Very vaguely, not totally.
Okay.
I'm more familiar with DSLRs and lenses and stuff.
Imagine that is looking top down on the camera. So the rectangle's the camera body, and these are the fisheye lenses looking out either side. Got it?
Yep, fair enough.
Okay. If they only looked 180 degrees, you'd wind up with a gap in the middle where the cameras didn't see anything.
Yep.
Right. So what they do is instead they shoot wider than 180 degrees. So you wind up with an overlap.
Okay, I'm following.
And then when it stitches, so yeah, every frame you wind up with this overlap, and then it stitches them all together. The problem is where you are close in, the software doesn't always get the stitch perfectly accurate, which can cause a glitch. So that is one potential. I'm just speculating.
So, yeah, I get you. So why would it do that with the stuff that's close to the camera, but not the stuff that's far? Why wasn't there a shift at farther distances?
Because at closer distances, you have a very small overlap, whereas at longer distances, you have a much bigger overlap. So the software has a better idea of what it's trying to stitch together.
Wow. Okay. I can kind of, that is, I didn't think you guys would, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't want to assume that you guys wouldn't have an explanation for that. That's the only problem that I've seen that I'm like, man, I can't explain that either. But now with that information, that makes sense. I want to look more into it. So if you have any data on that I can better understand it,
So there's another potential, because that would only apply if it was actually in the crossover point, but I don't know where it is. The other possibility is like I said, the full time lapse was 25 minutes. The time lapse that I posted was only 48 seconds. I didn't want to post several gig with the Starlink. Trying to upload it off Union Glacier, because I posted it while I was in Antarctica. I didn't want to upload a massive file.
I'm obviously questioning. Do you plan on uploading the full 25 minutes now that you're home?
Yes.
Okay, I'd love to watch that in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. So I know, and we all know, everyone's dead eager to see everything. But we also have to appreciate that we're human. We're on the go. Everything's crazy. So I wanted to put the time lapse up quickly so that people could actually see the 24-hour time lapse. But one, a 25-minute video. And a full 360 view, huge file to one, render, and two, then upload.
So your argument would be possibly the compression that you did on that video could have also caused an artifact.
it was sped up 32 times. And
Okay.
it was
Yep. Totally understand that.
So
hold on, just Caleb, let him finish.
So yes, I put the short one in, but I will be uploading the full 11K 360. You can look in any direction you like, and it will be 25 minutes long, so 1 minute per hour. You will have a clear view of everyone wandering around, much clearer than what you saw in that one, where it's literally people pop up for a frame and then they're gone again. This will be like you'll see them sort of moving around. You'll be able to see the live stream the live streams that we were doing. You'll be able to look wherever you like and see.
So in addition, Will
has got the same 2 cameras, not filming time lapse, actually filming straight video, 30 frames a second. He has 24 hours of non-stop footage that is about 1 terabyte per camera. So he'll be uploading, at 24 hours. Well, it won't be 24 hours because YouTube limits you to 12, but it'll be probably double speed to fit within YouTube's limit, but it'll be 12 hours.
And importantly, one camera is like this, so the stitch is on this plane, and the other camera is like this, so the stitch is on this plane. So the 2 cameras are stitched in non-overlapping planes.
They won't be together though. So he's only uploading from one of the cameras. He can't stitch the 2 cameras together because
they'll be independent videos.
Yeah. So basically, if there's a glitch appears in one spot,
you can look at the other the video from the other one, where rather than being on the edge where it's stitching, it'll be right in the middle of the camera where there's no stitching, and then you can compare those 2 side by side.
Super cool. Yeah, that would be super useful for me to try to help you guys, like, and help validate that you guys went there, because that is my ultimate goal here. I don't want people go.
We don't need it.
Yeah, sorry, Caleb. I was just going to say. So, long answer is we've got, frankly, a fuck ton of stuff to. A fuck ton. It's a technical term. You'll get it.
Yeah.
We've got a load of data to process. Obviously, photos, videos galore that we're going to upload, but there is a hell of a lot to go through. Like the solar time lapse ones, we've got a hell of a lot of work to try and piece all that together. Just to make a time lapse of what we saw in Antarctica, much less then cross-reference it with everything from everywhere else. So I appreciate, flat Earth community, and from our side as well, want to see all the footage. But I think the flat earthers are more eager because they want to find fault with it. It is all coming, but please appreciate that we've got a lot of traveling ahead of us now. We're coming up to the holidays, so it's going to be a few weeks at least before it's all out. So I would say, just obviously you acknowledge that we were there. You're going on the notion that we were there and it happened. Please just take it that for now that is what happened, and work on, as a community, your side, work on trying to come up with explanations for how a 24-hour sun could work on a flat Earth, rather than assuming that something's sus with us. And kind of just spend that time now working as a community. And I'm not saying this to you, I'm just sort of obviously passing it on to everyone that it is all coming. So rather than jumping the gun now and, like you say, making yourself look foolish, that everyone's jumping to conclusions that, there's a minor glitch, therefore it must be false, even though everything we wouldn't have taken. I think I've seen some people get the idea that we basically flew everyone to Antarctica to film a 50-second time lapse and then come home again. We didn't put all those cameras up for no good reason.
There were 10 tripods there.
Yeah, it's all there. There's so much stuff that we are, like I said, we are trying to work through. So yeah, just any flat earthers listening, take it as, for now, go with it happened.
I mean,
don't stop giving Jaron, Austin, and Lisbeth
four flat earthers that were there. This guy right here included.
Stop giving them shit as the shills and stuff, because it like say it makes you look foolish that you're instantly turning on your own people. And just come together and work on explanations for how could it be possible on a flat Earth. Far more productive.
So, do you mind if I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So I want to take I totally 100% agree with you guys. Everyone going around, even though I do not like Austin Whitsitt anymore at all, I do not agree. I'm not friends with him, even though I don't like him. It is really bad that people are just calling him shills and just throwing him and Jaron under the bus. You know, I don't like it, even though I don't. It's same as like when McToon was being labeled horrible things. I stood up for McToon publicly. I said, this is wrong. You know, we shouldn't be doing this kind of stuff. So I want to take a tangent and.
Sorry, Caleb. I'll be sure to pass on your regards to Austin as well. That you're backing him up, not that you hate him.
Yeah,
but we'll let them know because I think they are kind of feeling it a little bit that they are being ostracized for just speaking the truth.
Yeah.
On with no real evidence to the contrary. But sorry, go on, Caleb. Oh, he's muted. Is he? Oh, he's in work, isn't he?
Yeah, he's at work.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's just ridiculous that flat earthers have been saying for years, Antarctica, 24 hours on Antarctica. Okay, well, do you want to go to Antarctica? No. Somebody else go to Antarctica. Well, you didn't see that.
That's my wife. She got home safely. Everybody.
Oh, good.
My
is the Highlander knackered?
Yeah. Where did the
car broke down or something?
Yeah, the car broke down, and so I've been texting her during the street. She
Nope.
listened. She listened to like an
Sorry,
hour.
Caleb, are you there? Nope, he's mute. Nope, unmuted. I don't know. You can't decide.
Yeah.
But
Well,
anyway.
yeah, he's at work. I get it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm mindful if he was halfway through a point and I kind of cut him off. Oh, hang on. Someone just jump back to the chat there.
Right, hold on.
I think, did somebody just say his stream had to restart
Where'd
this?
he
Oh,
go?
no, it's all right. I saw Jack saying something about a restart and I thought he was referring to
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
Anyway,
He's-
right. Well, whenever he's free, he can jump back in and carry on. What was he? I missed what he was to jump onto. Did you catch it?
I'm not quite certain.
Okay.
Here. This one here, we should read this one here right here.
Why
We
do you
got
fall
from
out with Austin?
Tim Reddy,
Thank you.
and it's in non-American units, so you can read it.
But it's not in British either.
But it's not American.
But it's not English.
I'm American. Look,
I don't care if you're
I'm
I don't
not,
care.
I'm not a geocentrist.
I don't care.
Americans are all Americentrists.
I don't care if you're American or not.
Anyway, for that many non-American units.
Tim Ridey for 60 euros.
My nose.
Yes, euros. Thank you. Seeing you, Cole Oakley, was amazing. Bye, Dave, and yourself a few pints. Well, thank you very much. But Tune's probably, Jonathan probably, Jonathan.
You take more of mine than I can.
Yeah, I think poor Jonathan's had quite the experience of being dropped in at the deep end with all of us lot.
Yeah,
I think that was quite the experience.
he was a trooper.
It was quite the experience on the first night. We
What'd
was all in La Luna.
What'd you think?
First time I met Mike, he had a camera on him, and I said hi. He just looked at me.
Yeah, he
Nice.
did. Yeah, he
It's like
did.
he had a Batman shirt, and I was gonna be like, "Cool shirt."
He-
I said hi on the plane. You're like, "Oh yeah, we got on." And then that was it. I was like, "Oh god, this is gonna be tough."
What?
Yeah, he did kind of think.
That was in the airport.
I don't know. He did kind of think that you were a bit cold to him. I said,
You're
oh,
cold to
no,
me.
yeah, that you were a bit sort of, I don't know.
Everyone was cold to me.
Oh,
But it was like he wasn't sure if you were a cool guy or not. I'm like, you've seen McFlatty.
well, that was in Santiago.
yeah.
Oh,
You guys went through a lot.
I said you've
Dude,
seen
that was-
McFlatty, haven't
that's-
you? The guy's not fucking
that
fighting you.
sucked.
White
Yeah.
Santiago.
Going through. Oh, and I was sitting down there. I was like shoulder up against the side of the plane
Yeah,
with the Chinese lady next to me playing Sudoku,
yeah.
right? And
We played
I'm
solitaire.
I'm like here in this little seat, and I'm like, I should get out my laptop. Not enough room, not doing that. And then I
But when
hear
we got off the plane. I was with Will.
yeah.
It was like in first class or something.
So it's all right. I think,
Not too far.
well, he wasn't. There was no first class. He was just.
Yeah, he was further up than us.
I intentionally picked as far back
Right.
on the window as possible.
I have to say thanks to Icy Spin because he sent me, I think it's, he sent me two. She has live stream hacked full video. Can't say the truth. Maybe it's that one because I don't want to listen to Flat Earth Banjo.
Banjo is crazy.
That's the same. Well, that's the clip. I mean, that's the time.
Stream so you can see. Where are we
They're
at?
comparing the tripods in the way that you walk from right frame to left frame on the wide angle lens, and your shadow distorts, which makes sense.
Oh,
It's
no,
a
that's greater
2-second
sapiens. I was going to
time-lapse.
say.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
When you
yeah,
look
all
at a
right.
second, that's like
Well,
a few
it's 2
minutes.
seconds between frames,
Between frames.
sped up from 25 minutes to 48 seconds. How long was the final?
I don't know. IC Spin's just updated me. So he sent me 2 links. Flat Earth Banjos and then another one. So I
Yeah.
thought it was the first one.
No.
No, that's Great Sapien. So no, I've got to listen to Flat Earth bloody
Oh,
Banjo.
No, I'm sorry.
You're really not, are you?
Banjo's just a joke. It's like a joke bottled up in a person.
Light source coming from yes. Light source coming from the east. Well done. You can see, like you can literally see the things tracking around with the sun. Then the camera stops and the time lapse carries on.
Banjo doesn't see those kinds of things.
No,
Poor Banjo.
no. There's light in this.
I'm pretty sure I have a video of you guys going up to that and addressing it when it happened.
No, it was great because he's really going to look like a moron when I do.
You think Banjo's going to notice that he looks like a moron?
No, I just said he's really going to look like a moron. No, I said he's going to look like a moron. I never
time
said
he
he's going to
talks.
realize that he looks
He
like
won't
one.
realize. No, he won't realize.
Because the moment I do that 360 camera centered on the mount, you will see the camera spin, and then
stop.
just stop while the sun
So
carries on.
This is the thing, that these 360 cameras are really cool because it takes all the way around. But then you can say, face this direction the whole time. And it'll render a view facing one direction that's in a rectangular thing. You can post that on YouTube or whatever.
Oh,
Or follow this object, which is what he did, follow the sun.
okay. Well, good news is Banjo didn't do anything about the shadows. He's only seemingly talked about the shadow, the light on the side of the camera. And I managed to ascertain all of that without putting the volume on the phone. So I didn't have to listen to it.
Bonus.
So I'll let you off IC. It's fine. But no, I'm not sure what Caleb's was referring to because I've seen some mention that on part way round as it gets to the south, the sun sort of looks like it goes from a circle and then sort of stretches slightly and then goes back. But from memory, I set the camera up. I set the 360 up on that with the stitch running on that line because I wanted the 360 pointing square to the tracker mount.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't really that arsed about the sun per se. You can't film the 24-hour sun without having a stitch line somewhere.
Yeah.
I was always going to have a stitch line, hence why Will needed 2 cameras. So I figured I might as well have the stitch line completely away from the tracker mount because that was the main one for me. I wanted the time lapse to back up the because the solar photos are literally just black, and
the sun.
and a sun,
Yeah.
So there's no reference markers to say, there's no clouds or anything to say that they're in sequence. They're just a string of pictures. So I wanted the time lapse there to give a sort of more clearer view that it was actually tracking it.
Okay, so just for reference here, there's 2 seconds between each frame. How long was the full length rendered time lapse?
Like 25 minutes.
25 minutes, okay.
25 something from memory.
And then you shortened that to how long?
So I sped it up like 32 times, I think it was sped up to. So it dropped it to 48 seconds.
48 seconds. Okay.
The math, the figures might be slightly off there.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, I'll and so so obviously it has to drop a lot of frames.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to get, you can't, so every 25 minutes is every single frame done 30 frames a second.
Yeah.
Then you shorten it down to 48 seconds.
Yeah.
You sped it up how many times?
So if you 32 times.
Okay,
it's
one out of every 32 frames shows up.
yeah, which makes, that's
That's a lot of missing data.
I was going to say, like that pales flat-side into insignificance in terms of dropping rates. I mean, granted, it wasn't me that picked which frames; it was the software that just dropped them. So, but it was one of those that I wanted just a short, quick track of the sun, snappy, watchable, and one that was actually centered on the sun the whole time around.
So
just to get the news out there.
The 360 is pretty cool. And,
Oh, yeah.
and all this stuff. So I was working with, I have a 24-hour 24-hour video. His is a time lapse. Mine is a video, 24 hours. It's 960 gigabytes. I set it up today. It took me 2 hours just to work on it, to say, start here, follow this a couple times, got it, render.
Yeah.
And then it got to 36% and I had to leave.
Well, I rendered.
It took like 8 hours.
Oh yeah, I rendered the because I published the flight, the 360 flight from Santiago, from Punta Arenas to Uni Glacier, which was a 4-hour flight.
All right, hold on a second. All right, I'm not going to show you, but here's our house. This is from our house. There's my kid's truck.
Yeah,
and right, but look at that. This is the driveway. This is the not driveway. It's on the grass in the front yard of the hill. So the Highlander's on a flatbed down the hill, right on the downhill part of it, connected to my. I don't think that's going to work there.
No. Anyway, yes,
he'll get it. He'll get it figured out.
So the one that I published today was the 4-hour time lapse.
He's backstage, he says.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys, sorry I'm at work. I lost connection. Really unfortunate. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's fine. Where were we? Sorry, Caleb, I interrupted you.
I was about to take a tangent. Because I'm actually I like your guys' explanation, and I'll totally wait for you guys to produce more of the time lapses and get that out before I jump to any conclusion. So very cool. I'm very satisfied with that. I want to just ask a couple questions, and then I'll drop out and I'll leave you guys be. And if you guys want my explanation for the 24-hour sun, I know you guys are tired and stuff. I don't want to start debating and lose it here. That's not my goal. That was not my intention of joining. But if you do want me to debate me on what I think of the 24-hour sun, I would love to accept a debate with either of you, and I would try to keep it emotionally stable as well as cordial. So if you guys want to have that conversation, I'd love to have that conversation publicly. I think a lot would benefit. Everyone would benefit. Globe Earth and Flat Earth would benefit from us debating. So,
okay, fair enough. I mean, I think it's probably a bit too soon to just jump straight to debates for it.
Yeah,
I imagine
after New Year.
Yeah,
probably.
Chaos and so. But just, I mean, out of curiosity, sort of, could you give us a brief of sort of brief idea?
Yeah. Right now, the model that I'm most subscribing to is a mix between Shane St. Pierre, what he has been posting. I really like Shane. I don't like who he hangs out with. I'm not a fan of Alan and all these other clowns, in my opinion, and Whitsitt. I don't like them.
Yeah, that's fine, but his model you're sticking with.
I'm not sticking with. I like it. I like it a mix of his and Joseph Hainvey's small scale model that he's done.
Okay, so I've not really, so just so I'm clear on it, what is the explanation with their models as to why the sun was south of us on the edge of Antarctica?
Yeah, so in the model that I'm looking at, the firmament being like dome-like structured essentially would concentrate the light in a type of reflection. Once it got to the point where it's actually not being actually seen, it would act as a reflection on the firmament going the opposite direction, similar to what we would say is happening with the southern pole star in the north. I would say it's a parabolic reflection based on the refractive index of the firmament, and it's actually casting that image down in a counter, Arctic, Antarctic. I think that it's casting it opposite. So the same way that a similar phenomena physically, as far as the refractive index of the firmament causing the southern pole to be cast down, and it's obviously going to be distorted based on the parabolic reflection. A similar phenomena is happening with the 24-hour sun, in my opinion. But I agree. I need more data. Let's give it till like after New Year, and I'd love to come back and have the conversation in a 2v2 or something with you guys.
Okay, so just because I'm sorry, but I lost a bit there. Just sort of, if I'm summarizing it, basically, I think because I'm sort of seeing some mention of a Joe Hanvey model. So essentially, it's kind of like a reflection from the sun's on the opposite side essentially of the flat Earth, and what we were seeing from the south when when the sun was in the north, we were actually seeing the sun, and as it circled around to the south, what we're then seeing is a reflection while it's on the opposite side. Am I reading you right with that?
Yeah,
one?
you're reading it right. And the argument would be with the time lapse in the visible light spectrum that you guys captured the 24-hour sun in, when it compressed and it widened out, that's exactly what you'll see in Joseph Hainvey's model. So that's kind of where I'm leading. But again, I might be misrepresenting it. I might not be using the correct terminology to correctly represent our model. So I don't want to say anything definitively, but I don't want to leave you guys with, oh, you know, I'll tell you when we debate, or, you know, I'm going to give you something at least.
I appreciate that, Caleb. But certainly, I'd say that's certainly something for us to dwell on a little bit, isn't it? And, you know, see what, you know, obviously, you know, we'll have to sort of process that a little bit as well.
Yeah. Do you mind if I take a tangent and just ask you guys just a couple quick questions about the observations, and then I'm going to drop out of here. And I want to quickly shout out Dip, just buy the effing dip on TikTok. We're always on his live all the time. So if you guys want to come and talk to us there, you can find me, Nathan Thompson, Angels of Light, a lot of the big flat earthers over on TikTok, and you could come delineate with us if you guys choose. You know, your time's very valuable, I'm sure, and you guys are very tired. But if you want to come talk to a couple flurfs and banter a little bit, we try to keep it calm. We won't attack you, just like I'm coming here trying to be cordial and trying to actually like validate that you guys went there. We need to have a conversation. So I'm trying to come to you guys with a nice demeanor.
No, that's fair, Caleb. But yeah, like I say, I mean, at the moment, priorities is just we start the travel home tomorrow. Then we've got the obviously, of course, Christmas holidays and stuff, and then we've got all this to update and back. You know, kind
we've all got several terabytes of data,
and some, and you know, we've already had like you know, everybody wants to sort of.
Of course. I'm sure everybody's trying to get a hold of you guys. You guys are big people.
So I think what's probably best is if there's no point debating or no point even discussing really until all the information's out.
Yeah.
I think, you know, so let us sort of, you know, we'll work through.
So that leads me into where I was trying to take a tangent. So let's just take that tangent real quick. I'll leave you guys alone. I know you guys are tired and everything. I'm totally aware of that. So did we make any observations in a 24-hour period with a solar filter?
Yes, so the camera that you saw on the red mount, the one that Banjo was picking up on, that had the solar filter on. So that was the point of it, was looking for sunspots. So I've got from start to finish, from the first few test shots that I took to the last ones before the camera mount died and the sun drifted out of frame. I think I took something like 25 hours worth of photos. There was probably like the first portion of that was me trying to align things so that it wasn't taking constantly. But we're talking triple digits of photos that I've got. As you can imagine, lot to process. We had people who are emailing us. We'd ask people if while we're in Antarctica, that period, because we didn't know at the time what the weather was going to be like. We just knew the period we were going to be there. So we didn't know when we were going to be able to shoot. We just asked people, photograph what you can and send it through to there's various points that it's going to. So we've all received a load of emails of similar like solar photography images from.
I haven't looked at any.
I've seen a few, I mean, my inbox is just, my inbox is through. I've been all over the place. So we've not had time to properly, all I've looked at from the pictures that came off my camera is I literally just looked like one or two just to make sure that it was focused. I basically looked at like the first one and the last one just to make sure that they were in focus. I've not done any more than that. You
took some pictures of the screen of your camera with your phone.
Yeah, because I couldn't see the screen. I literally couldn't see the screen.
It's impossible to see screens out there.
Yeah, because you can't take the glasses off and you can't really...
Even if you take the glasses off, the sun is so bright, it washes out everything. Yeah,
it was that bright. Jonathan basically had like a big jacket that he threw over himself and wrapped around to completely shield himself so that he could see the screen. So yeah, I've not really had a chance to properly look at it. And what I'm intending on doing, because there's that many photos, it's going to be boring for people to watch. So what I want to do is make a time lapse of it. But because the sun is sort of drifting around the frame as well, it's going to look a bit disorientating. So Toon is going to write some software that will automatically sort of align the images from each frame and hopefully put the time and date exif from the file, that data on the screen, so you can see exactly when. I don't know. We'll work out the time zone, probably GMT, when the photo was taken, so that we can then correlate it with everybody else's as well. So yes, there is solar photos, but it's a complicated process. So we
very cool. Very cool. That's awesome. I appreciate that you guys did that. I was worried that wasn't made, those observations. Sorry if I sound a little cold. I'm standing outside to make sure I keep connection with you guys here, and I don't plan on staying on much longer. One more question. I know that there was a drone that was flown at pretty high altitudes making actually, two questions real quick, and then I'll jump off. Sorry, guys. I know a drone was used to go to high altitude to make observations. Was a balloon launched or anything?
No, we didn't have a balloon. The drone.
Well, actually, when we were at Punta Arenas.
Oh yeah, some random person launched a balloon in Punta, but
no, there's probably a weather.
Oh yeah, there was a weather balloon launched in Punta, but no. So the drone was. Jonathan took a drone because he wanted. He did it more. You did it for the scenery stuff, didn't you? You wanted it more for that kind of B-roll capture rather than.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could see beyond the mountains. We got a mile-high clearance.
Yeah. Although you didn't actually know about the mile-high clearance until we were in Punta, because Will didn't work it out.
Yeah,
either.
We worked it out here, and then we got it by the time we got there, and then we had to.
So okay. Will had wanted a drone from the outset. He'd asked me if I was taking a drone. I said I've not flown drones properly, and I've got that much on. I wouldn't trust myself. So.
Okay,
yeah, so
fair.
It was really more from. There was drone footage that we took. It was quite limited in the high altitude stuff, because where the camp was, where the main Union Glacier camp was, there's the runway next to it, and then there's the skiway, and then there's our halfway camp where we were. Whenever they wanted to fly a drone high, they had to get clearance from Union Glacier camp to make sure there was no planes due in. Because obviously there was the potential that then, if one of their flights was coming in from somewhere else and they crashed into a drone, we'd kind of be in a bit of trouble. So they didn't really go high that often, did you?
We got two opportunities. We tried to go back to the ice scoop or the ice fall, but Will crashed his drone.
Yeah.
It was super windy, and then I tried to get mine up. And
so there was some high altitude footage, but it's
addressed it.
Fair enough. Very cool. Two more quick. Sorry.
I'll tell you about balloons quick. You can't just go anywhere because you don't know what's underneath the snow. You could fall into a crevice and then die. So it's not wise to just go driving a vehicle off somewhere. So if you launch a balloon, you have to go get the balloon. And how are you going to get that balloon, especially if it's on the other side of the mountain? You would need a helicopter.
Yeah.
And helicopters in Antarctica aren't just you can't go down to the local Walmart and buy a helicopter like you can.
They don't have one. They'd have to ship one in.
Yeah, they'd have to bring one in.
Yeah. So yeah,
it'd be maybe $100,000.
Yeah,
think about it.
Balloon was unfeasible for anything. And the drone footage was more scenery really rather than scientific.
Okay, fair enough. Two more quick questions. I'm really sorry, guys. And again, I really appreciate you guys spending this time and allowing me on your platform. Did Austin or Jaron make any observations as far as like long range observations? Did they try to do anything like that?
Yes. In Antarctica or just in general?
Well, just down there. It just like
okay.
Sorry about the radio chatter. I was just, it seemed like you could see really far. So I thought that it'd probably be common sense for Whitsitt and them to like set up some stuff and make some long range. I was just wondering if they did that down there while you guys were there.
You could see, I say you could see far, but there really was nothing to see.
That's why they would have to set up something, right? Like drive a car and then measure how far. I just wondered if they did something.
No. So they had, Jaron had a tracker that was following the sun. I don't know what it was capturing specifically, but he'd set his one up following the sun.
For long distance.
They
both had, I think they both had a P900.
They were focusing more on the sun really and the solar filter. They weren't looking long distance.
And it wouldn't do you much because the surface of the ice and the snow is irregular.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's not like water where it
Well,
it's,
let's
it's all the same elevation. It's all over the place.
let's put it this way,
Yeah,
Caleb.
topography, sure. Yeah,
If you
So,
look at the time lapse, if you look at the time lapse footage and look towards the blue hut is sort of basically north. Turn around the other way is south. That's Mount Rossman, the big mountain. Our camp, Union Glacier Camp, is towards that mountain, and you can't see it because the like you say, the topography is just in the way. You can't actually see the camp.
okay. Last question, guys, and I will drop off here. I would love to like get your guys' personal numbers because I know everyone's trying to get a hold of you, and I won't blow you up or nothing. But if you guys did want to have a conversation in the future in a debate, it'd be much easier to set it up like that. I know McToon and me talk on Instagram here and there, so definitely you can get a hold of me there, McToon, and I'll make that priority for the debate that we plan to have or whatever. If you guys choose to have the conversation, I'd love to have it. Last question. Oh man, it's slipping me. Oh, it was such a good question too. Give me a sec, guys. Let me think of my question real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I was making scientific observations with the drone. They're, we're limited on.
Oh, I got it. I got my question. Sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. Real quick, last question. Did you guys think it was weird how fast your guys' shadows were casting? Do you guys have an explanation for that? It seemed like the sun was very low for your guys' shadow to move from 1 degree so far with McToon, that video that everyone's sharing. Do you guys have an explanation for that or thoughts?
Well, the only thing I could say about
The one where I was walking around.
Oh, hang on. Do you mean the one where he's on the phone to Oakley?
Yeah. Really, any of the footage, the shadows are really divergent. Like the same argument that a lot of people make with the moon landing stuff. The shadows seem to really divergent, and when McToon is walking.
Hey, Caleb, you can go to the beach or something on a sunny day and get the same effect.
No, I'll wholeheartedly disagree with that, and I plan on making a video showing my shadow not changing. But that was so extreme, the change in the angle. So I wondered if you guys had an explanation or not.
Well, I can't remember specifically off the top of my head. I'll need to go back and have a look through that particular part of the video. But I was moving around a lot as well.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure at a certain point, I mean, at one point, you and I were basically 180 degrees from each other, and we were just orbiting around each other because I was trying to show.
It was super artsy. It was great.
Oh, yeah.
Our director of photography approved.
Yeah.
Wait, he's the director.
I had the glitter cannon ready and everything. No, I was moving around a lot as well, Caleb. So don't just, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I was moving as well. So if Toon's moving relative to the sun and I'm moving as well, the perspective shift is pretty much double the speed. So I'd need to double check the footage and see if I move. But yeah,
sure. That's totally fine. I'll give you guys some time to create an argument. I don't want to jump on you and be like, you guys are wrong. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just wondering if you guys have a consensus right now for the divergent shadows, because it seems really, really extreme.
Let me just show you here.
Yeah. Are you going to struggle with what are you trying to do?
No.
I'm going to see if I can find that.
You're here on the ground, right? Like that. If a shadow's here, right? If somebody's here and then the shadow goes this way, right? This is going with the lines on the paper. Which way is that shadow going? The pen is the shadow.
Yeah.
Right or left?
Left.
Okay. I'm going to move the shadow to the other side of the paper. Which way is the shadow going now?
But that's a local light source.
No, these are the pen is parallel here and here. So which way is it going here?
You could do the same
it's right now. I get your argument totally. Yeah. I totally get your argument.
That's what.
My rebuttal to that would be, those lights in the room that's casting that shadow are pretty close to you.
No. This is the shadow.
Oh, hang on. Let me.
In this example, the pen is the shadow.
Why am I looking for the bloody conspiracy? You've got the original. I'll just have a look at that.
All right, I'll do it again. Right, the shadow. The pen is the shadow. And it's going to be parallel to here. If I had two pens, I'd just put them both out. But right here, it's moving. I'm trying to get it on the screen. It's moving one direction, and I move it to the other side, and that pen shadow is moving the other direction.
We're referring to Where are we? That bit, aren't we?
Yep, this is the video.
Okay, great. You can see that obviously like the table of my camera and everything's coming into place as well. That camera's not static. I'm moving around.
Yeah. I get that. Yep, totally get that.
So, you know, you're not looking from one fixed perspective, watching a shadow move. You've got a shadow, you're moving within that as well. So yeah, it's gonna look different than what it would be if I was just standing still and Toon walked across the front of me.
Sure, I get that. Sure, let's plan to talk about that. Hopefully, if you guys choose to have a conversation with me, I would really appreciate it in the form of a debate, or even if we just label it a dialogue.
Well, I mean, like I said, by the time come sort of early New Year, you're going to be you'll have the full 360 11K time lapse that I've got, plus the 24-hour live recording that I'll be putting up that you can sync up with the the video of him, and you can sort of see it all in play, and you can see where I'm moving, where he's moving.
I'm losing connection, guys, so I'm gonna let you guys go. But I just want to say this again. Thank you guys so much. McToon, if you send me your personal number, or David, if you can get that to McToon to send to me, I promise verbally I'll make a contract with you guys verbally that I will not share your information. I will not dox your information. It will be kept. All personal information will be kept private. And I'd love to chat with you guys and set up something in the future. I don't want to take any more of your time.
All right,
Caleb. Well, thanks for stopping by anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, fair enough. I'd really love to get you guys' personal numbers and chat a little bit more if I have some questions, so I can delineate the information to the flirts that are saying that you guys didn't go there. This is ridiculous. We can't do this in the flat earth community. We have to stop this. This is nonsense. These guys went there. It seems they went there. I'm convinced that you guys were down there. We need to stop labeling it like you guys faked it or in a studio or something. It's horrible. So if you guys will help me do that and get my number, and we can talk and further, discuss and make content, whatever. Or if you choose to never talk to me again, that's your choice.
Yeah, I'll email back my number.
Perfect. I really appreciate that, McToon. I look forward to the conversation, and I appreciate you guys spending the time that you did going down to Antarctica and taking time away from your families and stuff like that. I know it wasn't probably easy. So I want to say I appreciate that. Even though we disagree on the shape of the earth, the earth's still flat, guys, but we disagree on that. But I want to say I do appreciate it. And I don't think you guys are liars. I don't think you guys are shills about the information that went down there. So I wanted to publicly state that on a Globe Earth Live that this needs to stop. The flat earthers that are saying this are dumb. Stop saying that these guys faked it. They weren't in a studio. It's just dumb. So I wanted to get that out there and let you guys know that I'm trying to fight that as much as you guys are trying to fight that. And I really look forward to talking about this more and trying to figure out, what we were observing and what you guys saw.
All right. Sounds good.
Awesome,
cool.
Guys. Shout out
Thanks.
Dip. If you guys want to talk to me, find me on Dip's Live. You guys can stop by and join and have a conversation if you want. Just by the Dip. Just by the Dip on TikTok. So I appreciate it, guys. I really appreciate the platform and the cordial conversation and stuff. I look forward to further conversations if you guys choose to have them.
All right.
All right. Cheers, Caleb.
Thanks.
Okay, have a good one, guys.
All right.
I'm going to bed.
I was going to say,
All right.
I
I got a bit more here.
thought I was going to miss my flight. It leaves in 23 hours.
Do we have to check out in the morning?
I don't imagine it's first thing in the morning, is it?
I don't know.
Neither do I. I've not bothered asking. Well, they'll be in for a fucking surprise when they come in and find me fucking flat out. I can't even wait.
All right.
So yeah,
We do leave
we do leave.
24 hours from now.
Well, no,
48 hours from now?
no. Our flight
Our flight.
is 2:20 a.m. We
So-
leave. ALA are picking us up last thing tomorrow evening, taking us to the airport.
Yeah.
Then we fly to Punta. Then we've got
Well, we're already in
the flight to Santiago. Then we've got between 4 and 7 hour layovers in Santiago.
Yeah.
And then flights on from there.
Miami, Atlanta, Minneapolis.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah. Love it. All right.
Okay.
Let me get over here.
Oh, they got some interesting points.
What's that?
The reflection idea.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
look into that. All right. This is I don't know if stuff rolled off. The most recent super chat is from PhD Tony. I don't know if did I miss any. Let me double check here. Is that here?
Yeah, I'll hang around for a few more minutes and then
All
I'll
right.
shoot. You'll see you down here at breakfast. You'll still be streaming.
That's right. Oh yeah, this isn't it. All right, we got Halsoy says, as a fellow midnight sunner, Norway, people don't understand what it does to you, as you said. Welcome back to relative normality, and McKeegan too.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'd never experienced that before. It really messed me up. I was at 60 degrees north in Anchorage in July, and just seeing like walking around at midnight.
Yeah.
Was a bit weird.
So that was sort of like somebody messaged me, like I was telling you before, somebody messaged me, they'd seen the planes in the back of one of Jaren's live streams
Yeah.
and asked if I could get a photo of them. At
Oh yeah.
at 3:30 in the morning, I just wandered across camp. No one else there at all. At 3:30 in the morning, it felt like 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
There was nothing to distinguish between the two apart from sun there on one and there on the other.
At the lowest point, it was 13 degrees above the horizon, above, in elevation. In Minneapolis, on the equinoxes, the highest the sun gets is 45. So it's not all that different from just full on day. It's high enough that it's not like, oh, it's on the horizon. No, it's way up there.
Yeah, it was
Crazy.
It was insane. Oh yeah, because that was when Austin used his theodolite eyes and concluded that was way higher.
Oh,
than
that's
the-
right.
Yeah,
we got there. He's like, it's way higher.
He was
than
on
30
Discord,
degrees.
wasn't he? I was setting
Yeah.
up something and he's wandering around. He's like, I'm looking at the sun right now, and that's way higher than
How did he measure it?
with eyeballs.
Just his eyeballs.
It's theodolite eyes.
And so what do I do? I fire up the theodolite app.
29
degrees.
29.7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
The highest was predicted by the globe was 34.
Yeah,
It
I was
was
going
less
to say
than that.
I was going to say that wasn't even when it was north. That was when we arrived. That was sort of hitting north. It's sort of easterly already.
So the height of the sun determines the length of the shadow, right?
yeah,
I set up a full 24-hour sundial
yep, based on
with
the globe.
with the angles and the length.
Yeah, so it wasn't like a typical sundial where
It's just
the points
a
were.
subset of 24 hours.
Well, yeah, no, it wasn't 12 points like you'd have on a normal clock. It was 24 points, and they weren't equidistant from the center. They were more elliptical to match the wave of it. And so arguably,
Now, don't tell them whether or not the shadows matched the prediction.
yeah,
They won't know.
I won't tell.
They
Well,
won't tell.
I mean, neither of us are crying, so they could probably take an educated guess.
All right. XIIM says, can we hear more about Whitsitt's alleged NASA friend who was stationed in Antarctic for years and never saw the 24-hour sun? Well, that would be David Beverly. David Beverly does not recall specifically what time of year he was there, and he was not there for years. He was there for all of, I think, somewhere between a month and 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And he does not know what time of year he was there.
Yeah, so he was there at some point where it could have been 24-hour sun or it could have been 24-hour night.
Don't know.
He could have been working indoors predominantly like some other people.
And then been working, and so then at nighttime,
he
was sleeping.
And given how much like it screws with you, with your head, the times and everything. Like I said,
we were not there to work.
No.
So we can stay up till 3 o'clock.
We were
and
there.
then sleep in. It doesn't
we were
matter,
there,
but
purely focused on watching the sun, and we still got confused. Like you would think it would be barely obvious. Like I should have just gone. Like if it's over the north, it's that time. If it's over in the south, it's more that time. I couldn't do it. My head defaults to look at the watch. What time is it? So
this is it's sort of like, so if the Earth was flat for real, right? The Earth would be near, or the sun would be near, and the sun would be far. Like, especially if you're outside the circle of where the sun is currently, like where we were right now, right? If in Punta Arenas, the sun would always be north of us in Punta Arenas, and it would come near, and it'd be at its brightest, and then it would go farther away. It'd still be above the horizon. It'd be lower.
We are south of the tropics, of both tropics.
Yeah,
that it should never be south of us. It should always be towards the north.
But if the Earth were flat, then time zones wouldn't have as much meaning because nobody would ever have the sun would set. So it wouldn't be as difficult to say, well, let's shift your time 6 hours or even 12 hours because the sun would always be up. And so we would have solutions to that, right? We would have houses with darkening shades all the time.
I don't know. You know, they'll throw the it sets because of whatever. So but
because of magic.
If you're going to Antarctica with the focus of working and not actually paying a blind bit of attention to what the sun does,
you're going to go to bed at bedtime because you got to work in the morning.
It's like that's genuinely like having like if you were to just say to people like take all the clocks out of your house and then go like, oh, what time does the sun? When's the sun going to set? How long till the sun sets? I don't fucking know.
All right. Do you think Jaron and Whitsitt, says FNLN, do you think Jaron and Whitsitt would be convinced about the 24-hour sun now, even if they hadn't been the ones participating in TFE? Well,
no.
I don't know if Caleb is convinced or not, but he is convinced that it wasn't a sound stage or whatever, right?
Well, I mean, I think Whitsitt and Jaron would be convinced about the 24-hour sun now if they hadn't have been the ones.
If somebody else had gone.
So I would say it would depend. I think it would depend on if it was another flat earther going.
Yeah.
I think there's reasonable possibility. I'm speculating because it would depend on who.
Yeah.
As to whether they trusted him or not. But I think the right person, they would be willing to accept it. I think if there was no flat earthers going, in fact, I don't need to think, they both have said that they wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah.
That was the key thing. And I've kind of pointed out to them, they were getting sort of annoyed a bit and frustrated with the gear. And I was like, it's obviously getting your own stuff is important, getting your solar photos and that. But the key thing is, you know, that they were there to see what we were doing, so that they know what actually happened, you know. And Whitsitt, Jaron and Whitsitt, but Whitsitt before was sort of very highly praising of us and absolutely defending us to the hills. Very similar to Caleb was just then with Whitsitt and Jaron. You know, he's absolutely like, you know, anyone who says that you guys are faking it or whatever is just retarded. So I think it would depend on if it was just Globers going, then absolutely not. If there was somebody that they trusted,
and that's going to depend, right? Because Austin and Jaron are with the Globebusters crew. So if it was Oakley, somebody from the Oakley crew, I don't think Jaron and Austin would be impressed.
I think they would be more inclined to sort of think it was fake, but needing to find reasons for it.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Whoever chose the red should be fried. Aggro walls. It's because this wall.
I'll be sure to put it in the feedback form.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Icy Spin. OBS Warrior says the potato is trying to say you used green screen.
I thought he was saying we didn't.
So he took. Apparently, there was a video. I didn't see it. A video that went down and then came back.
Yeah. But I watched that. I saw that, and I don't think he did. I think he's put the title sort of bait in it.
Oh.
But then he's actually saying it's not. He's kind of he shoots a green screen, so he knows if you had an automatic chroma key, anything in that shot would get chroma keyed. So if
I would suggest that he's left it on when he wasn't doing it.
Well, that was the first time he's live streamed that's not in front of a green screen, or at least I don't know.
Oh yeah, true.
I think
because he's done live streams at home using StreamYard.
Oh, actually, no. I don't know how he recorded, because he recorded a video. Most of the videos he recorded pre us traveling. Mm-hmm. But then after the Barney with you and Jaron and Whitsitt, he made an update video that he shot in a hotel room. But I don't know how he records that, as to whether that's got the chroma key filter on. Or
so
not.
I I've talked to him about it. He uses StreamYard and has StreamYard record on the server that he downloads.
Okay, so it's probably that there was. In fact, I don't think there's anything really green in the hotel room that it would pick up as.
But if you're looking at the screen,
you'd notice.
Oh look, I need to turn off my chroma. But if you don't have that color, it's not.
You know, Dirth at least sort of figured out himself that if we'd been shooting in front of a green screen, everything would have gone TFE background. Antarctica.
If the background was being keyed in, then when Jonathan shows up with the green on his shirt, you wouldn't see the TFE logo. You'd see the background.
Yeah, whatever's on his t-shirt will match the background, whether that's both TFEs or both Antarctica, not two different ones.
There's not two keys.
Yeah, so
one's green and one's
he couldn't have
yellow. Green.
No. So usually
teal,
usually
purple.
Usually you would do green and blue. Not necessarily at the
do
same
they
time.
do two?
No, not always. But what I mean is that green screen's pretty popular because most people don't tend to wear green. But if you're in a scene that's got greenery in it, or you're wearing green, then they quite often use blue instead because they're complete sort of very, very far ends of the spectrum. So there's less of a chance of a crossover. But it couldn't have been a blue screen either because Will was wearing a blue jacket and the rest of Jonathan's jumper was blue.
Yeah.
So neither of them worked.
Yeah.
So anyway,
JD says reviewing the reveling in the vast amount of copium coming from the flat earthers due to the final experiment.
I love the fact that Oakley thinks that he's won because you went ballistic in Antarctica.
So Oakley mutes. Whenever he talks, he has it set up to auto mute. So I knew this going in. So when you talk to Oakley, you have to be constantly talking.
Yeah.
So that when he stops talking, you get a little bit in.
And moreover, you have to be loud so that when you then come in, it's clear.
Oh yeah.
And
he also reduces your volume. If you get an Oakley video and you put it out on a video editor where it shows the audio, Oakley talking, other people talking.
Yeah.
Oakley talking.
But like I said, the whole point of that was to get a clear marker. That was when it was shot.
Yeah.
It was not 6 months earlier. There was a clear interaction that is on record. Not only is it on record, he's now gloating about it, which makes it all the more hilarious. And the whole thing, it was more the fact that it showed from our perspective.
We were, yeah.
But his audience can see our side of his debate. They can see how much you were going on, how much they couldn't hear on his stream, and where we were. And the echo was poetic.
He was trying to claim that it was faked. And he's the one that proved it wasn't.
I like the fact that he puts up a stream about the 24-hour sun. You call him up from the location with the 24-hour sun to ask him about the 24-hour sun, and he wants to talk about Earth measured flat, and then accuses you of avoiding the topic.
Yeah.
Which is also hilarious because he keeps pointing Earth measured flat.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like in the Surveyor video that I recently did, most engineers, most high-end projects these days use total stations that automatically correct for Earth curvature, which means Earth can't be measured flat.
Yeah.
And yet he still says it.
Yeah.
Strange that, isn't it?
He says that because he knows that his followers won't ever check. They'll just believe what he says.
Oh, yeah.
Because his followers are gullible.
Earth measured flat, but none of the measurements work over long distances. It's fucking strange, that, isn't it?
Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
Icy Spin says, is 1.3K even exciting anymore? Hashtag never enough. I think he's talking about the number of viewers.
Well, I don't know. I don't usually live stream, so I have no idea.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely exciting. Like 500 to 700 is pretty normal. It's 1,600 right now.
I love how
that's crazy.
I love how much this has thrown, and it's not just us. like, I mean, my views from like that live stream I did, I couldn't believe.
It was crazy.
Well, I did 20 minutes of sort of just going over the background of what we did, and then got on to super chats. And the rest of the stream was 2 hours and 20 minutes before I could filter through the super chats. And I apologize to everybody because that was the first stream I've done. Like 2 now has got like he keeps switching back and forth between the general chat and super chats to catch up with everything. That was the first stream I've done. I didn't even look at the general chat. I could only go through the super chats. One, I could barely see the screen. 2, my fingers were freezing. I couldn't keep up with all of that stuff as well. I've had a quick glance over it now. The comments are bloody just it's like a machine gun. What about a hope in hell?
Oh yeah,
I'd be there till the sun fucking set in Antarctica if I tried doing that.
When is that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
June.
June. It's February or March probably. It's got to be March because at the equinox, it sets everywhere. It will be setting everywhere in Antarctica.
Where are we there? Antarctic Express. The Fluff Tears iceberg is going to threaten the southern seas now.
Yes, there was a warning of rising ocean.
Yeah, rising oceans from Flurf Tears.
I think global warming's fake.
Yeah, they may mostly do. Kango 44. I have seen that Jaron had once a few streams during the trip. Did Witsit or did his tummy turn hurt a bit too much?
No, Witsit did stream, but I think it was
he did a live stream out at Halfway Point.
Yeah,
at least one. Yeah.
I think for the most part, when I saw him, at least, it seemed he was more sitting on the Discord servers, chatting to people rather than doing a live stream. He was on the Discords a lot because he quite often be talking away, and me thinking he's talking to me, and then I realize he's got the earphone.
Yeah, he's got an earbud in, and he's just sitting there, and then every once in a while, he'll say a couple words.
Yeah,
we're like,
yeah,
are you talking to us?
Yeah,
and then he's on the Discord.
Yeah. So he was on the Discord a lot. In fact, when just before the streams all crashed, I noticed that he was in his sleeping bag on the floor. His phone was on the floor in a Discord server.
Face up, right?
Face open. He's in a Discord server, so you could see the multiple chat faces chatting away. But he never said a word. He had his earphones in, so I think he fell asleep listening to the Discord server. So he spent a lot of time on Discord. Jaron did a few live streams. Lizbeth doesn't do live streams. She's not got a YouTube channel.
But she got on Clubhouse a couple
She
times.
was on Clubhouse quite a lot, and back in the while we were here in Punta as well, she was. So I know Jaron did a live stream pretty much most nights in Punta.
Yeah.
And he did a few sort of short live streams updating people. But Witsit, he didn't seem to live stream as much. But when he did, he went all out with, I'm pretty sure he had a laptop.
Yeah, he brought his laptop outside, set it up on the same spot.
Yeah, he did a more proper one rather than wandering around sort of thing. So
yeah, and we're like, hey, cool. So we stayed out, so we didn't.
Yeah. I mean, he was still, he was coming around, showing everyone the gear that we set up and stuff. And
that's cool. Yeah, I was glad he did that. Lord of Luna's Pooh says a buddy made me watch a movie about some gay guys on a mountain. I think it's called Lord of the Rings. It's okay. Oh my gosh.
Is that why the burning fires were?
I don't know. All right, we got Aisha Khalad says, appreciate you guys going through the trouble to make this happen. The fact that many flat earthers are now accepting 24-hour sun in Antarctica is going a step forward. It certainly is.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying and to be fair, they were saying, Jaron Austin, Lisbeth, we're all saying that it's good to know rather than speculate. They know now there is a 24-hour sun, so they can take that and try and build on it rather than, cherry pick it out of the equation because it doesn't suit them.
This one here, this is now, what language did you take any languages in school?
Not that one.
Not that one? What did you take any?
French and German, but
I took one.
Okay.
2 years of one language.
That one?
That one.
Great.
Right?
How useful has it been?
This might be the first time.
About as useful as me with French and German.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And my pronunciation is probably not going to be quite Right.
Should I
The
just
nice thing is that this pronunciation, they don't have a lot of
should
exceptions.
I just try Google Translate?
No,
See if
no,
it
no.
can pick it up.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Gratias ago deo pro leo miraculosa.
See, that sounds more Spanish than Latin. Maybe it's the way you said it.
So, well, I think a lot of people pronounce Latin as if it's Italian,
Oh, okay.
right? Anyway,
Yeah.
that's thanks to God for the miracles,
Okay.
I think. There you go. Thank you, Professor Phil Bell. Yeah, Willing Foley says you guys need to get some skin moisturizer soon.
Mine is upstairs in the room. I keep forgetting it.
Yeah, it does something. It doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Kango44 says Jaron did, however, say in his stream he thinks there is a massive city built under Antarctica. So still an effing idiot. Yeah, they were talking about cities under Antarctica today.
I think they're probably just I mean, to be fair, a city under Antarctica is irrelevant to matters anyway. So,
but they're like, oh, you could just dig out because it's just ice. Like, just a second. You need to do something with it.
maybe that's where the mountains are.
You're going to dig down. You're going to open up a cavern, right? Are there caverns under there where it's just air? Probably not, because it's just packed for centuries. So now you dig down. You need to got to bring that out and shovel it out.
You are basically trying to make a quarry in Antarctica.
Yeah,
and they don't have dump trucks or whatever to shift it.
And ice is not nearly as stable as rock. No, that'd be a great way to die if you wanted to die under ice. Dave Kircher, thank you very much. Dave, he's been a super big supporter. Member for 54 months, says, thank Titicaca. It's Thursday. Good work covering all the angles in Antarctica. And thanks for the heads up that McFlatty had a separate channel. I had no idea. I've been missing out on so much truth seeking.
Oh God, yeah. Don't waste your time listening to us ramble crap. You go and listen to the wise words of McFlatty, because I can assure you he has some wise words coming up.
So last I saw, he was trying to get out.
Oh yeah.
Of somehow, like,
yeah. I have heard
he lost his passport.
He did.
Or he didn't ever have a passport.
I don't know, but it's okay because he's a creative little figure. He's managed to acquire one, and I think he's going to work on acquiring a method to try and get out of Antarctica. Although how well that's going to go for him, time will tell.
Probably won't go well for him. Palas says the runway is oriented 220 true heading, which is north-south magnetic heading. Yeah. So down there, it was about 35 degrees declination.
Okay. I'll tell you what got me about that runway is the fact that Scott said, obviously, one, it's completely naturally forming. They just go and dust it.
They just clean the snow off.
It works perfectly as a runway because it's not flat and level. It's got an incline to it.
It scoops. It's like
So it's like a cradle. It's 3 kilometers long.
It's a giant runway.
And the daft thing is, and I only thought about it literally as it was happening. Like normally on a typical plane, you land, you touch down, the spoilers go up, the reverse thrusters come on, the brakes go on, you get a massive sort of braking force, and then the reversers go straight off, the brakes come off gradually, and you kind of cruise down. Yeah. Whereas when we landed in Union Glacier, you'll see from the real time. Have we done real time video yet? No.
So I have no.
You sped yours up.
Rennie did.
Oh, Rennie did. Yeah. So if you look,
I have mine ready to go. Yeah. Go probably tomorrow.
Yeah. Critical Think's got the full landing. When you listen to it when we touch down, it's just reverse thrust, full, pretty much until we stop, and there was no braking because there's no traction. There's no grip whatsoever, so it has to rely purely on the drag and the engine thrust. And Rennie found out the hard way how little grip there is on that ice, because they took us down there. They took us down there because the cargo plane was had been in the day we were doing the scenic flight. The cargo plane came in. And then when we landed, they were doing the turnaround on the cargo plane. So Scott got us into the F-550 and drove us down to the airfield to record the plane taking back off again, which was great footage. But once it had left, we were kind of hanging around a little bit as well. And it's weird. It's like under the snow or the dull ice is just this blue ice. It's not like a random strip of it that's just appeared. The whole area is blue ice, but it's layered with this dull, sort of more crunchy ice. And so all they do is just clear off a strip of it to make a runway. So when you're walking on the dull stuff, it's just like walking on snow. It's really grippy. The moment you put your foot on the blue stuff, gone.
It's super slippery.
Which Rennie found out. He put one foot on there, went to take a step forward. I think he was more focused on what was going on in the distance rather than where his foot was going. He got his left foot on there and just went bang.
So living in Minnesota, I recognize that without touching it. I go, that's going to be slippery.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's shiny. It's glistening.
You probably did too. And Rennie from Australia, he doesn't see ice or snow. He doesn't know.
Well, no, he's got to keep looking up to see it.
He's not that tall. He looks much taller in videos.
No, I meant he's upside down.
Oh, he's upside down. Sorry.
Oh, dude.
Sorry.
God.
He's really tall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Andy DeVito.
Yep. So anyway, I looked at that. I'm like put a foot on it. I'm like, nope, not walking on there.
No.
I'm sticking where the snow is.
But yeah, you imagine like if a plane landed on that, and like Scott had actually said, if he put the brakes on when they landed,
it'd be all over.
Wheels would have been locked, plane would have just been off out of control. So hence why they have to make the runway so long, and it's got that rise up
3 kilometers.
Which it annoys me that when we landed on the runway, we went all the way down to the far end of it, turned around and was coming back. And as we were turning, we were looking down the runway, and I noticed the elevation and commented to you, the flat earth surveyors must have screwed that one up because it's not flat. Yeah. Completely missing the point that it's not tarmac, it's ice.
Yeah.
And it was only when Scott mentioned it again about the dip, and I was like,
there's no surveyors involved.
Yeah. How
just happened.
Yeah. How is this water managed to freeze not flat and level? Maybe it forgot to seek it. Maybe it was just lazy.
Well, it's ancient ice, so it didn't used to seek it. It's a more recent thing.
Okay, is this before it knew that we were supposed to be on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pre-sentience ice. Icy Spin says, for the people, did we catch Flurf Tears live in 4K? No, I mean we joke about it, right?
Yeah, but
no, they knew before. I mean, they knew when they were walking around out here.
Yeah,
it was
like that. I think they suspected it, and even Austin kind of said before. He said he didn't think that the trip would happen, and he thought that would be a sign that it was fake. I think pretty much the moment we got to the airport and we were going on the flight, he kind of just thought, yeah, this is happening. They wouldn't fly us out there if it wasn't going to happen. So I think they pretty much sort of accepted that it was going to happen before it actually happened.
Yeah. And fortunately, this next one, because BHG Tony says, Witz's argument, if such a thing might be called, is data doesn't matter, Earth is flat. And that was his thing. He had said it ahead of time. It doesn't matter, Earth's so flat. Which doesn't make any sense, of course. It's just that's a religious position.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does spot. It's slightly hypocritical to say the truth doesn't fear investigation
when you just ignore
and then you're just going to say, but we'll ignore any data.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I've not heard him say that, at least on this trip. And yeah, I don't know.
Can you give us highlights from the ALE meeting with the Flat Earthers? Says Lower Decks. Let's give them 30 seconds. I think that's a whole talk.
Yeah, that's a long ass conversation.
It was pretty cool. And just for reference, Tuna was there the whole time.
Yeah. So I mean, it was recorded, but I don't think you.
What?
Oh no, it was the restaurant one that you said where you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think briefly it was there was proposed last minute changes to things that we weren't happy about. The ALE meeting. Talking
Yeah.
about when you and Whitsett and Jaron came to blows.
No.
Which one?
The one I'm thinking.
Can you give us highlights from the AL?
Our last night there.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, I mean, yeah, that was just, yeah, so that was a pretty full tent. Will gave an introduction into basically the kind of stuff that you'll have heard him say in pretty much every interview that
Yeah.
people ask him, how he came up with the plan and what led him to that road and stuff.
You're over 30 seconds.
I started again. Here, count it now. Yeah, then basically it was put to audience. People were asking the obvious basic questions. How do you feel like with the 24-hour sun? Neither of them denied it. Do you think you're going to change your mind? They were kind of like, well,
They didn't give much of an answer.
They basically said the AE model's confirmed as falsified, which it reckons he's always thought that. Jaron has put it on the line with it and has said it's falsified. But none of them were exactly jumping up and down going, well, yeah, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
They kind of rambled on.
Got a little twilight coming up here.
At the lamppost.
No. Well, look at the sky. It's lightening up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so.
All right. That'll be a whole. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll get more coverage of that.
Yeah.
Lord Illuminous Pooh says, as owner of the Sun, I'm going to have to claim the monetization of all these videos as they did not authorize the publication of my property.
Hang on, we didn't film any newspapers.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yanush Takas, who is the one that did the all of the work for the.
Oh, I love it.
There it is.
Yeah, that's
What is that?
so that's a stitch together of.
Oh, did he stitch your
So that's a complete 360 laid
Nice.
out as a panorama.
nice
With, in
work?
fact, I think pull that back
Oh,
up.
yeah.
That's the sun trail.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's not a cloud, that's the path of the sun.
Wow. Nice work. Anyway, yeah. Yanush is the one that did the work for the sundial,
Nice.
the all 960 gigabyte video. Of
Well, it would have also been a lot more useful if you'd printed the chart out life size so that we could just lay it on the floor rather than trying to work.
That
out
would have
where-
been better. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I went to print it out, they didn't have that size of paper in stock.
We need to do it again.
Yeah.
We're going to do it next year. I'll tell Will we need to go back.
David Lee says, amazing work. Mike and Dave, you should see Flatsoid. He's coming completely unhinged. Oh, and get some sleep. Okay.
Hang on.
Flatsoid.
I
Sleep. We don't.
I didn't realize.
Flatsoid
I didn't realize he
unhinged.
was hinged in the first place.
Yeah. I don't. You can't unhinge what is not hinged.
I was going to say it's like a door in the garden.
King Ed V says, with the lack of sleep, was the lack of sleep worth it for the first day there?
Oh, absolutely. No question about it, because I knew if I slept that the traffic
That might go off. Yeah.
that would have gone off.
Yeah.
That would have gone off. I was worried about leaving it for the hour and a half.
to go to, yeah. to go
Whenever,
eat.
whenever, because it was literally just a hut. So they give us, they had snacks up there to keep us sort of going.
Yeah.
But breakfast,
But
lunch,
for liability, they needed somebody with us, so they couldn't leave one of us behind.
yeah. So
For
breakfast,
liability.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they took all of us back to camp, 4 meals, and then once we were done, back up to the camp. So I was concerned about leaving that for an hour and a half. And I think when I did, it probably dipped about half a frame. So I think had I slept, it would have either been short bursts, which probably would have messed my head even
Mhm.
more, or it would have drifted.
Yeah. He was constantly checking it.
Yeah, I kind of figured, given how much, given the what was on the line with it, the amount of effort that Will had gone through, I felt like basically he fucking paid for me to come here. I owed it to him.
Yeah.
To power
Yes.
through. And do you know what's daft is because of how much of a head screw it was as daylight. Like now, I keep looking out, I'm like, it's dark. I know it's dark. I
Yeah. know
that it is 4:00 a.m. and I really should have been in bed
Yeah.
a while ago. Whereas over there, when that happened, I was like, it's 4. Everyone's sleeping at all times of day. There was
Yeah.
absolutely no patterns at all.
No. Tom Schneck says, is the next experiment to sail from Antarctica to the Arctic while tracking the sun?
Probably not, because
No.
McFlatty can't swim.
Yeah, he can. Globe Man says, I've solved the final experiment and made a working flat Earth model. It's in your Discord in the meme channel, and I'd love you to show it.
Oh, God.
Says Globe Man. I'm going to look real quick, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to
Well, you can take a picture and show it on the screen.
what? No, I don't know if I can.
Oh, okay.
What is it? It's in the
Meme.
Getting a little tired.
Yeah.
Where's memes?
I don't know.
I don't see memes.
There's just words. I can't make out letters.
Oh, there it is. Okay. People tag me and expect me to see. Look, just for reference. That, yeah. All right. From
Oh, there it is. Globe Man.
that one.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny?
What?
Is not with that many Antarcticas, but I said that to Will this morning. I had a kind of similar idea of what if I didn't think Antarctica, I thought Union Glacier. I thought what if the region of Union Glacier beyond what we could see was like a turntable
Yeah.
that just spun.
Yep. That's why
I said,
we didn't.
I said to Will, I thought I'd just put the scares up him a bit. I said, I don't want to break it to you, mate, but I said I think I might have come up with a working flat Earth solution for the Antarctic. Somebody's like, you are fucking kidding me. I was like, swear.
I don't think he said those words.
He didn't, but I'm not paraphrasing, adding phrasing. He's like, you're kidding me. So I was like, yeah. I said, picture like Uni Glacier's just like,
Just so you know, this is where we are.
oh god.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Icy Spin says, any response from the scammer guy from your shirt? Flat Earth Dave did a little video saying that it was not green screen. So good for him on that.
Yeah. I'm
So,
working very hard on
all
that
right.
caption.
Laura Luminous Pooh says, aw, a tired tune and drowsy Dave. And that was 39 minutes into the live stream.
Okay. That was
Damian Hill says, you two correcting each other like an old married couple.
Yeah. And we're not sleeping together tonight.
Austin seemed to be wandering around the second camp aimlessly. Did he actually conduct any observations or experiments?
He did. He was
He
out
did
with
some.
he was out with the Nikon and the solar filter a few times.
Yeah.
I wasn't. To be honest, we were that. Sort
We
of,
were focused on our things.
we were doing our own
yeah.
things. We were just sort of here, there, and everywhere. So everything was passing. We weren't really paying that much attention to everything. But yeah, he was definitely.
Rick says he needed to crowdfund for a sleep mask. he was all last minute planning.
Yeah.
Icy Spin says Charlie Moist Critical live talking about TFE.
Oh yeah, didn't you? Somebody
mentioned that.
Somebody
Yeah.
mentioned that.
Tim Stokla says Austin didn't think, not that he does in normal life. You don't have to say who it is. We know. Some Fly is a new member at Newton. That's awesome. Thank you. GBS Warrior says conclusion: Antarctica, salt or water? Sodium chloride or water? Sodium was the major but no, it's water.
Okay.
Otto says it's like shrimp or plate of shrimp. Message from Otto.
Right. Hang on. You go on.
What?
You
Okay.
carry on. I need to.
All right, hold on. Right there we go. Astrokate Sathix says Dave just updated his app. It's now completely broken and somehow still leaking user data. Did he wait? If he updated it, did he remove the map and swap in for some other non-working flat Earth map? I don't know. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda, Beyond WX says, welcome back. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. And it is Christmas very soonly. Fletcher Boy says, Dave, welcome back from the Edge Base Dome Fort. Rossi says, you need a Sherp. SherpGlobal.com. You need a Sherp? I don't know. Batman is a member at Einstein, but I'm Batman. Says MC Toon, now you really are Batman. I really are.
When the hell is?
What are you looking at?
Oh no. Right. Okay. No, it's all right. I'm too tired. I'm looking at the wrong video.
Okay.
IC Spins linked me the thing that Caleb was talking about, but he's just sent me a screenshot. But I was looking for it in the bloody you ranting at Nathan
that's the wrong
rather than
one.
the time lapse.
Silva says you guys should create a podcast together. Such a good vibe. Well, there we go.
Yeah, maybe we've got less work to do.
Rossi says Critical Think looks like that Sleeping Bernie pic from around 2016. Sleeping Bernie.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Critical. I love him. He's so fun.
God, I've got
He's
so
so
much. I've got so much stuff on my albums now.
Mr. Shonk says invite McFlatty on the stream, please. Tune.
We can't have.
I think he's still down there.
I think it's dangerous. Basically, Toon and McFlatty are like matter and antimatter, and if you bring them together,
Could be.
Yeah, who knows? We could be like the Fly.
Dave Kircher says the feng shui of this camera angle is truly amazing. Yeah, it's not a great camera angle, is it?
No,
I don't know. And the red.
we'll have a word with them.
Yeah, well,
We'll get them
Next time.
We'll get them specular reflections off the wall.
next time they'll have it better. Dan Demand says can't stop thinking how you call Oakley so good.
Yeah. Well, we were out in the wilderness away from civilization. We needed a civilized discussion.
I figured I'm like, I can yell because there's nobody near. Roland says, got a light of flurf for sure. Rick Two-Bit says, them who don't love Critical Think jump in a lake. Absolutely. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, would you say as much land as America is in Antarctica? I'd say it's even more. You could probably put America on the other side of the pole. JSS Tiger says, did Austin or Jaron ever apologize to their followers for misleading them, or did they just say, it's okay to be wrong and act like it's all okay? Well, to my knowledge, they just said it's okay to be wrong. And to that I say, if you just blindly accepted the things that Dubé said, then
Oh my!
that's a
giddy.
problem. You find it?
Well, I don't know, but I.
Okay.
Oh, for Pete's sake! Don't tell me it's that. Right here, they're talking about this tripod.
Which tripod?
So IC,
One of those three?
yeah. So IC Spin said it's that. Apparently,
That
which
there's two shadows?
that's it. That's within your clock, which is like
that I was setting up. Yeah.
yeah, that one.
Oh, and on the ground I had stuff on the ground right next
I
to
was
the
going to say
tripod.
that's not a shadow, is it? Didn't you have a load of? Yeah, you were
It's
putting a load
probably
of stuff
junk
down.
on the ground there. Yeah.
Oh,
I had brought gloves out there. I was kneeling on my gloves.
yeah. Couldn't be asked walking back and
I
forth.
don't know what
all
it
the
is
time.
there, but like I'm on the ground crawling around, moving stuff, and okay, there you go. Yeah, it took something away. All right, well, I'll keep going here.
Well, whatever.
Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, have flat earthers never taken panoramic photos by standing in one place and taken multiple photos from simply different angles and then tape them together? We used to do that when I was a teenager. No, they haven't.
Well, no, I mean, no, not necessarily they haven't. I mean, they might well have done, but what you generally then find is that, you quite often get like stitching errors and stuff. Typically, that's why you shoot.
Or shadows pointing in opposite directions.
Yes, that's why when you do a panorama with your phone, it's a pain in the hole because it's just basically taking a constant series of pictures.
Yep. Trans-Global Car Expedition is on their way right now to drive across Antarctica. Certainly are. And
well, it's okay because when they hit the dome, inertia doesn't exist.
Oh my gosh. That was Wood's thing. He said inertia doesn't exist.
But the moon is pure inertia.
It's pure inertia. Jay Donashi says, Dave, I saw your videos of the time-lapse 24-hour sun and the 360 plane ride. Kudos and tune. Your video with Nathan Oakley, you should have said he lied about 10 more times then to be accurate.
Well, we had to be quick because, we were leaving in a few days.
Yeah. Jordan W said, "Did you guys capture photo and video wise everything you hoped to capture?"
And more.
Yeah, I got everything.
I would say from what I was planning to get easily, and then there were other elements that when we were all together and sort of chattering and brainstorming, yeah, we're prepared.
Cubelay says, "Welcome back to the world of the thawed. Do you guys think any minds were changed?" I think minds were changed.
Mine would definitely change. You know, except this is 24 hours done.
William Foley says it was a pressure gradient test.
That was your sunscreen.
Yes. We also did a lapse rate measurement. 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Grumbler says, "I loved tunes called Nathan."
Didn't we all? Apparently, the people at McMurdo Station thoroughly enjoyed it as well.
I know
but
they called in the
but
noise
they
complaint.
did. Yeah, they did ask if you could keep it down because some of them were trying to sleep.
Yeah. It was nights out at McMurdo. Lights out. Itoria says, "Glad you boys had a good time and you made it off the ice safe. Should be a similar sight by the time you make it back here to the Midwest." Apparently it's coming. Mr. Shonk says, "Where's the location of thy firearms, Nathaniel?"
Tis a mystery.
Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, "I noticed that you weren't upside down while in Antarctica. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks for playing."
Sorry, everybody. I've just suddenly realized where the guns were. Yeah, Rennie was in charge of them.
Rennie lost them.
That's why.
Where's me gloves? Where's me guns? Where's
I had it here a minute ago.
The Antarctic Express says the Fleurs have directly observed a 24-hour sun. At no point did it ever become too small to see. Fleurs can never claim this is the cause of sunsets ever again.
No, well, that was the other aspect of the solar photography is not just the sunspots, but does the angular size of the sun change?
Turns out it doesn't. Wait, I'm sorry.
We can neither
unhear that.
We can neither confirm nor deny that the size of the sun does not change according to certain models that shall remain nameless. I don't know whether I've just agreed that the Earth's flat or not.
Angel Gamer says there have been people saying that your lack of sunglasses during your live stream meant the trip was fake.
Well, my eyes would beg to fucking differ. Right, it's those glasses, like you see. You can see here, me and Toon both wear spectacles. So when you put those glasses on,
the sunglasses,
yeah, you can't. They don't work over these. So for the first part, I was wearing my contact lenses and just wearing the glasses. But then once it got to like probably after the first, 12 hours or so, my eyes were starting to hurt. My eyes were drying out. But I didn't want to go to sleep, so I knew I needed to get the contacts out and just go to glasses. So if I was...
Then you're swapping all the time.
Yeah, if I was preempting it, I would take the glasses off, I'd put the glasses on, but there would just be sometimes you'd completely forget until you walked outside and think, oh my God, that's bright.
Yeah.
In the end, it got to the point that when we were back at camp, what I was ended up doing was...
Yeah, he's put them on glasses over sunglasses.
Yeah, so I was just... I don't know if it'll work with Tunes, but I had to I was putting these on...
There you go.
As that, and then putting these over the top.
Yeah, he's seriously walking around like this.
No one seemed to actually batter an eyelid, but it worked quite. Because they're glacier glasses, because they are meant to wrap around completely and stop any leakage. I couldn't put them over the regular glasses because that would put them away from my face and basically make them pointless.
So, did you know what I did? I just have reading glasses. They're not prescription. Right there.
Oh yeah.
I bought these on Amazon.
Yeah, if I
just little reading glasses stickers.
I would have put because I need like straight optical, but to get prescription goggles was much more expensive, and I thought like it's not like it's something I'm going to be regularly needing, so it's not worth the cost. I'll just go with contact lenses.
Yeah,
and then wound up quite often just walking outside and sort of squinting very.
So it was bright.
Yeah,
but But really, I mean, I walk outside in Minnesota when it's snow everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's middle of the day and it's right. So the brightness is not different brightness than Minnesota.
No, it's just.
But the UV is different than Minnesota.
UV is
and
different.
So you don't feel that.
yeah.
Right. But it still irritates your eyes. And it's cumulative, right? So I wore glasses all the time, sunglasses all the time. But that one, yeah, I walked outside for that 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not like there's lasers pointing in
No,
your eyes.
you kind
all
of
the time.
feel it
Yeah.
a bit afterwards, but
Yeah,
your
it's
eyes are
annoying.
kind of adjust.
Yeah.
It's more if you were out there long term.
Yeah. And I did a portion of a live stream with my sunglasses off, with my regular reading glasses, because you can't read the screen.
That was why with my stream, I ended up,
It's-
I was trying to sort of see through the glasses and stuff, and I couldn't see.
Yeah,
and
and
I
they
needed,
fog over and they get dirty, and you're like,
So
and the
you wound
screen's
up-
got
so you-
so much
yeah.
light on it, and then it's coming sideways, and then you can't.
so you wound up having to get that blanket thing of Jonathan's
Yeah,
and
for
literally
you, yeah.
stand there holding it like bloody Lord Vader.
Yeah.
But
But yeah, oh, I couldn't have stayed. It went too long
yeah,
for you. All right. Marcus Leach says you two are so much better and more entertaining than Peter and Pete.
to be fair, I think a doorstop and a chicken's more than Peter and people.
Yeah.
Hey,
What did the doorstop do? Never mind. To the chicken.
the dog-
Lisa says listening to you two talk is pure gold. Good job, both of you. Dave, you rock.
Thank
Have
you.
a safe flight back.
Intend to.
Farron Salas says went to Antarctica and all I got was this lousy shirt. That's really it. That's what I.
That's not lousy. Well, they better not be lousy because that's going to be my
It's
new.
a nice shirt.
I'm building up a little collection of things that are going to be. I didn't even finish that before. So the new T-shirt, the ice bottle that won't actually be ice, but it'll be there, sealed, contained from Antarctica. The award will be going up there, and I am contemplating getting a very big picture printed to go in the background, possibly the one of all
You
of us under the midnight sun.
You should for sure. CJ Lamoureux gifted a membership. Thank you for that. Richard Walker says thanks for the live stream. It looks spectacular, especially the mountains. Happy on how well Starlink worked with all the doubts beforehand. Ended up doing a decent job. Show me the guns.
Well, Austin was very impressed that we got Starlink in the back end of nowhere with an antenna that was on the ceiling.
It was on the
pointing
roof.
Right up.
Yeah,
On the what?
on the roof.
That's the noise that Rusty makes.
Yep.
You didn't put it on a dog.
You got a river, right? What's smaller than a river?
A stream.
Again, and then another name for something maybe even a little smaller than a stream. A creek.
A creek.
I learned crick.
Great. Do you call him Cricky Blinder?
No,
Right. So it's your issue. Okay.
that's what it is to me. I mean, I could say creek, but it sounds weird to me coming out of my mouth. JSS Tiger says, why did Jaron and Austin lambast their haters when they would have reacted the same way? They would have thrown people under the bus too if they didn't see it with their own eyes. I think that's probably right. And it depends who it was.
I was
If
gonna
it was
say-
somebody from Oakley's,
Yeah.
right? But if it was instead of them, if it was maybe, I don't know who else in their group that
Yeah.
they trust, if it was somebody from the Globebusters kind of camp that they
Yeah.
trust, they probably would have been
Maybe.
okay.
And there is all that.
Yeah.
There is also the expression "boots on the other foot."
Yeah. David Gentry says, I give it a month before we see the Taking Back the 24-Hour Antarctic Sun video from the Ether Cosmology Boys. You give it a whole month?
Yeah, they'll probably forget where it is.
Snow Wolf says, did any solar tracker cameras include a compass? So magnetic declination there is about 30, 35 degrees.
Yeah, we ended up having to try and, which is actually very funny because, the way we had to do it, because I was like, I don't know how I'm going to guide it south. And Mike was obviously like, don't worry, we can find south. So you used GPS, didn't you? Already did.
Yes, we
Right.
use GPS to get the direction.
Yeah, walk in a direction that changes your latitude, but not your longitude. Your true north-south.
Yeah.
So then drew a
That's what
line,
we did.
and it pointed sort of in the.
And we did it first here. This is the thing.
Yes.
Here, out on one of these platforms here, we use that method.
Yep.
And I drew a line. I scratched a line on the concrete, and then at local solar noon, the shadow of the sun matched that line exactly.
And then when we did the astro photos on the beach, the south celestial pole
Match that.
that we could. The south celestial pole that we wanted to find, but maybe we didn't find because Flatzoid said we couldn't find it. That we found was along that line in the other direction. So we knew the technique worked, which is funny because Austin says that GPS coordinates don't mean shit.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird that it works so well.
Yeah.
You can't. Then show what's wrong.
It's fortunate that we were on that one specific point on Earth where the longitude latitude system did work, because otherwise my tracker would have been hopeless.
All right. Chris Kelling says seeing the other cameras track the sun in Dave's 360 video was so cool.
That was intentional. We wanted as much coverage of the coverage of the coverage as possible.
You need Inception.
Yep.
It's a J.R. Pence says it's a religious belief based on emotion with cult-like manipulation tactics. Once they hit their denial stage, there's a community to pull them back. 100% true. And if they don't have that constant affirmation of it, then they can fade a little bit. And if they're disconnected from that community, they can be like, oh, I don't care. I don't have a commitment to it, and I can go. Yeah. So Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, I'm assuming it's hard to find a tab down there. Hopefully you're not suffering from any withdrawal. Flirters are a good substitute if you need to, as we found out. Yes. Brandon Gaines says, how was the container situation? I went to buy one. Container station.
The one we were in at halfway point.
Oh,
it was. I mean, it was kind of like. I think I would describe it as kind of like an office porter cabin kind of thing on a construction site.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's got windows. It's got
funnily enough, it's got windows with blinds on all four sides that we didn't initially.
The other interesting thing is there was a generator there for us if we needed it. But they also had solar panels on three of the sides. Two sides. And we never once needed the generator.
No, they had it east and west. They didn't have it north south.
Yeah. Can you believe that?
It's bizarre because I found the same thing, and we need to have a word with their decorator.
Yeah. Shane Eslick says, tune in, Dave. It's 4 p.m. here in Australia. The only moon photo I can send you will get you kicked off YouTube.
Well, that's all right. We were nearly trying to recreate the 24-hour moon in Antarctica, but we thought one of us would get frostbite.
A. Bates gifted one membership. Thank you very much for that. Deadpool 2028 says, accounting for variables. What is this sorcery? Who does that? Not Flatties. Roger that says, thank you both for the entertainment. It's been a lot of fun. I wish you both a safe journey home. Enjoy your holidays coming up. And most of all, let your loved ones know they were missed. I certainly will. Yeah. X-Penguin 95 says, tell Dave that Jeranism made it into the sun, not page 3, thankfully, in the UK and even in the Daily Mail.
Yes, we saw. The outlets were picking it up a lot.
Oh, yeah. What does page 3 mean?
Page 3 of the Sun is where the ladies with very little clothing goes.
Oh,
McFlatty's not allowed to.
His mom would not let him. KCD Industry says, "Can I come on and ask some questions?" There it is.
Yeah,
he was. It was a good talk.
It was.
It was.
I mean, right. I don't see much of Caleb usually when he's on debates.
He's on the TikTok,
yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit of a dumpster fire, but no, it was very constructive.
Yep. Highlands says, looks like bedtime is upon us. Well, I just got up.
I think we're a bit past bloody bedtime.
We're at get up time.
Yeah.
Matthew a lot says it's 4 p.m. here, no moon in Sydney. Sorry. NASA lied says bring Caleb up. 50 plus and keeping active says I will be videoing the sun throughout the year. Point and shoot for correct sunspots. View the equatorial position. We'll put them sideways. We did not want them sideways though. Right? Keep your camera horizontal there, left to right. Because then we can measure the rotation, which is one of the things we're looking at. Vicanux says, I showed the video of you yelling at Nathan between Antarctic mountains to my parents went at their house for dinner tonight, and they were laughing hysterically. You guys are flurf busting godsnap.
It does seem to be a very polarizing video in that
The flatties seem to don't not. I like it.
the flatty seemed well, I don't know. Nathan tried putting the spin on it that he thought it was brilliant. There were some people commenting saying that they thought it was unnecessary of you. It was a bit mean. It was a bit cruel. And then there are other people.
Those are the people that don't know who Nathan Oakley is.
And then there's the people reveling in the hilarity of it all. Which, like I said, I'm more just glad that we've boxed off that argument of it was filmed at a different time.
On the guy who was trying to do a video and showing that it was filmed at a different time.
Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely. Axolotl says, is there a video of McFlatty witnessing the midnight sun, even a very short one? I know if you had the power to make it happen, the world needs it. To the best of my knowledge, he did post a video.
Yeah, he was
showing the midnight sun of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, he did get slightly confused because he was looking for our 24 Antarctic sun
instead of the 24-hour
Antarctic sun. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of illiteracy can cause a big problem to people's comprehension.
He's easily confused.
Yeah.
Itorius gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. Darkstar 4400 says, moon pics from northern Colorado. I'll be sending them as soon as I check them. Awesome. Thank you, Darkstar. Only Palomer Jr. says, is it the lighting or have you aged? You might have experienced time dilation near the South Pole. Safe travels. Yes, this lighting is suboptimal.
Is that how you would describe it?
Suboptimal?
I prefer the more concise shit.
That one works.
There you go.
Yeah, but there's no other options in this room.
No, I know. Well, there is. Turn the lights off will probably look better.
That's an improvement.
Yeah.
Lori Lahatio says, I did not get to donate toward your trip, but here is something afterwards. You yelling at Nathan was epic. Thank you for that. So something about the something these prices, yelling at Nathan, priceless, could be done. Randomly Epic says, I watched some of Witsit stream and noticed he looked depressed. It almost makes me feel bad for his life's work for the last several years has gone down the toilet, almost.
I'm sure there'll be a bounce back. I'm sure there'll be a, like I said, I think it's the sort of initial getting over it and then working out.
It's tough. It's right. Like,
well, I mean, I can only go off the assumption, like, obviously I went in there fairly confident.
Fairly.
I'm being modest. I'm humbly saying that I humbly thought, in my humble opinion.
You're so humble.
I am very humble. I humble myself with my humbleness. Yeah, I kind of figured, given all of the procedures that ALE were putting us through, just everything.
They weren't messing with it.
No, given the video call that I had with Anthony Powell about how to shoot the 24-hour sun, given the discussion you had with Langdon Knowles and the various people who've been in touch about them being in Antarctica, and so I kind of had a sneaking suspicion, shall we say, that things were going to go the way we thought. But having said that, obviously I couldn't say with 100% certainty until I'd actually been and seen it.
Yeah.
And I think if I'd gone there and the sun set, it'd have kicked me pretty hard in the Nance as well. And I'd have had to, like, not immediately ditch the globe in the same way that I don't anticipate that any flat earthers would immediately ditch flat Earth.
The interesting thing is, nothing in flat Earth works, right? They cannot predict one single thing using flat Earth, and we can predict absolutely everything using the globe.
Excuse me, that is not true. I beg to differ. They can predict things in certain scenarios.
Okay.
The AE map predicts the 24-hour sun in the north.
Oh, yeah.
If they flip the AE map centered to Antarctica, it would predict the 24-hour in the south. Where they have a problem is when you start combining multiple data points, which was the point I made.
Or being precise about one data point.
Yes, over how big of a distance.
Well, the AE map does not accurately predict the angular elevation of the sun in the Arctic Circle.
Well, when I mean, like, you say what's the distance north-south across Australia versus east-west?
If you're talking coast to coast, AE map's way off. If
But
you're
north to south, it's right.
or
So
yeah,
I'll give you that.
or if you're talking like a very small distance, north, south, east, west, your margin of error is pretty small. So,
All
yeah.
right.
Sorry, I'm just being argumentative. Git.
Flat Earth Evidence says, sorry, I missed the trip. Locked myself inside my bathroom. Renee has a $2.49 euros super chat with no message, but thank you very much for that. Philip C is a new member at Buzz Aldrin. And this one, Krillsack,
Yeah.
says Moon and Mars be out with Leo and Cancer in 75 to 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was.
We
It's just well, I mean, I say it was too cloudy. It's actually clear now.
Renee says, how did Whitsitt or Jaron react on the Oakley call? They both heavily and aggressively despise Oakley,
Well, they were asleep.
but they were both asleep.
I was going to say they were asleep. They only heard about it afterwards.
I think Austin was awake,
But with
but he
headphones
probably
in.
has his ear. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think either of them actually heard about it. It was just they didn't hear it live at the time. They heard actually no, Austin did. If you remember in the video when you first started
He was
talking,
walking
he
past.
walked in.
Yeah.
I think it
But
was.
I think he had his ear.
He probably put the earbuds in, and he probably lay under the bed, and you didn't really start ranting until you were properly outside.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I don't think he
Yeah.
got the full magnitude of the interaction.
He might not have heard any of it because we were outside. So, Steaming Cup of Reason says, "Hi guys, how can I get permission to use some of the footage? My 5th grade students would love to learn so much an epic debunk. Mine will be Creative Commons attribution license.
I was going to say, maybe mine's on YouTube, so you know,
It's that license.
if you want to show
So,
it on
yeah.
on that, that's fine.
So yeah, you're good. Just give credit. That's it.
Yeah.
Lori Lathathio, I'm not sure if I said that right, said, also nice videography from you, Dave. The low camera angle at the end nicely emphasized the epicness of where the guns, Nathan.
But yeah, I kind of had to include a little bit. I was like, as we were walking around, I kind of like waited until we tracked around towards the north, and then I had to kind of arc up, show the sun and back down towards you, just to highlight it.
Yep. I Deny I has a super chat for €2, but no message. J.R. Pence says, for evidence that we're going around the sun, Orion can't be sun in June, but it is up now.
Yeah.
All
But,
right.
You know, yeah.
Let's see. We got Knock It Off Knopfler. Is that right? Knock It Offler?
Knock it
So,
off. No, knock it
2020.
off, Flurf.
Yeah. Knock It Off Flurf 24 says, tell Caleb and Nathan to eat my shorts and admit that my username is the greatest of all Flurfdom or Sphere Lubbers. Keep up the good work. Thank you. That is a pretty good name.
Mm.
The Grumpy Old Mechanic says, any discussion of Roald Amundsen? No,
Well,
other than just the historical part.
I was going to say, so I was,
Just in passing, really. Right?
yeah, so I was chatting to Lizbeth before, and she was talking about like trying to get Clubhouse Gang to kind of appreciate the logistics and the hassle that has to go through an expedition. It's not a case of rock up with a suitcase. So I was kind of highlighting to her that the expeditions of old would need 18 months in Antarctica. They would do 6 months in one summer, offloading, prepping everything. Then they would wait for 6 months in the darkness, and then they'd wait 6 months and go. And I was kind of did a quick rundown of the whole him versus Scott and how did they end up in 2 separate places on Antarctica where they knew each other were because they visited each other on the coastline, and then headed off south, which would have been going away from each other, but wound up in exactly the same spot. But really more my thing with him was more just like trying to work out how to pronounce his name because I can never get it right.
Yeah.
I just
Roald. I don't know. Tim Reldy for €60 says, thank you. Seeing you call Oakley was amazing. Buy Dave and yourself a few pints. There we go. Thank you.
Apparently, I've heard rumors that that Toon is going to have that put on one of them big electric billboards in Times Square.
Where's the guns?
Yeah. Maybe they've seen him.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Alt Vias Effect for $5 says, in real life meetup, when? Before end of December, hopefully.
I hope they're not referring to me and you, because otherwise we're a bit late.
I'm not planning any meetups.
No.
Anymore this month.
I'm planning to meet my family again and then
Yeah.
pretty much like just
Good idea.
sleep. That's it.
Little chill, yeah.
I mean, I was planning on sleeping tonight. That went to shit. Thanks,
Skinny Boy Fat says it must be great to be back in Panty Arena.
dude. It's been too windy.
Panty Arena. That's McFlatty. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, I missed it. Are you guys back early? We did head back one day early because there was some weather coming in. They
I
said,
called BS.
yes. Guide Ross, I don't know, says, for 5 Brazilian reals, says, have you seen the new apps and ebooks scammer? The Alonso guy, he edited Will's challenges results speech to appear that he is the Flat Earth's predictions champion. Oh yeah, he is an absolute scammer. Dirty. Everything is fiction with this guy. So Dozilla is a new member at Einstein. Thank you very much. Brian Thornton says, have you guys seen the amazingly hilarious contraption Hanvey has created now? I've seen bits of it, and of course it's ridiculous. It's any time that he does something and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then he just needs to add another dome.
Yeah.
Needs more domes.
Yeah. I have let's say I'm taking issues with his tactics for this, because before TFE, me and him had a little back and forth over the whole plane sunlight on the underside. How the hell does that work?
Oh yeah.
And he published a video claiming to debunk it with a model aeroplane.
Oh yeah, the plastic plane with the laser.
The plastic plane, and why he felt a high intensity laser was required is speaks volumes for me.
Yeah.
So
He
I mean, at least we can know now. You know, if that is true, if that's the reason why that everybody on those planes is going to die of skin radiation.
Yeah.
So you know that's promising. Can I get the boat home now?
Yeah. Nick Orchard says, Dave, as a fellow photographer, please explain the bluish shadows to flirfs.
One step at a time. I thought it was the colors were throwing my head.
Mhm.
Them goggles just changed the colors of everything.
Yeah. And you take them off and everything's tinted the other direction.
I walked into the tent with this blue coat on, and I walked into the tent and I looked down and it was like orange. I was like, shit, what the hell? And by that point, I was delirious anyway.
Everything's weird. I take off my sunglasses, go inside, look at my phone. I'm like, why is my phone such a weird color? Is it broke?
It kept throwing me the bloody polarized as well. So if I turn the camera screen or whatever,
Mr. E-Man has been around a long time, but is now a member at Newton. Thanks for that. Davids says Flatzoid is live and said it's fake. What a clown, of course. Jack City says, did you guys hear weird echoes while in Antarctica? The echoes I heard were, where are the guns? The railway map of Antarctica.
I can't see. I need me as a reference.
There you go.
Where are we? There we go. There we go. The railway map of Antarctica. Next stop, the other side.
There's no trains in Antarctica. Actually, they talk about there's some short little section of track somewhere.
Yeah.
That's not used anymore. But anyway, Darkstar 4400 says Flatzoid is bragging about a superior IQ. You think it beats 160?
I don't know. Is it east or west?
It could be.
Did he subtract 11 from it?
35,000, 34,000, or 350,000, 300 or 3.5. He can't. Jexstar says, for all the talks about perspective, they really don't understand perspective. Shadows are shifting. I'm losing the argument. Connection.
Yes, I say the only problem with flat Earth logic sometimes is it kind of forgets to include logic.
That happens.
Yeah.
Icy Spin says somebody wants to ride that TFE wave.
Oh yes, I spotted that one.
Stuart Christmas for $20. So that's Lloyd Christmas's brother. He says, you guys did great. Nobody even seemed to notice the fake projected second sun hologram being reflected from the firmament dome. Next time, bring me and my brother. He says hi, by the way.
Great. Now I'm going to have to speak to Wendy in HR again and try and get this straight.
Zigma123 for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, don't share anything with Caleb. He will leak it. Well, anything we share will be published. When it's published, he can then optionally go get it or not get it.
I suspect they were referring more to
phone numbers. Oh, that's okay. I won't give him my personal phone number.
No. Mine might be like 911.
Yeah. Good job. You didn't say what's that phone number in England?
Well, I didn't want to confuse you. I know you're a bit, sensitive about that.
9987. You know the one I'm talking about? There's a jingle for it.
0198999.
That's the one, yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
728199948. Yeah, that one.
That one. Mr. Nobody says, where are the guns, Nathan?
We are still looking for them.
Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, honestly, people are making their minds up based on vibes. The science isn't what convinces people. I learned this the first time I ran into Ben Davidson's fans on my Aurora Borealis live streams.
Yeah. What is it Will said before that summed it up beautifully? The worst person you can lie to is yourself.
Mm-hmm. Steve Revel says, I think I asked before, where do I send the sun photos from Albany, West Australia? I tried to find the link on your webpage, but no luck. sun@mctoon.net.
Yeah, or I can't remember mine, but no, send it to on TFE.
Yeah, just go to TFE and then there's observations.
Yeah, because they're all going to Bert. I kind of threw a spanner in the works by making my own just to confuse everything.
Astro's Electronics Lab says, how do we green screen outside with people watching?
It was quite tricky. Yeah. I mean, that might have been the real reason why Rusty couldn't come. NASA wouldn't let him because they thought he might pull the screen down.
Geekstar says, I absolutely love to see more McKeegan live streams. Finally, someone I'd actually could watch because he's only 1 hour outside my time zone. There you go. You can have one viewer for sure.
You should be offended.
Why? Because because we both live on a globe and
no, because you said finally somebody you could watch.
Ouch.
Yeah, take that to heart.
I have to hurt more. Karasun says, MC Dune, I sent a DM on Discord with the link with timestamp and a clip of what Caleb was talking about. Flirts are really showing their desperation.
Yeah, I need to find that point in the thing. I suspect, well, we already did, didn't we? I couldn't, I think it's just shit on the floor and it's too quick to really spot.
Yeah.
That's why wait until you've got all of the information before you start trying to draw up conclusions. They don't understand how trailers work.
No. Darkstar 4400 says, read at the Mountains of Madness. Lovecraft predicted an Antarctic city is full of hideous monsters, so it's good things you guys missed it.
Oh, maybe that's where McFlatty's trying to get to.
Enyart Theology says, so this is a friend of Will, says, KIC, this Kingdom in Context. So Sean Griffin made a video explaining 24-hour Antarctic sun. I hope y'all make debunks. Seems like with his theory, you'd see 2 suns at once. Sorry if we already talked about this, just joining the stream.
Oh God, if
only you'd only see 2 suns.
Yeah.
With the Johanby model, every single time you add a dome, you see at least 1 more sun.
Yeah.
Potentially 2 more suns.
And usually when you add layers of glass, you wind up with ghosting and stuff. So it's it's unfortunate that we didn't foresee those potential explanations.
So sad. We had no idea to cover those.
Damn, because there's so much more footage we could have tried to get.
Would have been.
Oh well,
what a shame. Nathan says the sad thing about this is that it changes nothing. They're just going to come up with another silly idea to satisfy their beliefs. But you know what they won't get? New members.
It's okay because I don't know. Maybe we've got a pool going as to who can guess the most. Which one of us can guess the most silly ideas correctly?
Chaco Later says this is how you do a proper travel vlogging. Yep, we're almost up to 5 hours.
We're almost up to morning. It's going to be breakfast soon, and I've not been to bed.
What time is breakfast here?
Well,
I don't know, but you started streaming at midnight and it's now nearly 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'd say we were closer to breakfast
Should we just
than my bedtime.
eat breakfast here?
I have to.
All right. I gotta go. And I'm not gonna put it in here, but I gotta get rid of some of what I already have.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Where the hell were we up to? I got Toon. You can't walk off now.
What?
Because Lance Holiday here has given his first ever super chat. It would be rude for.
Sorry. Lance Halzaday says, my first ever super chat. Thank you all. What?
How do you get holes when there's no S?
Oh yeah.
You really need to fix those glasses. And people think you were the best fit to come and rescue the globe.
Just a second. Sometimes it works good to have two pairs of glasses.
Oh, God.
Just a second.
Don't worry, everybody. You're in safe hands here. Oh, shit. No, McFlatty's out.
That's not working better.
Look,
Right.
just take my word for it.
Lance Holiday says, my first ever super chat. Thank you all. This was most interesting. You're all better than me because I just be irritated that people think I'm lying. Anyway, hello and thanks from Idaho.
We're used to it.
Thank you.
We kind of take it as a
So
given.
then you hit the little heart.
Yeah, I worked that bit out. I made
And
the
then just, do you know how to scroll on this?
some.
Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
oh, you go down. Oh, okay, you funky ass. Okay, backwards is okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I made a boo boo with that on my live stream. I didn't know about hearting the comments as you go, so I was just scrolling down and reading them. So the number was just always up. Yeah. Toon had a scare when he thought I still had like 300 super chats left to go. Any guesses whether Jaren will return to reality? Maybe eventually. I think, like I say, I think there's the bereavement phase is what I'm referring to it as. Is that they've been hit with this unexpected information, and they're not just going to immediately go, okay, well, 24 hours on and that's it. Unless they've spent some time really going over it already and thinking, what if, and can they come up with another solution? I don't think they would just drop it on a whim. They would want to know fairly confidently within themselves that they can't find another explanation. And I think in reality, even if one of them did flip and say, actually, I can't explain how that works on a flat Earth, but it does fit a globe, so I think the Earth's now a globe. That doesn't mean they're cemented into a globe because, arguably, I think there could be someone then comes along with a explanation that might entice them back. So, yeah, I think it's too soon to make any judgments yet. Professor Phil Bell says, it says, thank God for the miraculous timing. Yes, I'm not spiritual in any way, shape or form, but it was, we could not have scripted things better the way they went. Well, we could. It couldn't have not been so bleeding windy and horrible in Punta, but in terms of Antarctica, everything went great. The weather was seemingly bad beforehand. It changed just before we arrived. The weather was absolutely pristine for the period that we needed. And then I think maybe for me, at least, I always had a concern throughout the back of my mind of what if we're delayed? What if we are delayed getting back and I miss my connection flight and then I'm late back home for Christmas? And that was a worry for me. So by the time they'd called it and said, we're pulling you out a day early, we pretty much captured everything that we wanted to get. There was a few last bits and pieces and a few bits unrelated to Flat Earth that I wanted to get for other videos. But we were able to get everything we needed before we were brought out of there, and it then got us back into Punta a day early, which was beneficial because it actually gave us some more time to do some other stuff in Punta that we'd realized we hadn't done when we first left. Kerrison says, more McToonigan was awesome following your journey. Thank you very much. Yes, it was an incredible journey, and we're glad that you guys enjoyed it. And I think over the next couple of weeks, you'll be enjoying it a whole lot more. But, like I say, we've got a lot of decompression to go through first as well. Dave, did anybody you know get pictures of the sunspots while you were taking pictures of the sun in Antarctica? I want to taste more fleur of tears. So I know I was inundated with sunspot photos. I've not had a proper look through the results of them. I've not taken any consideration of the time zone differences because, obviously their time zones are all different to mine. It screwed me up because I'd left my cameras on GMT time. So all the times that I've got are wrong. So my head was too exhausted. So we've got lots of photos, but haven't really had time to process them all yet. And now it's your turn and you can deal with that name because I'm too tired.
Alan Itemwesh.
Alan Itemwesh?
He's from the place that has KES as their currency.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know that.
Neither do I.
Okay. I want to thank you so much for the trip. Debunk water in a glass flat, so earth flat. As my friend likes to say, show water curve on a ball. Well, in a glass, the amount of curve in a glass is way too small to measure with any, I can't imagine the precision you need. You need a larger distance to be able to measure something.
I quite like the big garden ornaments with a big ball with the water flows around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they go, oh, that doesn't count because it falls off the bottom. It's like, yeah, why does it fall off the bottom?
Gravity.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you just go measure it the right way. So how do you measure it the right way? Well, you go to one edge of the water and you put something on the ground a certain distance above the water.
Yeah. Preferably higher for less.
Put it
less
5
of that
feet.
thing that they
Yeah.
don't like to include.
And then on the other end, you get a auto level or a theodolite, same height. And then you need it to be far enough. So if it's half a mile, there's 2 inches of drop.
Yeah.
If it's a mile, there's 8 inches of drop.
Or like I pointed out to Whitsit when we were talking about the Canigou Mountains, and I said, why is it when you overlay a photo of the Canigou Mountains, which is out of what? It's not the bottom of it. It is 3/4 of the mountain. As much as Austin tries to argue, it's not 3/4. It's less than half. Even though he hasn't quite fathomed that less than half is more than none.
Yeah. Anyway, the base case is for bottom up obstruction. The globe predicts some if it's far enough away.
And you
And
include,
flat Earth predicts none, no matter how far away.
but you also have to remember to account for the other variables,
Like
the thing that we're breathing while we're doing
Yes.
it.
But I'm just saying the base case.
Oh, yeah.
So if there's ever bottom up obstruction, that looks like it's globe.
Well, what is it?
And it does not look like flat.
Well, how did Dearth manage to get bottom-up obstruction over the flat surface of a table?
He put stuff on top of the table.
He dropped his camera below the edge of the table.
Yes.
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 Which is, I didn't know to get bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth, you needed a shovel.
You need, full eyes and ground. All right. Greetings. Let's see. Baju_E has been a member for a long time. Got the Space Force membership thing. This says, greetings from Finland. Great job, guys. By the way, it's been about as cold here as you had in Antarctica. Nice weather. My guess is you have it colder because we were like 15 degrees.
Yeah, for the most part. I was
Wasn't
sort of walking around in pretty much. I mean, I think what probably helped is the fact that I didn't wear base layers. I don't think.
Really?
I don't think. Oh no, I tell a lie. I did. So I wore, when I arrived, I had the blue t-shirt on, that kind of thin blue material t-shirt that was in some of the photos, and then I had my mid-layer top on. So I didn't have the base layer top, and then I had the mid-layer trousers and the big thick windproof trousers.
Yeah.
That, and then my walking boots. That was pretty much what I was wearing there. And because it's all black, it's just soaking up the heat.
Yeah.
So I'd wind up then taking the other one off and just being a t-shirt. After that, I think I didn't have another t-shirt, so I wound up wearing the base layer, but I was still then doing the same, where it was a case of when the sun was out and it was quite warm, I was pretty much in just a base layer with sleeves up, like it was a t-shirt.
Yeah.
It was only really, so it was pretty much, apart from the fact that like the thick trousers and the base layer, which was still quite warm.
it's kind of like typical wear at home kind of gear.
Yeah.
It was only when the weather rolled in on that.
When the wind came,
Yeah.
then you felt it.
Yes. That
And
was,
so,
well, when the wind came in, because I actually wound up taking, when we went on the bikes, when we were riding around on the bikes, and the wind was driving.
Because we were going so fast.
So I wound up sort of, I've got so many.
You can't go fast on those bikes. Those wide tires, and they're under.
That was what I then wound up with.
Oh yeah.
And the actual air temperature, the actual temperature in the air wasn't that different, but it was just the wind.
Yeah.
It was driving it into you like nails. But to be fair, those windproof stuff.
Oh, so
was
good.
yeah.
And the like the coat top for me is long, right? And so the challenge with wind is at your waist.
Yeah.
Because it'll come up underneath. And the real trick is you alternate tucking.
Yeah, yeah.
If you have lots of layers, you got your undies, right? And then you got your shirt, and then your first layer of pants, and then this, and then this, and then right. You keep doing that, and you tuck them real, and then no wind. It's great.
No, I mean that windproof coat of mine, the blue one, actually had an insert coat that I removed. It's still in the suitcase, and then I had the fleece coat under that I didn't wear. So actually, the vast majority of the clothes that I bought for Antarctica, I didn't actually wear in Antarctica. So
they were super aggressive on don't wear cotton. I wore cotton.
I wore cotton boxers.
Shirts.
No. So I do gym a lot. So I've got the kind of polyester ones but it was the boxers that I'd overlooked. But then she did say it kind of doesn't matter too much because we're not doing a lot of running and cardio stuff.
I suppose, they have a lot of people that they're hiking.
Yeah.
They're doing.
They said the issue is once you start exerting yourself, you perspirate, that soaks into the cotton. Then you stop, it all cools down, and then you wind up with ice pants and a bit chilly on the nether regions.
You don't want that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, all right.
I'm sorry, I'm just read the next super chat in advance.
Let's see. I think it's Meek Nugents. I don't know. Says great trip, guys. Is where are the guns, Nathan? Becoming the new 15 per hour drift? I could be. I'm okay with that. Globetrotter. From this day forward, you two shall be known as the McBros. No? Okay, my bad. The McBro. Oh my gosh, it just jumped. Hold on.
Oh my giddy.
There you go.
Oh, jeez. Let me hear it.
Douglas Messick says, welcome back, MC Tune and Dave. Dave, have you and Rusty reunited yet? Did you record his reaction? If not, will you record it?
Well, I'm not at home yet, last I checked, so no, I'm
but will you record it?
I don't, probably not. Only because I know the kids and everything will be there as well, and
probably they're more important, right?
Yeah, I mean Rusty will be going. I can guarantee Rusty will go batshit crazy. Like he knows. I'll be arriving back. Let's see. I land about 6 a.m. So assuming that I've actually managed to get some sleep and that I'm safe to drive, I'll get home lunchtime-ish. Like kind of noon, somewhere around there.
Did you drive to the airport?
Yeah.
So your car's sitting at the airport right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, either way, I was going to have to drive to an airport. I say I was going to have to drive to an airport. I wound up flying out from Heathrow because the airports that are near me don't go that international.
So you have to hop.
So I would have wound up either flying to Heathrow to hop on the flight that to then the run that I did do, which is just another flight, or the other option was to go to Charles de Gaulle and then do a hop, skip, and a jump.
Go to France.
Yeah.
That's where Giles works.
So I figured I didn't want to add more stops in unnecessarily because there's more chance then that bags are going to go missing, I'm going to miss connections, and more importantly, not so much on the way out, but if there's delays on the way back, that would have stressed me out.
Yeah.
So the fewer flights, the better for me, which meant me driving to the airport, driving to Heathrow. But then I kind of figured if I don't, I've still got to get driven to whatever airport I'm going to, which is not that local. Then I'm going to have 2 or 3 hours at that airport. Then the flight to wherever. By the time you've done it all, you pretty much just, it would have been quicker to just drive.
Yeah.
So.
I met Giles.
Yeah.
In Paris.
Oh, okay.
Paris, Texas. He's from Paris, France.
I thought Paris was in Vegas. I'm sure I saw the Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower's there. There's also an Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas.
Shit, maybe that's what happened.
There's a sign that says "Don't climb on it." You know what it did?
Oh, gee, I wonder. Did you abide by the rules and do as you were advised?
I climbed on it.
Oh, that's strange. Like, who would have expected that?
JWK says, "Well, I doubt its ability to convince the unconvincible. I'm glad you covered this trip so thoroughly. I hope you recall it fondly for years."
I think it might take years to get everything out.
There's so much. There's so much data. Nata says, "I missed it. What did Nathan do, or where can I see what he did?" So, geez. Nathan Oakley has earned over 2,000 live streams, the reputation that he has.
Yes.
One example is he slapped his kid on camera, not on camera, on microphone. But basically, he just mutes people automatically. He has it set up so that when he talks, everybody else gets auto muted. So if somebody comes in there to debate with him, he'll start talking and then nobody can hear the other person. That's not how you debate.
That's the basis of it. And then we've got the fact that in the past, Oakley has said that we can't go to Antarctica. If we try to go to Antarctica, we will be turned away at gunpoint.
Yes.
And that he's had people on his show who've claimed that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica and that the sun did set.
Yeah. Robert Shortman is that person.
Yes. And then... So he went live while we were in Antarctica, and Toon phoned up to inform him that the sun had been up for 24 hours. At that point, it had been up for 20. In fact, well, we'd been watching the sun since about 6. I'd been watching the sun since 6:30 that morning, or the morning before, because we saw it in Punta and watched it the whole way flying to Antarctica.
Same sun.
Yeah. So when asked what he thought about the 24-hour sun, he decided that he wasn't going to talk about it. He wasn't going to address the previous claims.
Classy guy. And of course, his mute button was enabled.
Not on our end.
Not on our end.
Nope.
That's why I did it, because I know that he has that mute button, and the way to address that is to never stop talking.
Yep.
Once he gets into "I'm going to mute you" mode, you never stop talking, so that as soon as he stops talking, the auto mute unauto mutes, and then you get through.
And I love the fact. Not only one, your video has far more views than his coverage of it where he's gloating.
Oh yeah.
So all of his people have seen it anyway.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's then done streams about it is him then basically advertising to his own flock how much he doesn't let other people talk in a channel called Flat Earth Debate.
Nobody's allowed to debate there.
First rule of Flat Earth Debate Club: you don't debate.
Harnold for $20 says, "If someone decides to return to reality and honestly, even if they have been a liar in the past, I think they should be given a chance and some compassion. Admitting you are wrong and leaving a cult is hard and takes time."
I completely agree. I think it's harder to accept you were wrong than deny it and stick with the narrative.
Yeah. Because it's comfortable and they have their community.
Yeah, it's safe.
Yeah. Set phasers for fun, like that. Says Whitsitt said he's going to rent a gyro compass and a thermal gun. Apart from the sink further into denial, what did he actually do there? He had a thermal gun. I don't know if there were no clouds, so it didn't need it. What?
Well, he brought a thermal gun, which
it's just it's a FLIR camera, right? So there's a little screen on it, and you point at stuff.
Okay, because I know. Didn't McFlatty? Wasn't McFlatty supposed to be taking a thermal?
He was running around with something else.
He said he was going to go measure it in honor of Mikey Smith.
Yes, do a Mikey Smith style. I don't know if that worked, but
I don't know. He couldn't find the right sun.
what did he actually do there? So they did get, good quality compasses, and they did verify that they were flying south. So I appreciated this.
Yeah. I think they had the compasses. They confirmed in Punta that the sun was rising and setting south of us. They had the solar filter. They had the Altaz mount thing that Jaren had set up. I think the most crucial thing, though, that they brought was their own eyeballs.
Yeah.
Just seeing it.
Yep. That's all that anybody wanted from them. Everything else that they did is bonus.
Realistically, we could have got away with us doing all of the filming and everything, and Witsit or whoever sitting in a chair watching it go.
Yeah.
That's the fundamental basic.
And then say,
yeah,
yep, you did it.
I've watched everything you've just done. All the documentation that you've
That's
covered
all.
is full and fully above board.
All right. We got Gar McGregor says, just super chatting to contribute to the fatigue.
Well,
So-
thank you, but you're late to the party.
5:11 a.m.
Oh God,
When is breakfast?
when is checkout?
Tom,
I'm sure they must say that you've got the room until it's time. They can't boot you out and expect you to sit around for.
what would? Oh my gosh! Yeah, because our planes leave at
In the early hours of
2
the
a.m.
morning, we're getting picked up just before midnight.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we've got the rooms through until tomorrow. Well, either which way, I'll barricade myself in.
Rennie is staying longer, I think.
Oh, well, that's all right for
So
you.
no. You could park your bags in that that room,
Great. Can I park my head in there as well?
probably.
Thanks. It's fine. I'll sleep in the wardrobe.
You can have the bathtub. Stretch out. Tom Feller, $5 super chat with no message. First time. Thank you very much. Caro Sun says the weird shadow is at 45 seconds of the time lapse that Dave uploaded. Watch the ground in front of the tripod on the right when the guy is there. When the guy.
The guy. You are the guy.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Can you pull it up there?
I can. Here we
God,
go.
save me the job.
YouTube. Let's see. What's that guy? That guy's name. Let's see.
I love that Katz has got that video with the thumbnail of us with nipples on ice.
This one.
Yeah. So right at the end, 45 seconds.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna. Can I? Hold on. Just a second. That's it. That's the way to do it.
Oh, okay.
See? We don't need Mufasa. It's a commercial coming on. Nope. All right, skip ad. All right, now watch this. No, there. We can go like this. We can go present.
Oh, okay.
Share screen, and then you go to
Chrome tab.
Chrome
Time
tab.
lapse of the 24-hour sun. That one. Share. There we go.
Okay, so now they see it.
As you see the
go,
screen.
and we can go like this, so we don't see
Anything we shouldn't.
Well, no, just we don't need to see the other stuff. So at what 45 seconds?
Yeah, right near the end. Slow it right down because it's going too quick. I'm too tired.
4, 5. Okay,
So
that's Rennie.
back it up a second. Oh yeah, that's 44.
Okay,
So I think
other way.
No, I think it's one of those two. The picture that IC Spin sent had those mountains in the background, isn't it? Yeah, so keep going that way. Keep going that way. Oh,
Okay.
bloody hell.
There's me.
Yeah.
You see holding the paper that
Yeah.
I printed out from Yanush.
And then you turn.
Oh, yeah. That's a tape measure. Or not a tape measure.
No. So
On the
I
ground
think
there?
no, I think they're referring to there where your foot is,
Uh-huh.
and then
On the gloves that I was kneeling on.
go back a frame.
First one. Second one.
Yeah, third one.
Third one. Yeah.
Fourth
The
one.
stick has moved.
Okay, fourth one.
Fourth one. Stick has moved.
Yeah. Next one.
Stick has moved somewhere else. I don't know.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, so that black thing.
The gloves.
Is that gloves?
Those are gloves. Yeah.
Okay, keep going. Oh yeah, then you're crawling
Come
around
back.
everywhere. And they've moved.
But
Yeah,
it's-
they've moved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I'm kneeling on them.
yeah, so that's all it is. It's
Yeah.
not random shades, it's random black things, all right, but it's not shadows.
I'm crawling on the ground on Antarctica.
I like the way that you take the gloves off while you're crawling around on the ground and then don't do anything with them.
I'm wearing other gloves.
Yeah, but like I figured that you took them off to like
I didn't take them off. I took them out of my pocket to kneel on them.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Bless you, you're senile in your old age. You said you took them out your pocket to kneel on them. You are kneeling down and not on them.
Oh. Yeah. Yep.
This is what I have to deal with, people. No wonder I'm exhausted. Like a 24-hour carer.
Look at that. Yeah.
Glitch. CGI.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
look,
right.
he's dancing.
Yay.
24 hour.
Well, he's running. Look at that. He's
Oh, yeah.
like sideways. He's going so fast.
It's so funny that these are like 30 frames apart. It's going to be even
I
funny
know.
when they have to like frame by frame by frame by frame for
Yeah.
25
You're
minutes.
going to see me crawling around in, well, no, yours isn't real time.
No. Mine's
But
25 minutes.
Will's are real time.
That's going to be the
You'll-
fun
you-
one. That's
Did he
gonna-
turn off the audio?
Yeah. There'll be no audio on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't think he
Oh,
wants audio on it.
That's ruining the fun.
Yeah, well, let's know.
Okay, so now here, look, see? They're
yeah,
moving
they're
again.
moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's bear in mind that.
There you
what-
go.
Yeah.
It's the Mario. It's the Mario walk.
Yeah, put your right foot in. Your right foot.
Okay. This is so dumb. Oh my gosh.
You do the hokey cokey, the sun spins around.
Look at that. I'm sprinting.
It's like MC Hammer. Is it tune time?
Oh my gosh. Please tune, don't hurt him. All right, there you go.
Okay, so yeah, a shock horror. No biggie.
Yeah, so like here's the thing. Yeah. So at the end of this is near the end of our time there.
Yeah.
And I'm just then getting this set up.
Yeah, if you look at the time lapse, you start trying to set up your shadow clock pretty early on.
Yeah.
You didn't start recording on the shadow clock until we were packed up.
Yeah.
Because it was a constant cycle of we need to go and set up the shadow clock. Right. Okay. But to do the shadow clock, we've got to sort of work all the angles out, measure the distances for what's needed, and put everything in place very accurately whilst jumping back and forth between everything else that we're doing.
Yeah.
There's the live streams going on at particular times. You're doing particular things at solar noon and solar midnight and a bunch of other things that can't be
Measuring the distance of longitude.
yeah. And then every time you break off that, your head goes. So you've kind of got to bring yourself back from delusion.
Time to go eat, go to the bathroom. You're cold.
Yeah.
Warm up inside.
And especially considering that trying to do that was a two-man job at least.
To do what?
To set that clock up, you couldn't do it by yourself.
Except I did it all by myself.
Oh, you're a big boy now. Yay, good for you. That's not true. That is not true. I put at least 4 of those rocks down.
You did.
Yeah. I helped.
Oh my goodness.
I make things better.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Drifting
5:20.
slowly into madness.
All right. Anyway, thank you, Carol-san. I deny I, says Dave. Sounds like you caught a cold. Hope it doesn't get worse. Greetings to you and Tune from Germany.
Well, I'm glad it sounds like it because I have. Hence why I thought I needed to go and do the. Oh, yay.
So, by the way,
Oh,
That's the sun,
well, no, that's a curtain.
and I'm pointing to the sun. It's on the other side of the curtain.
Can you take the oh,
No,
I mean, no.
I don't mean no. I mean yeah.
There's a reason that it's like, you know, not a depth. People wish to see the underside of the ball. There we go. That's good.
There it is.
Yeah. Just peeking over the bank of clouds.
That's the sun.
Actually,
and,
no, that's a street light.
And what direction is the sun?
Well, I believe when we flew to Antarctica, we were going that way. Same way towards the sun.
Yeah. So that is southeast.
Yes.
The road there in front of us here is a straight east-west road.
Yes. Very good for measuring lines of longitude.
Yes. So that is the sun rising southeast. Something completely impossible on the dirt pizza. So it's not just the 24-hour sun in it circling in Antarctica. It's not just that. It's everything.
I think
Everything fits the globe and doesn't fit flat.
Yeah, I mean the bad thing is, you know, like we'll put on this crazy trip for us, and obviously too, you know, you
Just for reference, logging that.
You know, kind of we'll put all that effort and money into bringing all of us out here. You Critical Things and the likes went through all that effort crowdfunding and putting your own money towards going to Antarctica, and we pretty much confirmed the globe before we'd even got on the plane in Punta. So we kind of could have saved ourselves the trip.
Don't tell him that.
Oh,
Then he won't invite us
what, to TFE2?
to TFE1.
TFE2, the sequel, this time it's still a globe.
It's more finaler.
Yeah.
There it is.
I have an idea for TFE2. Adam will like it.
Adam will like it. Is this where we take his crane and we put it in a giant airplane?
No, I think
we build an airplane big enough to hold level Earth observers, entire crane,
No.
right? And then we have him climb up to the top of it, and then we see while we fly straight and level if that crane weight wobbles.
I think to be fair, there's probably a lot of people who would pose alternate suggestions to what level Earth observer could do with his crane, and it wouldn't really involve any other vehicles. It would just be quite uncomfortable.
It'd be it's a lot of crane to put
I'm
up somewhere.
voting.
But I'm willing to allow that to happen
I thought
for science.
Yeah, just to see. It's a good data point to have.
Mhm.
I'm thinking more that we charter a plane, we fly from Punta straight over the pole to western side of it. Western side of
Perth.
Yeah, that side. Because that route, the Great Circle route there, does take you over Antarctica. But we don't just do that. We don't just do that. No. The back half of the plane does not have seats on.
Oh,
The back half of the plane,
a 14-hour rave.
close. Maybe the disco ball. See if it follows the curve. Oh, that is technically a pendulum.
We could.
Disco ball is technically a pendulum. No, I was thinking a very large gyroscope
Okay.
running spun up for the 14-hour flight. From takeoff, gyroscope stays level, and then they can explain why it's on its arse when we get to Australia.
That's a good idea. I like that gyroscope.
Whilst also having the polar route.
Let's hold on a second.
Will did seem slightly open to the idea, so I'm not ruling it out. I mean, his wife might kill him.
Well, she gets to come with this time.
Oh, that's true.
I'm looking for this one here. So maps. And it's not like, this is the thing that always gets me. Like Effie Banjo goes and takes a Mercator map and draws a flight route on it. It's like, this is the route it would take on the globe, except that's the Mercator. You can go to Google Maps and for free,
I think
plot a great circle route by just measuring distance.
I think it might have been flat out truth. Really croaky. Oh, this is straight line of fall. Something like that. I might be stereotyping a hell of a lot of people.
Okay.
But he drew a Mercator map and said that the direct route from New York to Liverpool was a straight line on a Mercator map. And he said, this is the shortest route. And he said, the shortest route between 2 points is a straight line. That is when I then took all the flight radar's Mercator projections and converted them to AE and globe. And lo and behold, the globe is flying in straight lines, like he said, is the easiest route. And the AE pilots don't have a bleeding clue where they're going.
Yep.
There you go, onto Raiders Airport.
Here's the airport.
Now, that can handle the 787 because there's been flights that have landed there with them. So
here's what you do. You right click. You go measure the distance.
Do you know what's funny as well while you're doing this? So when Austin was chatting to me before at the bar, and he asked, why don't we have photos of the South Pole from space? To which I responded asking him, why doesn't he have a damn map of flat Earth? And his reasoning was he's not had hundreds of years and to go and survey everything. So I said to him, do you mean we don't have the facilities at our fingertips now to be able to work out the distances between 2 points? And he said, well, it's all using globe and it's all nautical miles and it's sea and planes. I was like, hang on.
Is it correct?
I said, no, because he's in like boats and planes and nautical miles and you can't verify that. I said, wait. I said, if you were to go outside here, right, there's a fairly distinctive monument up at the top of the road.
Yeah.
Right. I said, you could walk from that to the building down the street, couldn't you? The big hotel. So yeah. I said, okay. You could go onto Google Maps and you could measure the distance between those 2 points, could you not? And he's like, yeah, but it's on a globe. It's like, okay, but you could quality check it, could you not? You could see what the Google Map says is the right answer, and then you could get a trundle wheel, measure tool, and go and measure it. It's like, oh, what about the topography? It's like, because he's like, oh, what if it's rolling hills or whatever? I'm like, it doesn't matter, have to be specifically there. You can find any point on Earth. Any point on Earth.
Yeah.
Your pick. Check what Google Maps says. Pick any 2 locations. So short, long, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Does Google Maps say it's accurate? If Google Maps says it's accurate and you do endless testing at various points, you've quality checked it, there is no reason to say that Google Maps is not accurate. You therefore have every distance measurement you could ever need to make a map. Unfortunately, it usually winds up requiring a slight amount of distortion for some strange reason. Who knows?
It's just excuses, of course. You know, it's all based on like, is it correct? Can you show where it's wrong? No, I can't show where it's wrong. Okay, then it's right.
That's not true.
What?
That's not true.
What?
He doesn't say he can't show it. I asked him how can he explain how an EQ map works, and he says there's several ways. I mean, granted, I am still waiting. I'm still waiting.
He said there's several.
Yeah, I am eagerly waiting what those are.
All right. Well, there's the route.
I mean, he could have gone and asked Joe Hanby because Joe Hanby's got one. Joe Hanby doesn't seem to want to talk about the EQ mounts for some incomprehensible reason. It is strange.
And he has a telescope.
He does.
With an EQ mount.
Yeah. And it works. I'd like to see him track the sun like I did, but at the equator and the equinox. Because I've shown that it can track the sun as long as it's battery power.
Yeah, it works.
Where a dumb, mindless EQ mount thinks the sun goes at that point is,
Anyway, Icy Spin says, what's that big yellow thing in the sky?
It's a blimp.
It's coming up. It's up right now. I don't care, says Flurf. Probably expect you guys to now prove the moon is real by going there and bring it back to Bring back the module as proof or something. Flirts are crying now.
Well, thankfully, they did that on Apollo 12.
Yeah, they brought back part of the Surveyor probe.
Yeah.
Yep. Busload UK says, thanks for championing truth through science. I didn't even think about it going into it. I was just like, let's do this. Here's what we're going to do here. But then I'm like, I'm doing these different experiments there at this area at the, what we call the camera garden.
The camera garden, that was a suggestion made.
And I'm like, this is I wasn't even thinking about it. I'm like, this is testing a hypothesis that I made.
It's testing a hypothesis, and we are probably there's a number of firsts in that lot. I mean, granted, they're not exactly groundbreaking firsts, but I mean, I'd say Will's managed a pretty big achievement in getting flat earthers to Antarctica. That's the biggest achievement.
That's true.
Oh shit. I'm just noticing myself in there. I appear to have a corpuscular ray coming out of my left ear.
The sun must be right behind you.
The sun's in my head.
All right. The Norwegian Stig is a member at Newton. Thank you for that. This one is Alan Itomwesh says KES is Kenyan shilling. Oh, Kenyan shilling. Thanks for the explainer.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
Shocking.
I work with somebody from Tanzania. I would guess it's TES because it's Tanzanian shilling. But we always call it rupees. He's like, it's not, damn it, rupees. That's how he says it. But thank you for that one. The casual engineer says it's a blast to watch all of these. Thanks. Thank you very much. It's a blast to do it. Ooh, we've got Peter Dzamilja Andromeda for 100 ZARs, and I'm going to guess that is South African currency. What do you think?
Possibly. Do you know, if I had the energy, I might go back outside and just redo the preemptive.
The preemptive.
The preemptive.
Or the preemptive.
The big thing we were preempting.
Oh, yes.
But that involves 8 floors of a hotel and then 8 floors back down and moving, which is something that I'm seriously struggling with at the moment.
I think.
Don't you fucking suggest I should do it?
You think he should?
Think you should?
I can't.
Why?
You need to.
Lazy ass.
You're the photographer.
The photographer. Jared did make a very good point with all that, to be fair.
What?
I kind of had to. I was compelled to stay up for 24 hours because I couldn't have had somebody out do with me on the photography front. Although, to be fair, I think Jonathan's probably outshone me anyway.
He's pretty good at that. It
is almost like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He got an amazing photo of Will. I was so annoyed with myself. Like, I quite often play with silhouetted shots, like really backlit. Never did it cross my mind in the 47 hours of delusion to do a backlit shot against the midnight sun. I had the midnight sun in the background as a wide shot, but I never did a close-up one.
Yeah.
He got a great one of Will. You can see his breath. You know that breath.
Yeah.
You
can't see your breath. It's fake.
Can't see the wind. Doesn't mean it's fake.
Yeah. You're gonna.
No.
Okay.
I'm too tired and I've got it anyway. I
Okay.
I could have got it better, but that's moving.
All right. Anyway, he says, hi, MC Toon and Dave. You both do magnificent work. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dark Star 4400 says, Eastern Colorado hit negative 15 Fahrenheit earlier this month. That's cold. So glad it wasn't that cold.
I am very concerned too, because I'm pretty sure the sun is outside the hotel room.
It's hunting you. It's like,
well,
you thought you were done with me.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think it would probably make sense that it is. It would probably make sense that the thing is outside. The sun is outside, given that before I found that the edge of the firmament is right on the street.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God. Right on the street outside. There's the edge of the firmament right there. Which is alarming because what's the ocean beyond it? And what are those boats out there?
It's gonna. They go through. There's some sort of a door.
Yeah, but there can't be a door because the moment you put a break in it, all the water flows out.
It's a double door. It's like
it's like a lock.
lock and dam. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Duh.
Of course, yeah.
You didn't know that?
I'm not entirely sure how they coped before locks were invented.
Yeah, it just spilled out. Zimya 4. Zimya, anyway, says, greetings from Finland. Sorry if I got that wrong. Did any of the Flurf change their mind on the shape of the Earth, or at least admit the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Merry Christmas. Well, they all did agree that the sun circled for 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no question about that.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
as far as change their mind on the shape of the Earth, maybe some will come. We'll see.
well, speaking of the sun coming, it's there, so it can fill my spot in the stream. I am going to go and try and get some sleep.
All right.
And I'll probably get kicked out of the room by the maid in about 5 minutes and told it's time to check out.
I think you got more than 5 minutes.
If anybody knows the Chilean or the Spanish for piss off and leave me alone, that would be greatly
I
appreciated.
think it's on the thing you hang on the door.
Oh, no molester.
That's the one.
Well, yeah, I
No
would like,
molester.
I would like to not be molested. Right, everyone, thank you very much. I get to leave because I'm very tired and it's not my stream. So please do keep super chatting tuned until I come back down later.
Just leave.
Might be about 4 or 5 p.m. That would be very much appreciated. Take care.
Thank you.
If I find it McFlatty, I'll send it in.
I think McFlatty's still trapped somewhere. Conspiracy Music says, excellent work, both of you. Cannot wait for all the videos coming in the near future. Flurf tears are flowing now and will continue to flow. I think there's a music video worth making here too. Oh yeah, I do like the music videos. I get it. People send me a lot of AI generated songs, but I like the videos. There, if you make a video with it, that's the cool stuff. K Gandhi Furnace for £5 says, how do Flurfs explain 24-hour night in the north? If that's not next to do trip, my wife can sleep through that one. Say hi to Nikki. Hi, Nikki. How do they don't explain. They word salad. They're like, it's too far away, but it can't be too far away because Antarctica is the farthest away from it, and it did not set yet at the North Pole, which is certainly closer at local midnight in Antarctica, certainly closer. It was dark and it had been dark for months. So too far away does not work. Carol's son says, thanks for indulging. It was the Styx shadow. Oh, the video. Yes. Well, it was my gloves that I was kneeling on. So, all right. We got Darkstar 4400 says, disregard previous temperature super chat. Wrong source. My bad. Ah, well, to err is human. To really foul things up takes a computer or a Flurf. And then 3 pictures of a potato. Icy Spin says, Dave, TFE2 is 12/15/39, full solar 24-hour sun. Come on, guy. Full solar 24-hour sun. Where? Is that in Antarctica? Oh, look at those crepuscular rays. Look at that. The sun must be, I mean, if you just draw lines, from this one here and this one here to where they meet, that's where the sun is, right? So the sun is just to the right of the screen here, a couple inches. Has to be. Clarence AS2 says, could you tell us anything about landing in Antarctica from the time-lapse footage? It looks terrifying. It was not. It was not terrifying at all. It was because we knew what they were going to do. And so we'd already, before we get on the plane, we're like, we're going to land on ice. So I had figured out what things would be necessary for a plane to land on ice. One is it would have to be long because I know you can't slow down as easily. It's 3 kilometers long. It would have to be smoothed out enough. So, and I didn't know what they would do, but turns out they didn't do really anything to smooth it out. The only thing they do is they brush off the snow. It's really, really windy there. There's something about how all the wind is channeled in. So all they need to do is brush it and loosen it, and then it flies off. Seriously, that's all you do. You kick it and it's gone. And so, yeah, the plane went all the way in the runway, turned around and came back. So I have a video of the landing that I will be publishing probably today. I was going to say tomorrow, but the sun is up, so it's today. Icy Spin says TF2O and has a picture of, oh my goodness, that is something. All right, I'll put it up here. Where'd it go? There we go. Nope, that wasn't it. There you go. The eclipse of December 15, 2039. Total solar eclipse. Greatest eclipse point is placed at coordinates 81 degrees south, 51 from the greatest eclipse point. Total lasts for 1 minute, 52 seconds. Oh, there you go. That looks like it's going to be great in Antarctica. And it's somewhere in the vicinity. I'm not sure exactly. Okay. We got, well, am I in? I'd go. NASA Security Force says, I tried polar roots with my girlfriend. She didn't like it. Angel Gamer says, Effed Up World says the moon is flat. Maybe that should be TFE2, Electric Boogaloo. It can't be flat. This is what a flat circle looks like when you look at it straight on. And this is what it looks like when you don't. It's an ellipse. So dumb. Bob McGuire says, greeting from Regina, the land of Mikey Smith. Congrats on all the great work of the last few days, Toon and Dave. Looking forward to all the footage to come. Dealing with an entire terabyte of video and then picking stuff out of it takes a long time. I on this computer, which is a decent computer, it had rendered for 8 hours. It was 35% done with a simple process. And then it was on a USB drive. It was rendering to a USB drive. And then the USB drive got bumped and it came disconnected enough that the computer dropped it for a second. And then the render said, can't render, threw it all out. So I was very excited about that. So I probably won't try that one again until I get home. So Gar McGregor says, another super chat just to see if I can help make this last until Dave gets rousted from his room. Oh my gosh. Roland says, deflect, reject, the flat globe is wrecked. The flat earth is wrecked. It is. Think about this. They're like, oh, this just disproves the AE map. It certainly does, right? You can't have around the perimeter. You can't have that ring holding it all in, right? So then what other map alternative do you have? Are you going to center it on the South Pole and then say that there's no 24-hour sun in the north? Well, obviously that isn't going to go anywhere because people know that there is a 24-hour sun in the north. Plus, then you don't get an ice wall anymore. What contains the oceans? Are Are you gonna use a rectangular map where you got Pac-Manning off the one side and coming in the other side? A diamond-shaped one with Pac-Manning, Awake Souls wavy equator one with Pac-Manning. Everything else has Pac-Man. So nope, you don't get Pac-Man. Pac-Man is down. Peter Andromeda says, I'm playing Diablo 4 while watching your stream. Died 4 times while waiting for a call out from you. It was worth it. P.S. Pronounce my name without the Z. Okay. Damlija. Damlija. There you go. Thank you, Damlija. Mark Tin says, so long, Flat Earth, and thanks for all the fun. That they are, for all of them saying, it doesn't change anything. They certainly are scrambling, right? If it didn't change anything, they wouldn't do a show on it. If it didn't change anything, they wouldn't try to find, they wouldn't say it's CGI. They would just say it doesn't change anything. The fact that they're freaking out about it tells us that they all know it changes everything. Pulsar X says, have you seen the comments on the last couple of Oakley videos? Have a look. They're hilarious. Welcome back. I will have a look, but I'm not going to have a look right now because I'm super tired. I'm super tired and I need to get a little bit of sleep because we do have some stuff going on. We have interviews for the documentary. So that's what we're doing later today. So I need to be ready for that. I need to look my best. So if nothing else, TFE exposed a lot of truthers that are not for truth. Oh yeah. Now, this is important. If they declared ever in the past that Antarctica, you couldn't go there, or if any of the things that they said about Antarctica that obviously are not true, if they said any of those things, then they are gullible. They don't do their own research. They're willing to accept lies, right? It should inform them more than anybody else that they are not capable of properly evaluating things. So anyway, that's it. I'm going to wrap it up there. I really appreciate all of the super chats and all the time. It's been 5 3/4 of an hour, and that's going to be it. We'll see you next time.